Bayou Folk **** Bayou Folk by Kate Chopin Boston and New York Houghton, Mifflin and Company Riverside Press, Cambridge 1894 Contents. A no-account Creole in and out of old Natchitoches in Sabine, a very fine fiddle beyond the bayou, old Aunt Peggy, the return of Alspid, a rude awakening, the Benitas slave Desiree's baby, a turkey hunt, Madame Celestine's divorce, love on the Bondi, Loca Bolot and Bolot formas, Chow Chow, to visit to Avoyles, a wizard from Gettysburg, Miami Pelagi at Cadian Wall, La Bells, a raider, gentleman of Bayou Teche, a lady of Bayou St. John, Bayou Folk. A no-account Creole. One agreeable afternoon in late autumn, two young men stood together on Canal Street, closing a conversation that had evidently begun within the clubhouse which they had just quitted. "There's big money in it," Ofdian said, the elder of the two. "I would have you touch it if there was nt. Why, they tell me Patchley's pulled 100,000 out of the concern already." "That may be," replied Ofdian, who had been politely attentive to the words addressed to him, but whose face bore a look indicating that he was closed to conviction. He leaned back upon the clumsy stick which he carried, and continued, "It's all true, I dare say, Fitch, but a decision of that sort would mean more to me than you'd believe if I were to tell you. The beggarly 25,000's all I have, and I want to sleep with it under my pillow a couple of months at least before I drop it into a slot. You'll drop it into Harding and Ofdian's mill to grind out the pitiful 2.5% commission racket. That's what you'll do in the end, old fellow, see if you don't." "Perhaps I shall, but it's more than likely I shan't. We'll talk about it when I get back. You know I'm off to North Louisiana in the morning." "No." "What the deuce?" "Oh, business of the firm." "Write me from Shreveport, then, or wherever it is." "Not so far as that. But don't expect to hear from me till you see me." "I can't say when that will be." Then they shook hands and parted. The rather portly Fitch boarded a Britannia Street car, and Mr. Wallace Ofdian hurried to the bank in order to replenish his portemonnaie, which had been materially lightened at the club through the medium of unpropitious jackpots and bobtail flushes. He was a sure-footed fellow, this young Ofdian, despite an occasional fall in slippery places. What he wanted, now that he had reached his 26th year and his inheritance, was to get his feet well planted on solid ground, and to keep his head cool and clear. With his early youth he had had certain shadowy intentions of shaping his life on intellectual lines. That is, he wanted to, and he meant to use his faculties intelligently, which means more than is at once apparent. Above all, he would keep clear of the maelstroms of sordid work and senseless pleasure in which the average American businessman may be said alternately to exist, and which reduce him, naturally, to a rather ragged condition of soul. Ofdian had done, in a temperate way, the usual things which young men do who happen to belong to good society, and are possessed of moderate means and healthy instincts. He had gone to college, had traveled a little at home and abroad, had frequented society and the clubs, and had worked in his uncle's commission house, in all of which employments he had expended much time and a modicum of energy. But he felt all through that he was simply in a preliminary stage of being, one that would develop later into something tangible and intelligent, as he liked to tell himself. With his patrimony of $25,000 came what he felt to be the turning point in his life, the time when it behooved him to choose a course, and to get himself into proper trim to follow it manfully and consistently. When Messrs. Harding and Ofdian determined to have someone look after what they called a troublesome piece of land on Red River, Wallace Ofdian requested to be entrusted with that special commission of land inspector. A shadowy, ill-defined piece of land in an unfamiliar part of his native state, might, he hoped, prove a sort of closet into which he could retire and take counsel with his inner and better self. To what Harding and Ofdian had called a piece of land on Red River was better known to the people of Natchitoches, parish as the old Santian place. In the days of Lucian Santian and his 100 slaves, it had been very splendid in the wealth of its 1,000 acres. But the war did its work, of course. Then Jules Santian was not the man to mend such damage as the war had left. His 3 sons were even less able than he had been to bear the weighty inheritance of debt that came to them with the dismantled plantation. So it was a deliverance to all when Harding and Ofdian, the New Orleans creditors, relieved them of the place with the responsibility and indebtedness which its ownership had entailed. Hector, the eldest, and Gregor, the youngest of these Santian boys, had gone each his way. Placide alone tried to keep a desultory foothold upon the land which had been his and his forefathers. But he too was given to wandering, within a radius, however, which rarely took him so far that he could not reach the old place in an afternoon of travel, when he felt so inclined. There were acres of open land cultivated in a slovenly fashion, but so rich that cotton and corn and wheat and cocoa grass grew rampant if they had only the semblance of a chance. The Negro quarters were at the far end of this open stretch, and consisted of a long row of old and very crippled cabins. Directly back of these a dense wood grew, and held much mystery, and witchery of sound and shadow, and strange lights when the sun shone. Of a gin house there was left scarcely a trace, only so much as could serve as inadequate shelter to the miserable dozen cattle that huddled within it in winter time. A dozen rods or more from the Red River bank stood the dwelling house, and nowhere upon the plantation had time touched so sadly as here. The steep, black, moss-covered roof sat like an extinguisher above the 8 large rooms that it covered, and had come to do its office so poorly that not more than half of these were habitable when the rain fell. Perhaps the live oaks made too thick and close a shelter about it. The verandas were long and broad and inviting, but it was well to know that the brick pillar was crumbling away under one corner, that the railing was insecure at another, and that still another had long ago been condemned as unsafe. But that, of course, was not the corner in which Wallace Ofdian sat the day following his arrival at the Santian place. This one was comparatively secure. A Gloire de Dijon, thick-leaved and charged with huge creamy blossoms, grew and spread here like a hardy vine upon the wires that stretched from post to post. The scent of the blossoms was delicious, and the stillness that surrounded Ofdian agreeably fitted his humor that asked for rest. His old host, Pierre Manton, the manager of the place, sat talking to him in a soft, rhythmic monotone, but his speech was hardly more of an interruption than the hum of the bees among the roses. He was saying, "If it would been me, Miss F, I would never grum. When a chimbly break, I take 1, 2 de boys, we patch him up bis we know how. We keep on mend a fence, furs one place, another, and if it would be fur dem mule of Lacroix, tonnerre. I don't want to talk about dem mule. But me, I would grum. It's you phrase ye, her. She say that's all fool nonsense for rich man lack hard enough to let a piece o' land going like that. You phrase ye, questioned Ofdian, in some surprise, for he had not yet heard of any such person. You phrase ye, my lila chili. Excuse me 1 minute, Pierre added, remembering that he was in his shirt sleeves, and rising to reach for his coat, which hung upon a peg nearby. He was a small, square man, with mild, kindly face, brown and roughened from healthy exposure. His hair hung grey and long beneath the soft felt hat that he wore. When he had seated himself, Ofdian asked, "Where is your little child?" "I haven't seen her," inwardly marveling that a little child should have uttered such words of wisdom as those recorded of her. "She yonder to Mme du Plan on Cane River. I been kine expectin' her since yesterday," Heron Placide casting an unconscious glance down the long plantation road. "But Mme du Plan she never want to let you phrase ye go. You know it's her raise you phrase ye since her po ma die, Mr. Ofdian. She take that lila chili, and raise it, sem like she raisin nine it. But it's mo'n a year now you phrase ye say that's all fool nonsense to leave me living lone like that, wid nothin' 'cept dem nigger, and Placide once a w ill. And she came ya bossin'. My goodness." The old man chuckled, "That's her been writin' all dem letter to hard enough dn. If it would been me, Miss F, 1, pronounced Nakitosh. 3. Placide seemed to have had a foreboding of ill from the start when he found that Euphrasie began to interest herself in the condition of the plantation. This ill feeling voiced itself partly when he told her it was none of her lookout if the place went to the dogs. "It's good enough for Joe Duplan to run things grand seigneur, Euphrasie, that's at spoiled you." Placide might have done much single-handed to keep the old place in better trim, if he had wished. For there was no one more clever than he to do a hand's turn at any and everything. He could mend a saddle or bridle while he stood whistling a tune. If a wagon required a brace or a bolt, it was nothing for him to step into a shop and turn out one as deftly as the most skilled blacksmith. Anyone seeing him at work with plane and rule and chisel would have declared him a born carpenter. And as for mixing paints, and giving a fine and lasting coat to the side of a house or barn, he had not his equal in the country. This last talent he exercised little in his native parish. It was in a neighboring one, where he spent the greater part of his time, that his fame as a painter was established. There, in the village of Orfil, he owned a little shell of a house, and during odd times it was Placide's great delight to tinker at this small home, inventing daily new beauties and conveniences to add to it. Lately it had become a precious possession to him, for in the spring he was to bring Euphrasie there as his wife. Maybe it was because of his talent, and his indifference in turning it to good, that he was often called a no-account Creole by thriftier souls than himself. But no-account Creole or not, painter, carpenter, blacksmith, and whatever else he might be at times, he was a Santian always, with the best blood in the country running in his veins. And many thought his choice had fallen in very low places when he engaged himself to marry little Euphrasie, the daughter of old Pierre Manton and a problematic mother a good deal less than nobody. Placide might have married almost anyone, too, for it was the easiest thing in the world for a girl to fall in love with him, sometimes the hardest thing in the world not to. He was such a splendid fellow, such a careless, happy, handsome fellow. And he did not seem to mind in the least that young men who had grown up with him were lawyers now, and planters, and members of Shakespeare clubs in town. No one ever expected anything quite so humdrum as that of the Santian boys. As youngsters, all three had been the despair of the country schoolmaster, then of the private tutor who had come to shackle them, and had failed in his design. And the state of mutiny and revolt that they had brought about at the College of Grand Coteau when their father, in a moment of weak concession to prejudice, had sent them there, is a thing yet remembered in Natchitoches. And now Placide was going to marry Euphrasie. He could not recall the time when he had not loved her. Somehow he felt that it began the day when he was 6 years old, and Pierre, his father's overseer, had called him from play to come and make her acquaintance. He was permitted to hold her in his arms a moment, and it was with silent awe that he did so. She was the first white-faced baby he remembered having seen, and he straightway believed she had been sent to him as a birthday gift to be his little playmate and friend. If he loved her, there was no great wonder, everyone did, from the time she took her first dainty step, which was a brave one, too. She was the gentlest little lady ever born in old Natchitoches parish, and the happiest and merriest. She never cried or whimpered for a hurt. Placide never did, why should she? When she wept, it was when she did what was wrong, or when he did, for that was to be a coward, she felt. When she was 10, and her mother was dead, Mme. Duplan, the Lady Bountiful of the parish, had driven across from her plantation, Les Chenilles, to old Pierre's very door, and there had gathered up this precious little maid, and carried her away, to do with as she would. And she did with the child much as she herself had been done by. Euphrasie went to the convent soon, and was taught all gentle things, the pretty arts of manner and speech that the ladies of the Sacred Heart can teach so well. When she quitted them, she left a trail of love behind her, she always did. Placide continued to see her at intervals, and to love her always. One day he told her so, he could not help it. She stood under one of the big oaks at Les Chenilles. It was midsummer time, and the tangled sunbeams had enmeshed her in a golden fretwork. When he saw her standing there in the sun's glamour, which was like a glory upon her, he trembled. He seemed to see her for the first time. He could only look at her, and wonder why her hair gleamed so, as it fell in those thick chestnut waves about her ears and neck. He had looked 1,000 times into her eyes before. Was it only today they held that sleepy, wistful light in them that invites love? How had he not seen it before? Why had he not known before that her lips were red, and cut in fine, strong curves? That her flesh was like cream? How had he not seen that she was beautiful? Euphrasie, he said, taking her hands, Euphrasie, I love you. She looked at him with a little astonishment. Yes, I know, Placide. She spoke with the soft intonation of the Creole. No, you don't, Euphrasie. I didn't know Miss F how much tell just now. Perhaps he did only what was natural when he asked her next if she loved him. He still held her hands. She looked thoughtfully away, unready to answer. Do you love anybody better? He asked jealously. Anyone just as well as me? You know I love Papa better, Placide, and Maman Duplan just as well. Yet she saw no reason why she should not be his wife when he asked her to. Only a few months before this, Euphrasie had returned to live with her father. The step had cut her off from everything that girls of 18 call pleasure. If it cost her one regret, no one could have guessed it. She went often to visit the Duplans, however, and Placide had gone to bring her home from Les Chenilles the very day of Ofdien's arrival at the plantation. They had travelled by rail to Natchitoches, where they found Pierre's no-top buggy awaiting them, for there was a drive of 5 miles to be made through the pine woods before the plantation was reached. When they were at their journey's end, and had driven some distance, up the long plantation road that led to the house in the rear, Euphrasie exclaimed, "Why, there's someone on the Gaulois with Papa, Placide." Yes, I see. It looks like someone from town. It must be Mr. Gus Adams, but I don't see his horse. Ain't no one from town that I know. It's bound to be someone from the city. Oh, Placide, I shouldn't wonder if Harding and Ofdien have sent someone to look after the place at last, she exclaimed a little excitedly. They were near enough to see that the stranger was a young man of very pleasing appearance. Without apparent reason, a chilly depression took hold of Placide. I told you it was no lookout from the furs, Euphrasie, he said to her. For Wallace Ofdien remembered Euphrasie at once as a young person whom he had assisted to a very high perch on his clubhouse balcony the previous Mardi Gras night. He had thought her pretty and attractive then, and for the space of a day or two wondered who she might be. But he had not made even so fleeting an impression upon her, seeing which, He did not refer to any former meeting when Pierre introduced them. She took the chair which he offered her, and asked him very simply when he had come, if his journey had been pleasant, and if he had not found the road from Natchitoches in very good condition. Mr. Ofdien only come since yesterday, Euphrasie interposed Pierre. We been talk plenty bout the place, him and me. I been told him all bout it, vo. And if Mr. Ofdien want to escus me now, I believe I go he aside with that horse and buggy, and he descended the steps slowly, and walked lazily with his bent figure in the direction of the shed beneath which Placide had driven, after depositing Euphrasie at the door. I dare say you find it strange, began Ofdien, that the owners of this place have neglected it so long and shamefully. But you see, he added, smiling, the management of a plantation doesn't enter into the routine of a commission merchant's business. The place has already cost them more than they hope to get from it, and naturally they haven't the wish to sink further money in it. He did not know why he was saying these things to a mere girl, but he went on, I'm authorized to sell the plantation if I can get anything like a reasonable price for it. Euphrasie laughed in a way that made him uncomfortable, and he thought he would say no more at present, not till he knew her better, anyhow. Well, she said in a very decided fashion, I know you'll find one or two persons in town who'll begin by running down the land till you would want it as a gift, Mr. Ofdien, and who will end by offering to take it off your hands for the promise of a song, with the land as security again. They both laughed, and Placide, who was approaching, scowled. But before he reached the steps his instinctive sense of the courtesy due to a stranger had banished the look of ill humor. His bearing was so frank and graceful, and his face such a marvel of beauty, with its dark, rich coloring and soft lines, that the well-clipped and groomed Ofdien felt his astonishment to be more than half admiration when they shook hands. He knew that the Santians had been the former owners of this plantation which he had come to look after, and naturally he expected some sort of cooperation or direct assistance from Placide in his efforts at reconstruction. But Placide proved non-committal, and exhibited an indifference and ignorance concerning the condition of affairs that savored surprisingly of affectation. He had positively nothing to say so long as the talk touched upon matters concerning Ofdien's business there. He was only a little less taciturn when more general topics were approached, and directly after supper he saddled his horse and went away. He would not wait until morning, for the moon would be rising about midnight, and he knew the road as well by night as by day. He knew just where the best fords were across the bayous, and the safest paths across the hills. He knew for a certainty whose plantations he might traverse, and whose fences he might derail. But, for that matter, he would derail what he liked, and cross where he pleased. Euphrasie walked with him to the shed when he went for his horse. She was bewildered at his sudden determination, and wanted it explained. I don't like that man, he admitted frankly, I can't stand him. Send me word when he's gone, Euphrasie. She was patting and rubbing the pony, which knew her well. Only their dim outlines were discernible in the thick darkness. "You are foolish, Placide," she replied in French. "You would do better to stay and help him. No one knows the place so well as you." "The place isn't mine, and it's nothing to me," he answered bitterly. He took her hands and kissed them passionately, but stooping, she pressed her lips upon his forehead. "Oh," he exclaimed rapturously, "you do love me, Euphrasie." His arms were holding her, and his lips brushing her hair and cheeks as they eagerly but ineffectually sought hers. "Of course I love you, Placide. Ain't I going to marry you next spring?" "You foolish boy," she replied, disengaging herself from his clasp. When he was mounted, he stooped to say, "See yeah, Euphrasie, don't have too much to do with that Yankee." "But, Placide, he isn't a Yankee, he's a Southerner, like you, a New Orleans man." "Oh, well, he looks like a Yankee." But Placide laughed, for he was happy since Euphrasie had kissed him, and he whistled softly as he urged his horse to a canter and disappeared in the darkness. The girl stood a while with clasped hands, trying to understand a little sigh that rose in her throat, and that was not one of regret. When she regained the house, she went directly to her room, and left her father talking to Ofdian in the quiet and perfumed night. When 2 weeks had passed, Ofdian felt very much at home with old Pierre and his daughter, and found the business that had called him to the country so engrossing that he had given no thought to those personal questions he had hoped to solve in going there. The old man had driven him around in the no-top buggy to show him how dismantled the fences and barns were. He could see for himself that the house was a constant menace to human life. In the evenings the three would sit out on the gallery and talk of the land and its strong points and its weak ones, till he came to know it as if it had been his own. Of the rickety condition of the cabins he got a fair notion, for he and Euphrasie passed them almost daily on horseback, on their way to the woods. It was seldom that their appearance together did not rouse comment among the darkies who happened to be loitering about. La Chat, a broad black woman with ends of white wool sticking out from under her tignon, stood with arms akimbo watching them as they disappeared one day. Then she turned and said to a young woman who sat in the cabin door, "That young man, if he want to listen to me, he gwine quit that caperin' round Miss Frazier." The young woman in the doorway laughed, and showed her white teeth, and tossed her head, and fingered the blue beads at her throat, in a way to indicate that she was in hearty sympathy with any question that touched upon gallantry. "Law, La Chat, you ain't gwine hinder a gemman from paying intentions to a young lady when he a mind to." "That all I got to say," returned La Chat, seating herself lazily and heavily on the doorstep. "Nobody don know dem Sanchun boys better'n I does. Did I done part raise at you reckon my ha all to plum I that away if it warn't he that Placide at done it. How come he make yo ha to it, La Chat?" "Devment, Rose. Didn't he come in that same cabin one day? When he warn't he no bigger'n that President Hayes at UC's gwine long the road with that cotton sack crossed him. He come and sets down by the do, on that same teary-legged stool at you's a settin' on now, wid his gun in his ban, and he say, "La chat, I wants some croquignoles, and I wants 'em quick, too. I lo, GWFOM da, boy. Don you see I's flute in yo ma's petticoat?" He say, "La chat, put side that flute in I on and that petticoat," and he cock that gun and p'int it to my head. "Bal," he say, "git out that flour, git out that butter and that eggs, step round da, ole o man. Dis he gun don quit yo head tell dem croquignoles is on de table, wid a tablecloth and a cup o' coffee. Ef I goes to de bal, de guns a p'intin'. Ef I goes to de fear, de guns are p'intin'. When I rolls out de dough, de guns a p'intin', and him never say nothin', and me a trimlin' like ole Uncle Noah when de miss I strike him. Lordy! At you reckon he do ef he too en roun and git mad wid that young gemman fom de city? I don reckon nothin', I knows at he gwine do, same at his pa done. At his pa done, la chat. Long bout yo business, you's axin' too many questions. And La Chat arose slowly and went to gather her parti-colored wash that hung drying on the jagged and irregular points of a dilapidated picket fence. But the darkies were mistaken in supposing that Ofdian was paying attention to Euphrasie. Those little jaunts in the wood were purely of a business character. Ofdian had made a contract with a neighboring mill for fencing, in exchange for a certain amount of uncut timber. He had made it his work, with the assistance of Euphrasie, to decide upon what trees he wanted felled, and to mark such for the woodman's axe. If they sometimes forgot what they had gone into the woods for, it was because there was so much to talk about and to laugh about. Often, when Ofdian had blazed a tree with the sharp hatchet which he carried at his pommel, and had further discharged his duty by calling it a fine piece of timber, they would sit upon some fallen and decaying trunk, maybe to listen to a chorus of mockingbirds above their heads, or to exchange confidences, as young people will. Euphrasie thought she had never heard anyone talk quite so pleasantly as Ofdian did. She could not decide whether it was his manner or the tone of his voice, or the earnest glance of his dark and deep-set blue eyes, that gave such meaning to everything he said, for she found herself afterward thinking of his every word. One afternoon it rained in torrents, and Rose was forced to drag buckets and tubs into Ofdian's room to catch the streams that threatened to flood it. Euphrasie said she was glad of it, now he could see for himself. And when he had seen for himself, he went to join her out on a corner of the gallery, where she stood with a cloak around her, close up against the house. He leaned against the house, too, and they stood thus together, gazing upon as desolate a scene as it is easy to imagine. The whole landscape was grey, seen through the driving rain. Far away the dreary cabins seemed to sink and sink to earth in abject misery. Above their heads the live oak branches were beating with sad monotony against the blackened roof. Great pools of water had formed in the yard, which was deserted by every living thing, for the little darkies had scampered away to their cabins, the dogs had run to their kennels, and the hens were puffing big with wretchedness under the scanty shelter of a fallen wagon body. Certainly a situation to make a young man groan with ennui, if he is used to his daily stroll on Canal Street, and pleasant afternoons at the club. But Ofdian thought it delightful. He only wondered that he had never known, or someone had never told him, how charming a place an old, dismantled plantation can be, when it rains. But as well as he liked it, he could not linger there forever. Business called him back to New Orleans, and after a few days he went away. The interest which he felt in the improvement of this plantation was of so deep a nature, however, that he found himself thinking of it constantly. He wondered if the timber had all been felled, and how the fencing was coming on. So great was his desire to know such things that much correspondence was required between himself and Euphrasie, and he watched eagerly for those letters that told him of her trials and vexations with carpenters, bricklayers, and shingle bearers. But in the midst of it, Ofdian suddenly lost interest in the progress of work on the plantation. Singularly enough, it happened simultaneously with the arrival of a letter from Euphrasie which announced in a modest postscript that she was going down to the city with the due plans for Mardi Gras. 6. When Ofdian learned that Euphrasie was coming to New Orleans, he was delighted to think he would have an opportunity to make some return for the hospitality which he had received from her father. He decided at once that she must see everything, day processions and night parades, balls and tableaux, operas and plays. He would arrange for it all, and he went to the length of begging to be relieved of certain duties that had been assigned him at the club, in order that he might feel himself perfectly free to do so. The evening following Euphrasie's arrival, Ofdian hastened to call upon her, away down on Esplanade Street. She and the Duplans were staying there with old Mme Carentel, Mrs. Duplan's mother, a delightfully conservative old lady who had not crossed Canal Street for many years. He found a number of people gathered in the long high-ceiled drawing-room, young people and old people, all talking French, and some talking louder than they would have done if Madame Carentel had not been so very deaf. When Ofdian entered, the old lady was greeting someone who had come in just before him. It was Placide, and she was calling him Gregor, and wanting to know how the crops were up on Red River. She met everyone from the country with this stereotyped inquiry, which placed her at once on the agreeable and easy footing she liked. Somehow Ofdian had not counted on finding Euphrasie so well provided with entertainment, and he spent much of the evening in trying to persuade himself that the fact was a pleasing one in itself. But he wondered why Placide was with her, and sat so persistently beside her, and danced so repeatedly with her when Mrs. Duplan played upon the piano. then he could not see by what right these young Creoles had already arranged for the produce ball, and every other entertainment that he had meant to provide for her. He went away without having had a word alone with the girl whom he had gone to see. The evening had proved a failure. He did not go to the club as usual, but went to his rooms in a mood which inclined him to read a few pages from a Stoic philosopher whom he sometimes affected. But the words of wisdom that had often before helped him over disagreeable places left no impress tonight. They were powerless to banish from his thoughts the look of a pair of brown eyes, or to drown the tones of a girl's voice that kept singing in his soul. Placide was not very well acquainted with the city, but that made no difference to him so long as he was at Euphrasie's side. His brother Hector, who lived in some obscure corner of the town, would willingly have made his knowledge a more intimate one, but Placide did not choose to learn the lessons that Hector was ready to teach. He asked nothing better than to walk with Euphrasie along the streets, holding her parasol at an agreeable angle over her pretty head, or to sit beside her in the evening at the play, sharing her frank delight. When the night of the Mardi Gras ball came, he felt like a lost spirit during the hours he was forced to remain away from her. He stood in the dense crowd on the street gazing up at her, where she sat on the clubhouse balcony amid a bevy of gaily dressed women. It was not easy to distinguish her, but he could think of no more agreeable occupation than to stand down there on the street trying to do so. She seemed during all this pleasant time to be entirely his own, too. It made him very fierce to think of the possibility of her not being entirely his own. But he had no cause whatever to think this. She had grown conscious and thoughtful of late about him and their relationship. She often communed with herself, and as a result tried to act toward him as an engaged girl would toward her fiancé. Yet a wistful look came sometimes into the brown eyes when she walked the streets with Placide, and eagerly scanned the faces of passers-by. Ofdian had written her a note, very studied, very formal, asking to see her a certain day and hour, to consult about matters on the plantation, saying he had found it so difficult to obtain a word with her, that he was forced to adopt this means, which he trusted would not be offensive. This seemed perfectly right to Euphrasie. She agreed to see him one afternoon, the day before leaving town, in the long, stately drawing room, quite alone. It was a sleepy day, too warm for the season. Gusts of moist air were sweeping lazily through the long corridors, rattling the slats of the half-closed green shutters, and bringing a delicious perfume from the courtyard where old Chariot was watering the spreading palms and brilliant parterres. A group of little children had stood a while quarreling noisily under the windows, but had moved on down the street and left quietness reigning. Ofdian had not long to wait before Euphrasie came to him. She had lost some of that ease which had marked her manner during their first acquaintance. Now, when she seated herself before him, she showed a disposition to plunge at once into the subject that had brought him there. He was willing enough that it should play some role, since it had been his pretext for coming, but he soon dismissed it, and with it much restraint that had held him till now, He simply looked into her eyes, with a gaze that made her shiver a little, and began to complain because she was going away next day and he had seen nothing of her, because he had wanted to do so many things when she came. Why had she not let him? "You forget I'm no stranger here," she told him. "I know many people. I've been coming so often with Mme. Duplan. I wanted to see more of you, Mr. Ofdian." "Then you ought to have managed it, you could have done so." It's aggravating," he said, far more bitterly than the subject warranted, "when a man has so set his heart upon something." "But it wasn't anything very important," she interposed, and they both laughed, and got safely over a situation that would soon have been strained, if not critical. Waves of happiness were sweeping through the soul and body of the girl as she sat there in the drowsy afternoon near the man whom she loved. It mattered not what they talked about, or whether they talked at all. They were both scintillant with feeling. If Ofdian had taken Euphrasia's hands in his and leaned forward and kissed her lips, it would have seemed to both only the rational outcome of things that stirred them. But he did not do this. He knew now that overwhelming passion was taking possession of him. He had not to heap more coals upon the fire, on the contrary, it was a moment to put on the brakes, and he was a young gentleman able to do this when circumstances required. However, he held her hand longer than he needed to when he bade her goodbye. For he got entangled in explaining why he should have to go back to the plantation to see how matters stood there, and he dropped her hand only when the rambling speech was ended. He left her sitting by the window in a big brocade armchair. She drew the lace curtain aside to watch him pass in the street. He lifted his hat and smiled when he saw her. Any other man she knew would have done the same thing, but this simple act caused the blood to surge to her cheeks. She let the curtain drop, and sat there like one dreaming. Her eyes, intense with the unnatural light that glowed in them, looked steadily into vacancy, and her lips stayed parted in the half-smile that did not want to leave them. Placide found her thus, a good while afterward, when he came in, full of bustle, with theatre tickets in his pocket for the last night. She started up, and went eagerly to meet him. "Where have you been, Placide?" she asked with unsteady voice, placing her hands on his shoulders with a freedom that was new and strange to him. He appeared to her suddenly as a refuge from something, she did not know what, and she rested her hot cheek against his breast. This made him mad, and he lifted her face and kissed her passionately upon the lips. She crept from his arms after that, and went away to her room, and locked herself in. Her poor little inexperienced soul was torn and sore. She knelt down beside her bed, and sobbed a little and prayed a little. She felt that she had sinned. She did not know exactly in what, but a fine nature warned her that it was in Placide's kiss. 7. The spring came early in Orfil, and so subtly that no one could tell exactly when it began. But one morning the roses were so luscious in Placide's sunny parterres, the peas and bean vines and borders of strawberries so rank in his trim vegetable patches, that he called out lustily, no mo winter, judge, to the state judge Blount, who went ambling by on his grey pony. There's right smart folks don't know it, Santian, responded the judge, with a cult meaning that might be applied to certain indebted clients back on the bayou who had not broken land yet. 10 minutes later the judge observed sententiously, and apropos of nothing, to a group that stood waiting for the post office to open, "I see Santian's got that new fence o' his painted. And a pretty piece o' work it is," he added reflectively. "Look lak Placide going pent mo and a fence," sagaciously snickered Tit Edouard, a strolling maigrequin of indefinite occupation. "I seen him, me, pesterin' wid all kind o' pent on a piece o' body yestiddy. I knows he gwine paint mo and a fence," emphatically announced Uncle Abner, in a tone that carried conviction. "He gwine paint de house, that what he gwine do." "Did en Mas Luke Williams order de paints? And did en I done cure em up dar Miss F?" Seeing the deference with which this positive piece of knowledge was received, the judge coolly changed the subject by announcing that Luke Williams's Durham bull had broken a leg the night before in Luke's new pasture ditch, a piece of news that fell among his hearers with telling, if paralytic effect. But most people wanted to see for themselves these astonishing things that Placide was doing. And the young ladies of the village strolled slowly by of afternoons in couples and arm in arm. If Placide happened to see them, he would leave his work to hand them a fine rose or a bunch of geraniums over the dazzling white fence. But if it chanced to be Tit Edouard or Luke Williams, or any of the young men of Orfil, he pretended not to see them, or to hear the ingratiating cough that accompanied their lingering footsteps. In his eagerness to have his home sweet and attractive for Euphrasie's coming, Placide had gone less frequently than ever before up to Natchitoches. He worked and whistled and sang until the yearning for the girl's presence became a driving need. Then he would put away his tools and mount his horse as the day was closing, and away he would go across bayous and hills and fields until he was with her again. She had never seemed to Placide so lovable as she was then. She had grown more womanly and thoughtful. Her cheek had lost much of its color, and the light in her eyes flashed less often. But her manner had gained a something of pathetic tenderness toward her lover that moved him with an intoxicating happiness. He could hardly wait with patience for that day in early April which would see the fulfillment of his lifelong hopes. After Euphrasie's departure from New Orleans, Ofdian told himself honestly that he loved the girl. But being yet unsettled in life, he felt it was no time to think of marrying, and, like the worldly wise young gentleman that he was, resolved to forget the little Natchitoches girl. He knew it would be an affair of some difficulty, but not an impossible thing, so he set about forgetting her. The effort made him singularly irascible. At the office he was gloomy and taciturn, at the club he was a bear. A few young ladies whom he called upon were astonished and distressed at the cynical views of life which he had so suddenly adopted. When he had endured a week or more of such humor, and inflicted it upon others, he abruptly changed his tactics. He decided not to fight against his love for Euphrasie. He would not marry her, certainly not, but he would let himself love her to his heart's bent, until that love should die a natural death, and not a violent one as he had designed. He abandoned himself completely to his passion, and dreamed of the girl by day and thought of her by night. How delicious had been the scent of her hair, the warmth of her breath, the nearness of her body, that rainy day when they stood close together upon the veranda. He recalled the glance of her honest, beautiful eyes, that told him things which made his heart beat fast now when he thought of them. And then her voice. Was there another like it when she laughed or when she talked? Was there another woman in the world possessed of so alluring a charm as this one he loved? He was not bearish now, with these sweet thoughts crowding his brain and thrilling his blood, but he sighed deeply, and worked languidly, and enjoyed himself listlessly. One day he sat in his room puffing the air thick with sighs and smoke, when a thought came suddenly to him, an inspiration, a very message from heaven, to judge from the cry of joy with which he greeted it. He sent his cigar whirling through the window, over the stone paving of the street, and he let his head fall down upon his arms, folded upon the table. It had happened to him, as it does to many, that the solution of a vexed question flashed upon him when he was hoping least for it. He positively laughed aloud, and somewhat hysterically. In the space of a moment he saw the whole delicious future which a kind fate had mapped out for him, those rich acres upon the Red River his own, bought and embellished with his inheritance, and Euphrasie, whom he loved, his wife and companion throughout a life such as he knew now he had craved for, a life that, imposing bodily activity, admits the intellectual repose in which thought unfolds. Wallace of Dean was like one to whom a divinity had revealed his vocation in life, no less a divinity because it was love. If doubts assailed him of Euphrasie's consent, they were soon stilled. For had they not spoken over and over to each other the mute and subtile language of reciprocal love, out under the forest trees, and in the quiet night time on the plantation when the stars shone? And never so plainly as in the stately old drawing-room down on Esplanade Street. Surely no other speech was needed then, save such as their eyes told. Oh, he knew that she loved him, he was sure of it. The knowledge made him all the more eager now to hasten to her, to tell her that he wanted her for his very own. If of Dean had stopped in Natchitoches on his way to the plantation, he would have heard something there to astonish him, to say the very least, for the whole town was talking of Euphrasie's wedding, which was to take place in a few days. But he did not linger. After securing a horse at the stable, he pushed on with all the speed of which the animal was capable, and only in such company as his eager thoughts afforded him. The plantation was very quiet, with that stillness which broods over broad, clean acres that furnish no refuge for so much as a bird that sings. The negroes were scattered about the fields at work, with hoe and plough, under the sun, and old Pierre, on his horse, was far off in the midst of them. Placide had arrived in the morning, after traveling all night, and had gone to his room for an hour or two of rest. He had drawn the lounge close up to the window to get what air he might through the closed shutters. He was just beginning to doze when he heard Euphrasie's light footsteps approaching. She stopped and seated herself so near that he could have touched her if he had but reached out his hand. Her nearness banished all desire to sleep, and he lay there content to rest his limbs and think of her. The portion of the gallery on which Euphrasie sat was facing the river, and away from the road by which Ofdian had reached the house. After fastening his horse, he mounted the steps, and traversed the broad hall that intersected the house from end to end, and that was open wide. He found Euphrasie engaged upon a piece of sewing. She was hardly aware of his presence before he had seated himself beside her. She could not speak. She only looked at him with frightened eyes, as if his presence were that of some disembodied spirit. "Are you not glad that I have come?" he asked her. "Have I made a mistake in coming?" He was gazing into her eyes, seeking to read the meaning of their new and strange expression. "Am I glad?" she faltered. "I don't know. What has that to do? You've come to see the work, of course. It's only half done, Mr. Ofdian. They would listen to me or to Papa, and you didn't seem to care." "I haven't come to see the work," he said, with a smile of love and confidence. "I am here only to see you, to say how much I want you, and need you, to tell you how I love you." She rose, half choking with words she could not utter. But he seized her hands and held her there. "The plantation is mine, Euphrasie, or it will be when you say that you will be my wife," he went on excitedly. "I know that you love me." "I do not," she exclaimed wildly. "What do you mean? How do you dare?" she gasped, "to say such things? When you know that in 2 days I shall be married to Placide." The last was said in a whisper. It was like a wail. "Married to Placide," he echoed, as if striving to understand, to grasp some part of his own stupendous folly and blindness. "I knew nothing of it," he said hoarsely. "Married to Placide. I would never have spoken to you as I did, if I had known. You believe me, I hope. Please say that you forgive me." He spoke with long silences between his utterances. "Oh, there isn't anything to forgive. You've only made a mistake. Please leave me, Mr. Ofdian. Papa is out in the field, I think, if you would like to speak with him. Placide is somewhere on the place. I shall mount my horse and go see what work has been done," said Ofdian, rising. An unusual pallor had overspread his face, and his mouth was drawn with suppressed pain. "I must turn my fool's errand to some practical good," he added, with a sad attempt at playfulness, and with no further word he walked quickly away. She listened to his going. Then all the wretchedness of the past months, together with the sharp distress of the moment, voiced itself in a sob. "Oh God, oh my God, help me." But she could not stay out there in the broad day for any chance comer to look upon her uncovered sorrow. Placide heard her rise and go to her room. When he had heard the key turn in the lock, he got up, and with quiet deliberation prepared to go out. He drew on his boots, then his coat. He took his pistol from the dressing bureau, where he had placed it a while before, and after examining its chambers carefully, thrust it into his pocket. He had certain work to do with the weapon before night. But for Euphrasie's presence he might have accomplished it very surely a moment ago, when the hound, as he called him, stood outside his window. He did not wish her to know anything of his movements, and he left his room as quietly as possible, and mounted his horse, as Ofdian had done. La Chat called Placide to the old woman, who stood in her yard at the wash-tub. "Which way did that man go?" "At man that. I is en studyin' 'bout no mans, I got 'nuff to do wid dis he washin'. For God, I don't know at man you's talking 'bout, La Chat. Which way did that man go? Quick, now," with the deliberate tone and glance that had always quelled her. "Fus talking 'bout that New Orleans man, I coulda tole you that. He done tucked a road to de cocoa patch," plunging her black arms into the tub with unnecessary energy and disturbance. "That's enough. I know now he's gone into the woods. You always was a liar, La Chat." "That his own lookout," de smooth-tongued rascal soliloquized the woman a moment later. "I done said he didn't have no call to come he, caperin' round Miss Frazier." Placide was possessed by only one thought, which was a want as well, to put an end to this man who had come between him and his love. It was the same brute passion that drives the beast to slay when he sees the object of his own desire laid hold of by another. He had heard Euphrasie tell the man she did not love him, but what of that? Had he not heard her sobs, and guessed what her distress was? It needed no very flexible mind to guess as much, when 100 signs besides, unheeded before, came surging to his memory. Jealousy held him, and rage and despair. Ofdian, as he rode along under the trees in apathetic despondency, heard someone approaching him on horseback, and turned aside to make room in the narrow pathway. It was not a moment for punctilious scruples, and Placide had not been hindered by such from sending a bullet into the back of his rival. The only thing that stayed him was that Ofdian must know why he had to die. "Mr. Ofdian," Placide said, reining his horse with one hand, while he held his pistol openly in the other, "I was in my room ill ago, and ye at you said to Euphrasie. I woulda killed you then if she had been longside o' you. I coulda killed you just now when I come up behin' you." "Well, why didn't you?" asked Ofdian, meanwhile gathering his faculties to think how he had best deal with this madman. "Because I wanted you to know who done it, and what he done it for. Mr. Santian, I suppose to a person in your frame of mind it will make no difference to know that I'm unarmed. But if you make any attempt upon my life, I shall certainly defend myself as best I can." "Defend yourself, then? You must be mad," said Ofdian, quickly, and looking straight into Placide's eyes. to want to soil your happiness with murder. I thought a Creole knew better than that how to love a woman. Bye. Are you going to learn me how to love a woman? No, Placide said Ofdian eagerly, as they rode slowly along, your own honor is going to tell you that. The way to love a woman is to think first of her happiness. If you love Euphrasie, you must go to her clean. I love her myself enough to want you to do that. I shall leave this place tomorrow, you will never see me again if I can help it. Isn't that enough for you? I'm going to turn here and leave you. Shoot me in the back if you like, but I know you won't. And Ofdian held out his hand. I don't want to shake hands with you, said Placide sulkily. Go away from me. He stayed motionless watching Ofdian ride away. He looked at the pistol in his hand, and replaced it slowly in his pocket. Then he removed the broad felt hat which he wore, and wiped away the moisture that had gathered upon his forehead. Ofdian's words had touched some chord within him and made it vibrant, but they made him hate the man no less. The way to love a woman is to think first of her happiness, he muttered reflectively. He thought a Creole knew how to love. Does he reckon he's going to learn a Creole how to love? His face was white and set with despair now. The rage had all left it as he rode deeper on into the wood. 9 Ofdian rose early, wishing to take the morning train to the city. But he was not before Euphrasie, whom he found in the large hall arranging the breakfast table. Old Pierre was there too, walking slowly about with hands folded behind him, and with bowed head. A restraint hung upon all of them, and the girl turned to her father and asked him if Placide were up, seemingly for want of something to say. The old man fell heavily into a chair, and gazed upon her in the deepest distress. Oh, my Polila Euphrasie! My Polila Chili! Mr. Ofdian, you ain't no stranger. Bon Bayou! Papa, cried the girl sharply, seized with a vague terror. She quitted her occupation at the table, and stood in nervous apprehension of what might follow. I had people say Placide was one no-count Creole. I never want to believe that, me. Now I know that's true. Mr. Ofdian, you ain't no stranger, you. Ofdian was gazing upon the old man in amazement. In the night, Pierre continued, I had some noise on the window. I go open, and dear Placide, standing with his big boot on, and his whipw at he knocked wid on the window, and his horse all saddle. Oh, my Polila Chili. He say, Pierre, I had say Mr. Luke William want his house pent down in Orville. I reckon I go git the job before somebody else take it. I say, you come straight back, Placide. He say, don't look for me. And when I ax him at I going tell to my Leela Chili, he say, tell Euphrasie Placide no better an anybody living at going make her happy. And he start way, den he come back and say, tell that man, I don't know who he was talk bout, tell him he ain't going learn nothin' to a Creole. Mon Bayou. Mon Bayou. I don't know at all that mean. He was holding the half-fainting Euphrasie in his arms, and stroking her hair. I always yad say he was one no-count Creole. I never want to believe that. Don't say that again, Papa, she whisperingly entreated, speaking in French. Placide has saved me. He has saved you FOMW at, Euphrasie, asked her father, in dazed astonishment. From sin, she replied to him under her breath. I don't know at all that mean, the old man muttered, bewildered, as he arose and walked out on the gallery. Ofdian had taken coffee in his room, and would not wait for breakfast. When he went to bid Euphrasie goodbye, she sat beside the table with her head bowed upon her arm. He took her hand and said goodbye to her, but she did not look up. Euphrasie, he asked eagerly, I may come back? Say that I may, after a while. She gave him no answer, and he leaned down and pressed his cheek caressingly and entreatingly against her soft thick hair. May I, Euphrasie, he begged. So long as you do not tell me no, I shall come back, dearest one. She still made him no reply, but she did not tell him no. So he kissed her hand and her cheek, what he could touch of it, that peeped out from her folded arm, and went away. An hour later, when Ofdian passed through Natchitoches, the old town was already ringing with the startling news that Placide had been dismissed by his fiancée, and the wedding was off, information which the young Creole was taking the trouble to scatter broadcast as he went in and out of old Natchitoches. Precisely at 8 o'clock every morning except Saturdays and Sundays, Mademoiselle Suzanne Saint Denis Godolph would cross the railroad trestle that spanned Bayou Boisbory. She might have crossed in the flat which Mr. Alphonse Labelliere kept for his own convenience, but the method was slow and unreliable, so, every morning at 8, Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph crossed the trestle. She taught public school in a picturesque little white frame structure that stood upon Mr. Labelliere's land, and hung upon the very brink of the bayou. Labelliere himself was comparatively a newcomer in the parish. It was barely 6 months since he decided one day to leave the sugar and rice to his brother Alcée, who had a talent for their cultivation, and to try his hand at cotton planting. That was why he was up in Natchitoches parish on a piece of rich, high, Cane River land, knocking into shape a tumble-down plantation that he had bought for next to nothing. He had often during his perambulations observed the trim, graceful figure stepping cautiously over the ties, and had sometimes shivered for its safety. He always exchanged a greeting with the girl, and once threw a plank over a muddy pool for her to step upon. He caught but glimpses of her features, for she wore an enormous sunbonnet to shield her complexion, that seemed marvelously fair, while loosely fitting leather gloves protected her hands. He knew she was the school teacher, and also that she was the daughter of that very pig-headed old Madame Saint Denis Godolph who was hoarding her barren acres across the bayou as a miser hoards gold. Starving over them, some people said. But that was nonsense. Nobody starves on a Louisiana plantation, unless it be with suicidal intent. These things he knew, but he did not know why Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph always answered his salutation with an air of chilling hauteur that would easily have paralysed a less sanguine man. The reason was that Suzanne, like everyone else, had heard the stories that were going the rounds about him. People said he was entirely too much at home with the free mulattoes. 1. It seems a dreadful thing to say, and it would be a shocking thing to think of a Labelliere, but it was true. When Labelliere took possession of his land, he found the plantation house occupied by one Guestin and his swarming family. It was past reckoning how long the free mulatto and his people had been there. The house was a 6-room, long, shambling affair, shrinking together from decrepitude. There was not an entire pane of glass in the structure, and the turkey-red curtains flapped in and out of the broken apertures. But there is no need to dwell upon details. It was wholly unfit to serve as a civilized human habitation, and Alphonse Labelliere would no sooner have disturbed its contented occupants than he would have scattered a family of partridges nesting in a corner of his field. He established himself with a few belongings in the best cabin he could find on the place, and, without further ado, proceeded to supervise the building of house, of gin, of this, that, and the other, and to look into the 100 details that go to set a neglected plantation in good working order. He took his meals at the Free Mulattoes, quite apart from the family, of course, and they attended, not too skillfully, to his few domestic wants. Some loafer whom he had snubbed remarked one day in town that Labelliere had more use for a free mulatto than he had for a white man. It was a sort of catching thing to say, and suggestive, and was repeated with the inevitable embellishments. One morning when Labelliere sat eating his solitary breakfast, and being waited upon by the queenly Madame Guestin and a brace of her weazened boys, Guestin himself came into the room. He was about half the size of his wife, puny and timid. He stood beside the table, twirling his felt hat aimlessly and balancing himself insecurely on his high-pointed boot heels. "Mr. Labelliere," he said, "I reckon I tell you, it's better you git shadow me en my fambly. Jes like you want, yas." "What in the name of common sense are you talking about?" asked Labelliere, looking up abstractedly from his New Orleans paper. Guestin wriggled uncomfortably. "It's heap o' story going round 'bout you, if you won't believe me." And he snickered and looked at his wife, who thrust the end of her shawl into her mouth and walked from the room with a tread like the Empress Eugenie's, in that elegant woman's palmiest days. "Stories," echoed Labelliere, his face the picture of astonishment. "Who, where, what stories? Yon in town en all about. It's heap o' tale going round, yas. They say how come you mighty fon o mulatta. You done shashiate wid de mulatta down yon on de sugar plantation, tell you can't rest lessen its mulatta round you." Labelliere had a distressingly quick temper. His fist, which was a strong one, came down upon the wobbling table with a crash that sent half of Madame Guestin's crockery bouncing and crashing to the floor. He swore an oath that sent Madame Giestin and her father and grandmother, who were all listening in the next room, into suppressed convulsions of mirth. Oh, ho! So I'm not to associate with whom I please in Natchitoches parish. We'll see about that. Draw up your chair, Giestin. Call your wife and your grandmother and the rest of the tribe, and we'll breakfast together. By thunder! If I want to hobnob with mulattoes, or Negroes or Choctaw Indians or South Sea savages, whose business is it but my own? I don't know, me. It's just like I tell you. Mr. Labelliere and Giestin selected a huge key from an assortment that hung against the wall, and left the room. A half-hour later, Labelliere had not yet recovered his senses. He appeared suddenly at the door of the schoolhouse, holding by the shoulder one of Giestin's boys. Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph stood at the opposite extremity of the room. Her sunbonnet hung upon the wall, now, so Labelliere could have seen how charming she was, had he not at the moment been blinded by stupidity. Her blue eyes that were fringed with dark lashes reflected astonishment at seeing him there. Her hair was dark like her lashes, and waved softly about her smooth, white forehead. Mademoiselle, began Labelliere at once, I have taken the liberty of bringing a new pupil to you. Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph paled suddenly and her voice was unsteady when she replied, You are too considerate, monsieur. Will you be so kind to give me the name of the scholar whom you desire to introduce into this school? She knew it as well as he. What's your name, youngster? Out with it, cried Labelliere, striving to shake the little free mulatto into speech, but he stayed as dumb as a mummy. His name is André Giestin. You know him. He is the son, then, monsieur, she interrupted. Permit me to remind you that you have made a SEIOU's mistake. This is not a school conducted for the education of the colored population. You will have to go elsewhere with your protege. I shall leave my protege right here, mademoiselle, and I trust you'll give him the same kind attention you seem to accord to the others, saying which Labelliere bowed himself out of her presence. The little Giestin, left to his own devices, took only the time to give a quick, wary glance round the room, and the next instant he bounded through the open door, as the nimblest of four-footed creatures might have done. Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph conducted school during the hours that remained, with a deliberate calmness that would have seemed ominous to her pupils, had they been better versed in the ways of young women. When the hour for dismissal came, she rapped upon the table to demand attention. Children, she began, assuming a resigned and dignified mien, you all have been witness today of the insult that has been offered to your teacher by the person upon whose land this schoolhouse stands. I have nothing further to say on that subject. I only shall add that tomorrow your teacher shall send the key of this schoolhouse, together with her resignation, to the gentlemen who compose the school body. There followed visible disturbance among the young people. I catch that Leela latter, I make him see sight, yas, screamed one. Nothing of the kind, Mathurin, you muse, take no such step, if only out of consideration for my wishes. The person who has offered the affront I consider beneath my notice. Andre, on the other hand, is a chilly of good impulse, and by no means to blame. As you all perceive, he has shown more taste and judgment than those above him, from whom we might have expected good breeding, at least. She kissed them all, the little boys and the little girls, and had a kind word for each. Itoi, mon petit Numa, j'espqun autre, she could not finish the sentence, for little Numa, her favorite, to whom she had never been able to impart the first word of English, was blubbering at a turn of affairs which he had only miserably guessed at. She locked the schoolhouse door and walked away towards the bridge. By the time she reached it, the little Cadians had already disappeared like rabbits, down the road and through and over the fences. Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph did not cross the trestle the following day, nor the next nor the next. Labelliere watched for her, for his big heart was already sore and filled with shame. But more, it stung him with remorse to realize that he had been the stupid instrument in taking the bread, as it were, from the mouth of Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph. He recalled how unflinchingly and haughtily her blue eyes had challenged his own. Her sweetness and charm came back to him, and he dwelt upon them and exaggerated them, till no Venus, so far unearthed, could in any way approach Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph. He would have liked to exterminate the Guestin family, from the great-grandmother down to the babe unborn. Perhaps Guestin suspected this unfavorable attitude, for one morning he piled his whole family and all his effects into wagons, and went away, over into that part of the parish known as l'Isle des Mulettes. Labelliere's really chivalrous nature told him, beside, that he owed an apology, at least, to the young lady who had taken his whim so seriously. So he crossed the bayou one day and penetrated into the wilds where Madame Saint Denis Godolph ruled. An alluring little romance formed in his mind as he went. He fancied how easily it might follow the apology. He was almost in love with Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph when he quitted his plantation. By the time he had reached hers, he was wholly so. He was met by Madame Mere, a sweet-eyed, faded woman, upon whom old age had fallen too hurriedly to completely efface all traces of youth. But the house was old beyond question. Decay had eaten slowly to the heart of it during the hours, the days, and years that it had been standing. "I have come to see your daughter," Madame began Labelliere, all too bluntly, for there is no denying he was blunt. "Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph is not presently at home, sir," Madame replied. "She is at the time in New Orleans. She fills there a place of high truce and employment, Monsieur Labelliere." When Suzanne had ever thought of New Orleans, it was always in connection with Hector Santillan, because he was the only soul she knew who dwelt there. He had had no share in obtaining for her the position she had secured with one of the leading dry goods firms, yet it was to him she addressed herself when her arrangements to leave home were completed. He did not wait for her train to reach the city, but crossed the river and met her at Gretna. The first thing he did was to kiss her, as he had done 8 years before when he left Natchitoches parish. An hour later he would no more have thought of kissing Suzanne than he would have tendered an embrace to the Empress of China. For by that time he had realized that she was no longer 12 nor he 24. She could hardly believe the man who met her to be the Hector of old. His black hair was dashed with grey on the temples, he wore a short, parted beard and a small moustache that curled. From the crown of his glossy silk hat down to his trim legated feet, his attire was faultless. Suzanne knew her Natchitoches, and she had been to Shreveport and even penetrated as far as Marshall, Texas, but in all her travels she had never met a man to equal Hector in the elegance of his mien. They entered a cab, and seemed to drive for an interminable time through the streets, mostly over cobblestones that rendered conversation difficult. Nevertheless he talked incessantly, while she peered from the windows to catch what glimpses she could, through the night, of that New Orleans of which she had heard so much. The sounds were bewildering, so were the lights, that were uneven, too, serving to make the patches of alternating gloom more mysterious. She had not thought of asking him where he was taking her. And it was only after they crossed Canal and had penetrated some distance into Royal Street, that he told her. He was taking her to a friend of his, the dearest little woman in town. That was Maman Chopin, who was going to board and lodge her for a ridiculously small consideration. Maman Chopin lived within comfortable walking distance of Canal Street, on one of those narrow, intersecting streets between Royal and Chartres. Her house was a tiny, single-story one, with overhanging gable, heavily shuttered door and windows and 3 wooden steps leading down to the banquette. A small garden flanked it on one side, quite screened from outside view by a high fence, over which appeared the tops of orange trees and other luxuriant shrubbery. She was waiting for them, a lovable, fresh-looking, white-haired, black-eyed, small, fat little body, dressed all in black. She understood no English, which made no difference. Suzanne and Hector spoke but French to each other. Hector did not tarry a moment longer than was needed to place his young friend and charge in the older woman's care. He would not even stay to take a bite of supper with them. Maman Chopin watched him as he hurried down the steps and out into the gloom. Then she said to Suzanne, "That man is an angel, mademoiselle, un ange du bon Dieu." Women, my dear Maman Chopin, you know how it is with me in regard to women. I have drawn a circle round my heart, so, at pretty long range, mind you, and there is not one who gets through it, or over it or under it. Blague, laughed Maman Chopin, replenishing her glass from the bottle of Sauterne. It was Sunday morning. They were breakfasting together on the pleasant side gallery that led by a single step down to the garden. Hector came every Sunday morning, an hour or so before noon, to breakfast with them. He always brought a bottle of Sauterne, a pate, or a mess of artichokes or some tempting bit of charcuterie. Sometimes he had to wait till the 2 women returned from hearing Mass at the cathedral. He did not go to Mass himself. They were both making a novena on that account, and had even gone to the expense of burning a round dozen of candles before the good Saint Joseph, for his conversion. When Hector accidentally discovered the fact, he offered to pay for the candles, and was distressed at not being permitted to do so. Suzanne had been in the city more than a month. It was already the close of February, and the air was flower-scented, moist, and deliciously mild. As I said, women, my dear Maman Chopin, let us hear no more about women, cried Suzanne, impatiently. Cher maître. But Hector can be tiresome when he wants talk, to say what in the end. Quite right, my cousin, when I might have been saying how charming you are this morning. But don't think that I haven't noticed it. And he looked at her with a deliberation that quite unsettled her. She took a letter from her pocket and handed it to him. Here, read all the nice things Mama has to say of you, and the love messages she sends to you. He accepted the several closely written sheets from her and began to look over them. Ah, la bonne tante, he laughed, when he came to the tender passages that referred to himself. He had pushed aside the glass of wine that he had only partly filled at the beginning of breakfast and that he had scarcely touched. Maman Chopin again replenished her own. She also lighted a cigarette. So did Suzanne, who was learning to smoke. Hector did not smoke, he did not use tobacco in any form, he always said to those who offered him cigars. Suzanne rested her elbows on the table, adjusted the ruffles about her wrists, puffed awkwardly at her cigarette that kept going out, and hummed the Kyrie eleison that she had heard so beautifully rendered an hour before at the cathedral, while she gazed off into the green depths of the garden. Maman Chopin slipped a little silver medal toward her, accompanying the action with a pantomime that Suzanne readily understood. She, in turn, secretly and adroitly transferred the medal to Hector's coat pocket. He noticed the action plainly enough, but pretended not to. Natchitoches hasn't changed, he commented. The everlasting can-cans. When will they have done with them? This isn't little Athena's Mitch, getting married. Sapristi. But it makes one old. And old Papa Jean-Pierre only dead now. I thought he was out of purgatory 5 years ago. And who is this Labelliere? One of the Labellieres of St. James. St. James, mon cher. Monsieur Alphonse Labelliere, an aristocrat from the Golden Coast. But it is a history, if you will believe me. Figures vows, Maman Chopin, pensez donc, mon ami, and with much dramatic fire, during which the cigarette went irrevocably out, she proceeded to narrate her experiences with Labelliere. Impossible, exclaimed Hector when the climax was reached, but his indignation was not so patent as she would have liked it to be. And to think of an affront like that going unpunished, was Maman Chopin's more sympathetic comment. Oh, the scholars were only too ready to offer violence to poor little André, but that, you can understand, I would not permit. And now, Here is Mamma gone completely over to him, entrapped, God only knows how. Yes, agreed Hector, I see he has been sending her tamales and boudin blanc. Boudin blanc, my friend. If it were only that. But I have a stack of letters, so high, I could show them to you, singing of Labelliere, enough to drive one distracted. He visits her constantly. He is a man of attainment, she says, a man of courage, a man of heart, and the best of company. He has sent her a bunch of fat robins as big as a tub. There is something in that, a good deal in that, Mignon piped Maman Chopin, approvingly. And now boudin blanc. And she tells me it is the duty of a Christian to forgive. Ah, no, it's no use, Mamma's ways are past finding out. Suzanne was never in Hector's company elsewhere than at Maman Chopin's. Beside the Sunday visit, he looked in upon them sometimes at dusk, to chat for a moment or two. He often treated them to theatre tickets, and even to the opera, when business was brisk. Business meant a little notebook that he carried in his pocket, in which he sometimes dotted down orders from the country people for wine, that he sold on commission. The women always went together, unaccompanied by any male escort, trotting along, arm in arm, and brimming with enjoyment. That same Sunday afternoon Hector walked with them a short distance when they were on their way to Vespers. The three walking abreast almost occupied the narrow width of the banquette. A gentleman who had just stepped out of the Hotel Royal stood aside to better enable them to pass. He lifted his hat to Suzanne, and cast a quick glance, that pictured stupefaction and wrath, upon Hector. "It's he," exclaimed the girl, melodramatically seizing Maman Chopin's arm. "Who, he? Labelliere?" "No." "Yes." "A handsome fellow, all the same," nodded the little lady, approvingly. Hector thought so too. The conversation again turned upon Labelliere, and so continued till they reached the side door of the cathedral, where the young man left his two companions. In the evening Labelliere called upon Suzanne. Maman Chopin closed the front door carefully after he entered the small parlor, and opened the side one that looked into the privacy of the garden. Then she lighted the lamp and retired, just as Suzanne entered. The girl bowed a little stiffly, if it may be said that she did anything stiffly. "Monsieur Labelliere." That was all she said. "Mademoiselle Saint Denis Godolph," and that was all he said. But ceremony did not sit easily upon him. "Mademoiselle," he began, as soon as seated, "I am here as the bearer of a message from your mother. You must understand that otherwise I would not be here." "I do understand, sir, that you and Maman have become very warm friends during my absence," she returned, in measured, conventional tones. "It pleases me immensely to hear that from you," he responded, warmly, "to believe that Madame Saint Denis Godolph is my friend." Suzanne coughed more affectedly than was quite nice, and patted her glossy braids. "The message, if you please, Mr. Labelliere." to be sure pulling himself together from the momentary abstraction into which he had fallen in contemplating her. "Well, it's just this, your mother, you must know, has been good enough to sell me a fine bit of land, a deep strip along the Bayou. Impossible. Mise. At sorcery did you use to obtain such a thing of my mother, Mr. Labelliere? Land that has been in the Saint Denis Godolph family since time untold." "No sorcery whatever, mademoiselle, only an appeal to your mother's intelligence and common sense, and she is well supplied with both. She wishes me to say, further, that she desires your presence very urgently and your immediate return home." "My mother is unduly impatient," surely replied Suzanne, with chilling politeness. "May I ask, mademoiselle," he broke in, with an abruptness that was startling, "the name of the man with whom you were walking this afternoon?" She looked at him with unaffected astonishment, and told him, "I hardly understand your question." "That gentleman is Mr. Hector Santian, of one of the first families of Natchitoches, a warm Olay friend and far distant relative of mine." "Oh, that's his name, is it, Hector Santian? Well, please don't walk on the New Orleans streets again with Mr. Hector Santian. Your remarks would be insulting if they were not so highly amusing, Mr. Labelliere. I beg your pardon if I am insulting, and I have no desire to be amusing." And then Labelliere lost his head. "You are at liberty to walk the streets with whom you please, of course," he blurted, with ill-suppressed passion, "but if I encounter Mr. Hector Santian in your company again, in public, I shall wring his neck, then and there, as I would a chicken. I shall break every bone in his body." Suzanne had arisen. "You have said enough, sir. I even desire no explanation of your words." "I didn't intend to explain them," he retorted, stung by the insinuation. "You will excuse me further," she requested icily, motioning to retire. "Not till, oh, not till you have forgiven me," he cried impulsively, barring her exit, for repentance had come swiftly this time. But she did not forgive him. "I can wait," she said. Then he stepped aside and she passed by him without a second glance. She sent word to Hector the following day to come to her. And when he was there, in the late afternoon, they walked together to the end of the vine-sheltered gallery, where the air was redolent with the odor of spring blossoms. "Hector," she began, after a while, "someone has told me I should not be seen upon the streets of New Orleans with you." He was trimming a long rose stem with his sharp penknife. He did not stop nor start, nor look embarrassed, nor anything of the sort. "Indeed," he said. "But, you know," she went on, "if the saints came down from heaven to tell me there was a reason for it, I couldn't believe them." "You wouldn't believe them, ma petite Suzanne." He was getting all the thorns off nicely, and stripping away the heavy lower leaves. "I want you to look me in the face, Hector, and tell me if there is any reason." He snapped the knife blade and replaced the knife in his pocket. Then he looked in her eyes, so unflinchingly, that she hoped and believed it presaged a confession of innocence that she would gladly have accepted. But he said indifferently, "Yes, there are reasons. Then I say there are not, she exclaimed excitedly. You are amusing yourself, laughing at me, as you always do. There are no reasons that I will hear or believe. You will walk the streets with me, will you not, Hector, she entreated, and go to church with me on Sunday, and, oh, it's nonsense for you to say things like that. He held the rose by its long, hardy stem, and swept it lightly and caressingly across her forehead, along her cheek, and over her pretty mouth and chin, as a lover might have done with his lips. He noticed how the red rose left a crimson stain behind it. She had been standing, but now she sank upon the bench that was there, and buried her face in her palms. A slight convulsive movement of the muscles indicated a suppressed sob. Ah, Suzanne, Suzanne, you are not going to make yourself unhappy about a bonnet reine like me. Come, look at me, tell me that you are not. He drew her hands down from her face, and held them a while, bidding her goodbye. His own face wore the quizzical look it often did, as if he were laughing at her. That work at the store is telling on your nerves, Mignon. Promise me that you will go back to the country. That will be best. Oh, yes, I am going back home, Hector. That is right, little cousin, and he patted her hands kindly, and laid them both down gently into her lap. He did not return, neither during the week nor the following Sunday. Then Suzanne told Maman Chopin she was going home. The girl was not too deeply in love with Hector, but imagination counts for something, and so does youth. Labelliere was on the train with her. She felt, somehow, that he would be. And yet she did not dream that he had watched and waited for her each morning since he parted from her. He went to her without preliminary of manner or speech, and held out his hand. She extended her own unhesitatingly. She could not understand why, and she was a little too weary to strive to do so. It seemed as though the sheer force of his will would carry him to the goal of his wishes. He did not weary her with attentions during the time they were together. He sat apart from her, conversing for the most time with friends and acquaintances who belonged in the sugar district through which they traveled in the early part of the day. She wondered why he had ever left that section to go up into Natchitoches. Then she wondered if he did not mean to speak to her at all. As if he had read the thought, he went and sat down beside her. He showed her, away off across the country, where his mother lived, and his brother Alcée, and his cousin Clarisse. On Sunday morning, when Maman Chopin strove to sound the depth of Hector's feeling for Suzanne, he told her again, "Women, my dear Maman Chopin, you know how it is with me in regard to women," and he refilled her glass from the bottle of Sauterne. Farceur, and Maman Chopin laughed, and her fat shoulders quivered under the white volant she wore. A day or two later, Hector was walking down Canal Street at 4 in the afternoon. He might have posed, as he was, for a fashion plate. He looked not to the right nor to the left, not even at the women who passed by. Some of them turned to look at him. When he approached the corner of Royal, A young man who stood there nudged his companion. "You know who that is," he said, indicating Hector. "No, who?" "Well, you are an innocent." "Why, that's Ruston, the most notorious gambler in New Orleans." 1. A term still applied in Louisiana to mulattoes who were never in slavery, and whose families in most instances were themselves slave owners. In Sabine, the sight of a human habitation, even if it was a rude log cabin with a mud chimney at one end, was a very gratifying one to Gregoire. He had come out of Natchitoches Parish, and had been riding a great part of the day through the big lonesome parish of Sabine. He was not following the regular Texas road, but, led by his erratic fancy, was pushing toward the Sabine River by circuitous paths through the rolling pine forests. As he approached the cabin in the clearing, he discerned behind a palisade of pine saplings an old Negro man chopping wood. "Howdy, Uncle," called out the young fellow, reining his horse. The Negro looked up in blank amazement at so unexpected an apparition, but he only answered, "How you do, sir," accompanying his speech by a series of polite nods. "Who lives here?" "Hit's Mars Bud Aiken W. at live he, sir." "Well, if Mr. Bud Aiken can afford to hire a man to chop his wood, I reckon he won't grudge me a bite o' supper and a couple hours rest on his gola. Why, W at you say, ole man?" "I say dit Mars Bud Aiken don't hires me to chop wood. Ef I don't chop dis his wife got it to do. That I chops wood, sir. Go right long in, sir, you gee me fine Mars Bud some else roun', ef he ain't drunk and gone to bed." Gregoire, glad to stretch his legs, dismounted, and led his horse into the small enclosure which surrounded the cabin. An unkempt, vicious-looking little Texas pony stopped nibbling the stubble there to look maliciously at him and his fine sleek horse, as they passed by. Back of the hut, and running plumb up against the pine wood, was a small, ragged specimen of a cotton field. Gregoire was rather undersized, with a square, well-knit figure, upon which his clothes sat well and easily. His corduroy trousers were thrust into the legs of his boots, he wore a blue flannel shirt, his coat was thrown across the saddle. In his keen black eyes had come a puzzled expression, and he tugged thoughtfully at the brown mustache that lightly shaded his upper lip. He was trying to recall when and under what circumstances he had before heard the name of Bud Aiken. But Bud Aiken himself saved Gregoire the trouble of further speculation on the subject. He appeared suddenly in the small doorway, which his big body quite filled, and then Gregoire remembered. This was the disreputable so-called Texan who a year ago had run away with and married Baptiste Chopin's pretty daughter, Tite Rayner, yonder on Bayou Pierre, in Natchitoches Parish. A vivid picture of the girl as he remembered her appeared to him, her trim rounded figure, her piquant face with its saucy black coquettish eyes, her little exacting, imperious ways that had obtained for her the nickname of Tite Rayner, Little Queen. Gregoire had known her at the Cadian balls that he sometimes had the hardihood to attend. These pleasing recollections of tight Raina lent a warmth that might otherwise have been lacking to Gregor's manner, when he greeted her husband. "I hope I find you well, Mr. Aiken," he exclaimed cordially, as he approached and extended his hand. "You find me damn poorly, sir, but you've got the better o' me, if I may so say." He was a big good-looking brute, with a straw-colored horseshoe moustache quite concealing his mouth, and a several days' growth of stubble on his rugged face. He was fond of reiterating that women's admiration had wrecked his life, quite forgetting to mention the early and sustained influence of Pike's Magnolia and other brands, and wholly ignoring certain inborn propensities capable of wrecking unaided any ordinary existence. He had been lying down, and looked frowsy and half asleep. "If I may so say, you've got the better o' me, Mr. Santian, Gregor Santian. I have the pleasure o' knowing the lady you married, sir, and I think I met you before, some where o' nother," Gregor added vaguely. "Oh," drawled Aiken, waking up, "one o' them Red River Sanchans," and his face brightened at the prospect before him of enjoying the society of one of the Santian boys. "Mortimer," he called in ringing chest tones worthy a commander at the head of his troop. The Negro had rested his axe and appeared to be listening to their talk, though he was too far to hear what they said. "Mortimer, come along here and take my friend Mr. Sanchan's horse. Git a move thar, git a move." Then turning toward the entrance of the cabin he called back through the open door, "Rain." It was his way of pronouncing tight Raina's name. "Rain," he cried again peremptorily, and turning to Gregor, "she's tendin' to some or other housekeeping truck." Tight Raina was back in the yard feeding the solitary pig which they owned, and which Aiken had mysteriously driven up a few days before, saying he had bought it at Many. Gregor could hear her calling out as she approached, "I'm coming, bud." "Here I come." "What you want, bud?" breathlessly, as she appeared in the door frame and looked out upon the narrow sloping gallery where stood the two men. She seemed to Gregor to have changed a good deal. She was thinner, and her eyes were larger, with an alert, uneasy look in them. He fancied the startled expression came from seeing him there unexpectedly. She wore cleanly homespun garments, the same she had brought with her from Bayou, but her shoes were in shreds. She uttered only a low, smothered exclamation when she saw Gregor. "Well, is that all you got to say to my friend Mr. Sanchan?" "That's the way with them Cajuns," Aiken offered apologetically to his guest, "ain't got sense enough to know a white man when they see one." Gregor took her hand. "I'm mighty glad to see you, Tight Hein," he said from his heart. She had for some reason been unable to speak. Now she panted somewhat hysterically, "You excuse me, Mr. Gregor. It's the truth, I didn't know you fuzz, standin' up there." A deep flush had supplanted the former pallor of her face, and her eyes shone with tears and ill-concealed excitement. "I thought you all lived yonder in Grant," remarked Gregor carelessly, making talk for the purpose of diverting Aiken's attention away from his wife's evident embarrassment, which he himself was at a loss to understand. Why, we did live a right smart while in Grant, but Grant ain't no parish to make a living in. Then I tried Win and Caddo a spell, they was no better. But I tell you, sir, Sabine's a damn sight worse than any of 'em. Why, a man can't get a drink o' whiskey here without going out of the parish for it, or across into Texas. I'm fixin' to sell out and try Vernon. Bud Aiken's household belongings surely would not count for much in the contemplated selling out. The one room that constituted his home was extremely bare of furnishing, a cheap bed, a pine table, and a few chairs, that was all. On a rough shelf were some paper parcels representing the larder. The mud daubing had fallen out here and there from between the logs of the cabin, and into the largest of these apertures had been thrust pieces of ragged bagging and wisps of cotton. A tin basin outside on the gallery offered the only bathing facilities to be seen. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, Gregor announced his intention of passing the night with Aiken. I'm just going to ask the privilege o' laying down yer on yo Galaway tonight, Mr. Aiken. My house ain't in first-class trim, and a night's rest ain't going to hurt him o' me either. He had begun by declaring his intention of pushing on across the Sabine, but an imploring look from Tight Rainer's eyes had stayed the words upon his lips. Never had he seen in a woman's eyes a look of such heartbroken entreaty. He resolved on the instant to know the meaning of it before setting foot on Texas soil. Gregor had never learned to steel his heart against a woman's eyes, no matter what language they spoke. An old patchwork quilt folded double and a moss pillow which Tight Rainer gave him out on the gallery made a bed that was, after all, not too uncomfortable for a young fellow of rugged habits. Gregor slept quite soundly after he laid down upon his improvised bed at 9 o'clock. He was awakened toward the middle of the night by someone gently shaking him. It was Tight Rainer stooping over him. He could see her plainly, for the moon was shining. She had not removed the clothing she had worn during the day, but her feet were bare and looked wonderfully small and white. He arose on his elbow, wide awake at once. "Why, Tight Rainer? W at the devil you mean? Where's yo husband? The house kin fall on him, 10 going wake up but when he's sleeping, he drink too much." Now that she had aroused Gregor, she stood up, and sinking her face in her bended arm like a child, began to cry softly. In an instant he was on his feet. "My God, Tight Rainer. What's the matter? You got to tell me what's the matter." He could no longer recognize the imperious Tight Rainer, whose will had been the law in her father's household. He led her to the edge of the low gallery and there they sat down. Gregor loved women. He liked their nearness, their atmosphere, the tones of their voices and the things they said, their ways of moving and turning about, the brushing of their garments when they passed him by pleased him. He was fleeing now from the pain that a woman had inflicted upon him. When any overpowering sorrow came to Gregor, he felt a singular longing to cross the Sabine River and lose himself in Texas. He had done this once before when his home, the old Santian place, had gone into the hands of creditors. The sight of tight Rainer's distress now moved him painfully. What is it, tight Rainer? Tell me what it is, he kept asking her. She was attempting to dry her eyes on her coarse sleeve. He drew a handkerchief from his back pocket and dried them for her. They all well, yonder? She asked, haltingly. My papa. My mama. The Chilean. Gregor knew no more of the Baptiste Chopin family than the post beside him. Nevertheless he answered, they all right well, tight Rainer, but they mighty lonesome of you. My papa, he got a putty good crop this year. He made right smart o' cotton for Bayou Pierre. He done haul it to the railroad. No, he ain't quite finished picking. I hope they all ain't soul putty girl, she inquired solicitously. Well, I should say not. Yo pa says they ain't another piece o' hoss flesh in the parish he'd want to swap for putty girl. She turned to him with vague but fleeting amazement. Putty girl was a cow. The autumn night was heavy about them. The black forest seemed to have drawn nearer, its shadowy depths were filled with the gruesome noises that inhabit a southern forest at night time. Ain't you 'fraid sometimes, yeah, tight Rainer? Gregor asked, as he felt a light shiver run through him at the weirdness of the scene. No, she answered promptly, I ain't 'fraid o' nothing 'cept Bud. Then he treats you mean. I thought so. Mr. Gregor drawing close to him and whispering in his face, Bud's killin' me. He clasped her arm, holding her near him, while an expression of profound pity escaped him. Nobody don't know, 'cept Unc Mortimer, she went on. I tell you, he beats me, my back and arms, you ought to see, it's all blue. He would-a choke me to death one day when he was drunk, if Unc Mortimer had make him left go, with his axe of his head. Gregor glanced back over his shoulder toward the room where the man lay sleeping. He was wondering if it would really be a criminal act to go then and there and shoot the top of Bud Aiken's head off. He himself would hardly have considered it a crime, but he was not sure of how others might regard the act. That's why I wake you up, to tell you, she continued. Then sometime he plague me mos crazy, he tell me he ain't no preacher, it's a Texas drummer at marry him and me, and when I don't know at way to turn no mo, he say no, it's a Methodist archbishop, and keep on laughing 'bout me, and I don't know at the truth. Then again, she told how Bud had induced her to mount the vicious little Mustang Buckeye knowing that the little brute would carry a woman, and how it had amused him to witness her distress and terror when she was thrown to the ground. If I would know how to read and write, and had some pencil and paper, it's long ago I would wrote to my papa. But it's no POS office. It's no railroad, nothing in Sabine. And you know, Mr. Gregor, Bud say he's going carry me yonder to Vernon, and further off yet, way yonder, and he's going turn me loose. Oh, don't leave me yeah, Mr. Gregor. Don't leave me behind you, she entreated, breaking once more into sobs. Tight Rainer, he answered. Do you think I'm such a low-down scoundrel as to leave you here with that? He finished the sentence mentally, not wishing to offend the ears of Tight Rainer. They talked on a good while after that. She would not return to the room where her husband lay. The nearness of a friend had already emboldened her to inward revolt. Gregor induced her to lie down and rest upon the quilt that she had given to him for a bed. She did so, and broken down by fatigue was soon fast asleep. He stayed seated on the edge of the gallery and began to smoke cigarettes which he rolled himself of Perique tobacco. He might have gone in and shared Bud Aiken's bed, but preferred to stay there near Tight Rainer. He watched the two horses, tramping slowly about the lot, cropping the dewy wet tufts of grass. Gregor smoked on. He only stopped when the moon sank down behind the pine trees, and the long deep shadow reached out and enveloped him. Then he could no longer see and follow the filmy smoke from his cigarette, and he threw it away. Sleep was pressing heavily upon him. He stretched himself full length upon the rough bare boards of the gallery and slept until daybreak. Bud Aiken's satisfaction was very genuine when he learned that Gregor proposed spending the day and another night with him. He had already recognized in the young Creole a spirit not altogether uncongenial to his own. Tight Rainer cooked breakfast for them. She made coffee. Of course there was no milk to add to it, but there was sugar. From a meal bag that stood in the corner of the room she took a measure of meal, and with it made a pone of corn bread. She fried slices of salt pork. Then Bud sent her into the field to pick cotton with old Uncle Mortimer. The Negro's cabin was the counterpart of their own, but stood quite a distance away hidden in the woods. He and Aiken worked the crop on chaise. Early in the day Bud produced a grimy pack of cards from behind a parcel of sugar on the shelf. Gregor threw the cards into the fire and replaced them with a spick and span new deck that he took from his saddlebags. He also brought forth from the same receptacle a bottle of whiskey, which he presented to his host, saying that he himself had no further use for it, as he had sworn off since day before yesterday, when he had made a fool of himself in Cloutierville. They sat at the pine table smoking and playing cards all the morning, only desisting when Tight Rainer came to serve them with the gumbo file that she had come out of the field to cook at noon. She could afford to treat a guest to chicken gumbo, for she owned a half-dozen chickens that Uncle Mortimer had presented to her at various times. There were only 2 spoons, and Tight Rainer had to wait till the men had finished before eating her soup. She waited for Gregor's spoon, though her husband was the first to get through. It was a very childish whim. In the afternoon she picked cotton again, and the men played cards, smoked, and Bud drank. It was a very long time since Bud Aiken had enjoyed himself so well, and since he had encountered so sympathetic and appreciative a listener to the story of his eventful career. The story of Tight Rainer's fall from the horse he told with much spirit, mimicking quite skillfully the way in which she had complained of never being permitted to take a Leela pleasure, whereupon he had kindly suggested horseback riding. Gregor enjoyed the story amazingly, which encouraged Aiken to relate many more of a similar character. As the afternoon wore on, all formality of address between the two had disappeared. They were Bud and Gregor to each other, and Gregor had delighted Aiken's soul by promising to spend a week with him. Tight Raina was also touched by the spirit of recklessness in the air. It moved her to fry 2 chickens for supper. She fried them deliciously in bacon fat. After supper she again arranged Gregor's bed out on the gallery. The night fell calm and beautiful, with the delicious odor of the pines floating upon the air. But the three did not sit up to enjoy it. Before the stroke of 9, Aiken had already fallen upon his bed unconscious of everything about him in the heavy drunken sleep that would hold him fast through the night. It even clutched him more relentlessly than usual, thanks to Gregor's free gift of whiskey. The sun was high when he awoke. He lifted his voice and called imperiously for Tight Raina, wondering that the coffee-pot was not on the hearth, and marveling still more that he did not hear her voice in quick response with its, "I'm coming, Bud. Yeah, I come." He called again and again. Then he arose and looked out through the back door to see if she were picking cotton in the field, but she was not there. He dragged himself to the front entrance. Gregor's bed was still on the gallery, but the young fellow was nowhere to be seen. Uncle Mortimer had come into the yard, not to cut wood this time, but to pick up the axe which was his own property, and lift it to his shoulder. Mortimer called out Aiken, "Here's my wife," at the same time advancing toward the Negro. Mortimer stood still, waiting for him. "Here's my wife and that Frenchman. Speak out, I say, before I send you to H.L." Uncle Mortimer never had feared Bud Aiken, and with the trusty axe upon his shoulder, he felt a double hardihood in the man's presence. The old fellow passed the back of his black, knotty hand unctuously over his lips, as though he relished in advance the words that were about to pass them. He spoke carefully and deliberately. "Miss Raina," he said, "I reckon she muse have done struck Natchitoches parish sometime toward the middle o' the night, on that ar swift hose o' Mr. Sanchon's." Aiken uttered a terrific oath. "Saddle up, Buckeye," he yelled, "before I count 20, or I'll rip the black hide off your quick, There ain't nothing four-footed top o' this earth that Buckeye can't run down." Uncle Mortimer scratched his head dubiously, as he answered, "Yas, Mars Bud, but you see, Mr. Sanchon, he done crossed a Sabine befo' sun up on Buckeye. A very fine fiddle." When the half-dozen little ones were hungry, old Cleefers would take the fiddle from its handle bag and play a tune upon it. Perhaps it was to drown their cries, or their hunger, or his conscience, or all three. One day Fifine, in a rage, stamped her small foot and clinched her little hands, and declared, "It's no two-way. I'm going smash it, that fiddle, some day in a 1,000 piece." "You muse and do that," Fifine expostulated her father. "That fiddle been oller and you and me teary time put together. You done yad me tell often nuff 'bout that Italian W at give it to me when he die, long yonder before the war. And he say, Cleefers, that fiddle, that one part my life, W at going live WEN be dead, die you messy. You talking too fast, fine. Well, I'm going do somein with that fiddle, vo, returned the daughter, only half mollified. Mine W at I say. So once when there were great carryings on up at the big plantation, no end of ladies and gentlemen from the city, riding, driving, dancing, and making music upon all manner of instruments, fine, with the fiddle in its flannel bag, stole away and up to the big house where these festivities were in progress. No one noticed at first the little barefoot girl seated upon a step of the veranda and watching, lynx-eyed, for her opportunity. It's one fiddle I got for sale, she announced, resolutely, to the first who questioned her. It was very funny to have a shabby little girl sitting there wanting to sell a fiddle, and the child was soon surrounded. The lustreless instrument was brought forth and examined, first with amusement, but soon very seriously, especially by three gentlemen, one with very long hair that hung down, another with equally long hair that stood up, the third with no hair worth mentioning. These three turned the fiddle upside down and almost inside out. They thumped upon it, and listened. They scraped upon it, and listened. They walked into the house with it, and out of the house with it, and into remote corners with it. All this with much putting of heads together, and talking together in familiar and unfamiliar languages. And, finally, they sent Fine away with a fiddle twice as beautiful as the one she had brought, and a roll of money besides. The child was dumb with astonishment, and away she flew. But when she stopped beneath a big chinaberry tree, to further scan the roll of money, her wonder was redoubled. There was far more than she could count, more than she had ever dreamed of possessing. Certainly enough to top the old cabin with new shingles, to put shoes on all the little bare feet and food into the hungry mouths. Maybe enough, and Fine's heart fairly jumped into her throat at the vision, maybe enough to buy Blanched and her tiny calf that Unc Simeon wanted to sell. It's just like you say, Fine murmured old Cleefers, huskily, when he had played upon the new fiddle that night. It's one fine fiddle, and like you say, it shine like satin. But some way or other, 't ain't the same. Yeah, Fine, take it, put it side. I believe, me, I ain't going play the fiddle no mo'. Beyond the bayou. The bayou curved like a crescent around the point of land on which La Folle's cabin stood. Between the stream and the hut lay a big abandoned field, where cattle were pastured when the bayou supplied them with water enough. Through the woods that spread back into unknown regions the woman had drawn an imaginary line, and past this circle she never stepped. This was the form of her only mania. She was now a large, gaunt black woman, past 35. Her real name was Jacqueline, but everyone on the plantation called her La Folle, because in childhood she had been frightened literally out of her senses and had never wholly regained them. It was when there had been skirmishing and sharp shooting all day in the woods. Evening was near when Petit Maitre, black with powder and crimson with blood, had staggered into the cabin of Jacqueline's mother, his pursuers close at his heels. The sight had stunned her childish reason. She dwelt alone in her solitary cabin, for the rest of the quarters had long since been removed beyond her sight and knowledge. She had more physical strength than most men, and made her patch of cotton and corn and tobacco like the best of them. But of the world beyond the bayou she had long known nothing, save what her morbid fancy conceived. People at Bellisime had grown used to her and her way, and they thought nothing of it. Even when old Miss died, they did not wonder that La Folle had not crossed the bayou, but had stood upon her side of it, wailing and lamenting. Petit Maitre was now the owner of Bellisime. He was a middle-aged man, with a family of beautiful daughters about him, and a little son whom La Folle loved as if he had been her own. She called him Chéri, and so did everyone else because she did. None of the girls had ever been to her what Chéri was. They had each and all loved to be with her, and to listen to her wondrous stories of things that always happened yonder, beyond a bayou. But none of them had stroked her black hand quite as Chéri did, nor rested their heads against her knee so confidingly, nor fallen asleep in her arms as he used to do. For Chéri hardly did such things now, since he had become the proud possessor of a gun, and had had his black curls cut off. That summer, the summer Chéri gave La Folle 2 black curls tied with a knot of red ribbon, the water ran so low in the bayou that even the little children at Bellisime were able to cross it on foot, and the cattle were sent to pasture down by the river. La Folle was sorry when they were gone, for she loved these dumb companions well, and liked to feel that they were there, and to hear them browsing by night up to her own enclosure. It was Saturday afternoon, when the fields were deserted. The men had flocked to a neighboring village to do their week's trading, and the women were occupied with household affairs, La Folle as well as the others. It was then she mended and washed her handful of clothes, scoured her house, and did her baking. In this last employment she never forgot Chéri. Today she had fashioned croquignoles of the most fantastic and alluring shapes for him. So when she saw the boy come trudging across the old field with his gleaming little new rifle on his shoulder, she called out gaily to him, "Chéri! Chéri!" But Chéri did not need the summons, for he was coming straight to her. His pockets all bulged out with almonds and raisins and an orange that he had secured for her from the very fine dinner which had been given that day up at his father's house. He was a sunny-faced youngster of 10. When he had emptied his pockets, La Folle patted his round red cheek, wiped his soiled hands on her apron, and smoothed his hair. Then she watched him as, with his cakes in his hand, he crossed her strip of cotton back of the cabin, and disappeared into the wood. He had boasted of the things he was going to do with his gun out there. "You think they got plenty deer in the wood, La Folle?" he had inquired, with the calculating air of an experienced hunter. "Non, non," the woman laughed. "Don't you look for no deer, Chéri. That's too big. but you bring La Folle one good fat squirrel for her dinner tomorrow, and she going be satisfy. One squirrel ain't a bite. I'll bring you more'n one, La Folle he had boasted pompously as he went away. When the woman, an hour later, heard the report of the boy's rifle close to the wood's edge, she would have thought nothing of it if a sharp cry of distress had not followed the sound. She withdrew her arms from the tub of suds in which they had been plunged, dried them upon her apron, and as quickly as her trembling limbs would bear her, hurried to the spot whence the ominous report had come. It was as she feared. There she found Shirley stretched upon the ground, with his rifle beside him. He moaned piteously, "I'm dead, La Folle. I'm dead. I'm gone." "Non, non," she exclaimed resolutely, as she knelt beside him. "Put you arm round La Folle's neck, Shirley. That's nothin'. That going be nothin'. She lifted him in her powerful arms. Shirley had carried his gun muzzle downward. He had stumbled, he did not know how. He only knew that he had a ball lodged somewhere in his leg, and he thought that his end was at hand. Now, with his head upon the woman's shoulder, he moaned and wept with pain and fright. "Oh, La Folle! La Folle! It hurt so bad. I can stan it, La Folle. Don't cry, mon beeb, mon Shirley," the woman spoke soothingly as she covered the ground with long strides. "La Folle going mine you. Dr. Bonfils going come make mon Shirley well again." She had reached the abandoned field. As she crossed it with her precious burden, she looked constantly and restlessly from side to side. A terrible fear was upon her, the fear of the world beyond the bayou, the morbid and insane dread she had been under since childhood. When she was at the bayou's edge she stood there, and shouted for help as if a life depended upon it. "Oh, petit maître! Petit maître! Venez done! Au secours! Au secours!" No voice responded. Shirley's hot tears were scalding her neck. She called for each and every one upon the place, and still no answer came. She shouted, she wailed, but whether her voice remained unheard or unheeded, no reply came to her frenzied cries. And all the while Shirley moaned and wept and entreated to be taken home to his mother. La Folle gave a last despairing look around her. Extreme terror was upon her. She clasped the child close against her breast, where he could feel her heart beat like a muffled hammer. Then shutting her eyes, she ran suddenly down the shallow bank of the bayou, and never stopped till she had climbed the opposite shore. She stood there quivering an instant as she opened her eyes. Then she plunged into the footpath through the trees. She spoke no more to Shirley, but muttered constantly, "Bon Dieu, I pity La Folle. Bon Dieu, I pity moi." Instinct seemed to guide her. When the pathway spread clear and smooth enough before her, she again closed her eyes tightly against the sight of that unknown and terrifying world. A child, playing in some weeds, caught sight of her as she neared the quarters. The little one uttered a cry of dismay. La Folle, she screamed, in her piercing treble. La Folle done crossed de Bayou. Quickly the cry passed down the line of cabins. Yonder, La Folle done crossed de Bayou. Children, old men, old women, young ones with infants in their arms, flocked to doors and windows to see this awe-inspiring spectacle. Most of them shuddered with superstitious dread of what it might portend. She totin shui, some of them shouted. Some of the more daring gathered about her, and followed at her heels, only to fall back with new terror when she turned her distorted face upon them. Her eyes were bloodshot and the saliva had gathered in a white foam on her black lips. Someone had run ahead of her to where Petit Maitre sat with his family and guests upon the gallery. Petit Maitre. La Folle done crossed de Bayou. Look her. Look her yonder totin shui. This startling intimation was the first which they had of the woman's approach. She was now near at hand. She walked with long strides. Her eyes were fixed desperately before her, and she breathed heavily, as a tired ox. At the foot of the stairway, which she could not have mounted, she laid the boy in his father's arms. Then the world that had looked red to La Folle suddenly turned black, like that day she had seen powder and blood. She reeled for an instant. Before a sustaining arm could reach her, she fell heavily to the ground. When La Folle regained consciousness, she was at home again, in her own cabin and upon her own bed. The moon rays, streaming in through the open door and windows, gave what light was needed to the old black mammy who stood at the table concocting a tisane of fragrant herbs. It was very late. Others who had come, and found that the stupor clung to her, had gone again. Petit Maitre had been there, and with him Dr. Bonfils, who said that La Folle might die. But death had passed her by. The voice was very clear and steady with which she spoke to Tante Lisette, brewing her tisane there in a corner. If you will give me one good drink tisane, Tante Lisette, I believe I'm going sleep, me. And she did sleep, so soundly, so healthfully, that old Lisette without compunction stole softly away, to creep back through the moonlit fields to her own cabin in the new quarters. The first touch of the cool grey morning awoke La Folle. She arose, calmly, as if no tempest had shaken and threatened her existence but yesterday. She donned her new blue cottonade and white apron, for she remembered that this was Sunday. When she had made for herself a cup of strong black coffee, and drunk it with relish, she quitted the cabin and walked across the old familiar field to the bayou's edge again. She did not stop there as she had always done before, but crossed with a long, steady stride as if she had done this all her life. When she had made her way through the brush and scrub cottonwood trees that lined the opposite bank, she found herself upon the border of a field where the white, bursting cotton, with the dew upon it, gleamed for acres and acres like frosted silver in the early dawn. La Folle drew a long, deep breath as she gazed across the country. She walked slowly and uncertainly, like one who hardly knows how, looking about her as she went. The cabins, that yesterday had sent a clamor of voices to pursue her, were quiet now. No one was yet astir at Bellisheim. Only the birds that darted here and there from hedges were awake, and singing their matins. When La Folle came to the broad stretch of velvety lawn that surrounded the house, she moved slowly and with delight over the springy turf, that was delicious beneath her tread. She stopped to find whence came those perfumes that were assailing her senses with memories from a time far gone. There they were, stealing up to her from the thousand blue violets that peeped out from green, luxuriant beds. There they were, showering down from the big waxen bells of the magnolias far above her head, and from the jessamine clumps around her. There were roses, too, without number. To right and left palms spread in broad and graceful curves. It all looked like enchantment beneath the sparkling sheen of dew. When La Folle had slowly and cautiously mounted the many steps that led up to the veranda, she turned to look back at the perilous ascent she had made. Then she caught sight of the river, bending like a silver bow at the foot of Bellisheim. Exultation possessed her soul. La Folle rapped softly upon a door near at hand. Chéri's mother soon cautiously opened it. Quickly and cleverly she dissembled the astonishment she felt at seeing La Folle. "Ah, La Folle! Is it you, so early?" "Oh madam. I come ax how my Polila Chéri to, moan in." "He is feeling easier, thank you, La Folle. Dr. Bonfils says it will be nothing serious. He's sleeping now. Will you come back when he awakes?" "Non, madam. I'm going wait till Chéri wake up." La Folle seated herself upon the topmost step of the veranda. A look of wonder and deep content crept into her face as she watched for the first time the sun rise upon the new, the beautiful world beyond the bayou. Old Aunt Peggy. When the war was over, old Aunt Peggy went to Monsieur, and said, "Massa, I ain't never gwine to quit yo'. I'm gittin' ole and feeble, and my days is few in dis he land o' sorrow and sin. All I axes is a leela kona whar I kin set down and wait peaceful food en." Monsieur and Madame were very much touched at this mark of affection and fidelity from Aunt Peggy. So, in the general reconstruction of the plantation which immediately followed the surrender, a nice cabin, pleasantly appointed, was set apart for the old woman. Madame did not even forget the very comfortable rocking chair in which Aunt Peggy might sit down as she herself feelingly expressed it, and wait food en. She has been rocking ever since. At intervals of about 2 years Aunt Peggy hobbles up to the house, and delivers the stereotyped address which has become more than familiar: "Miss S, I's come to take a last look at you all. Lemme look at you good. Lemme look at de chillun, de big chillun and de leela chillun. Lemme look at de pictures and de photographs and de piano, and if you think for it's too late. One eye is done gone, and de others a gwine faz. Any moanin' yo po ole Aunt Peggy gwine wake up and fin hersef stoneblin." After such a visit Aunt Peggy invariably returns to her cabin with a generously filled apron. The scruple which Monsieur one time felt in supporting a woman for so many years in idleness has entirely disappeared. Of late his attitude towards Aunt Peggy is simply one of profound astonishment, wonder at the surprising age which an old black woman may attain when she sets her mind to it, for Aunt Peggy is 125, so she says. It may not be true, however. Possibly she is older. The return of Alsbid. Mr. Fred Bartner was sorely perplexed and annoyed to find that a wheel and tire of his buggy threatened to part company. "If you want," said the Negro boy who drove him, "we kin stop yonder at Ole MC Jean Baz and fix it. He got de bis blacksmith shop in de parish on his place." "Who in the world is old Monsieur Jean B.A.?" the young man inquired. "How come, sir, you don't know old MC Jean Baptiste Plotchel? He ole. He sorta queerin' he had ev since his son MC Alsbid got kill in de war. Yonder he live, whar you sees that Cherokee hedge taking up half de road. Little more than 12 years ago, before the Texas and Pacific had joined the cities of New Orleans and Shreveport with its steel bands, it was a common thing to travel through miles of central Louisiana in a buggy. Fred Bartner, a young commission merchant of New Orleans, on business bent, had made the trip in this way by easy stages from his home to a point on Cane River, within a half-day's journey of Natchitoches. From the mouth of Cane River he had passed one plantation after another, large ones and small ones. There was nowhere sight of anything like a town, except the little hamlet of Cloutierville, through which they had sped in the grey dawn. "That town, hit's ole, mo's 100 year ole, dey say. Look to me like it heap ollar'n that," the darky had commented. Now they were within sight of Monsieur Jean Baz's towering Cherokee hedge. It was Christmas morning, but the sun was warm and the air so soft and mild that Bartner found the most comfortable way to wear his light overcoat was across his knees. At the entrance to the plantation he dismounted and the Negro drove away toward the smithy which stood on the edge of the field. From the end of the long avenue of magnolias that led to it, the house which confronted Bartner looked grotesquely long in comparison with its height. It was one story, of pale, yellow stucco, its massive wooden shutters were a faded green. A wide gallery, topped by the overhanging roof, encircled it. At the head of the stairs a very old man stood. His figure was small and shrunken, his hair long and snow-white. He wore a broad, soft felt hat, and a brown plaid shawl across his bent shoulders. A tall, graceful girl stood beside him. She was clad in a warm-colored blue stuff gown. She seemed to be expostulating with the old gentleman, who evidently wanted to descend the stairs to meet the approaching visitor. Before Bartner had had time to do more than lift his hat, Monsieur Jean B.A. had thrown his trembling arms about the young man and was exclaiming in his quavering old tones, "A laughin'! Mon fils! A laughin'!" Tears started to the girl's eyes and she was rosy with confusion. "Oh, excuse him, sir, please excuse him," she whisperingly entreated, gently striving to disengage the old gentleman's arms from around the astonished Bartner. But a new line of thought seemed fortunately to take possession of Monsieur Jean Billet, for he moved away and went quickly, pattering like a baby, down the gallery. His fleecy white hair streamed out on the soft breeze, and his brown shawl flapped as he turned the corner. Bartner, left alone with the girl, proceeded to introduce himself and to explain his presence there. "Oh, Mr. Fred Bartner of New Orleans." "The commission merchant," she exclaimed, cordially extending her hand. "So well known in Natchitoches parish." "Not our merchant, Mr. Bartner," she added, naively, "but just as welcome, all the same, at my grandfather's." Bartner felt like kissing her, but he only bowed and seated himself in the big chair which she offered him. He wondered what was the longest time it could take to mend a buggy tire. She sat before him with her hands pressed down into her lap, and with an eagerness and pretty air of being confidential that were extremely engaging, explained the reasons for her grandfather's singular behavior. Years ago, her uncle Alspid, in going away to the war, with the cheerful assurance of youth, had promised his father that he would return to eat Christmas dinner with him. He never returned. And now, of late years, since Monsieur Jean Billet had begun to fail in body and mind, that old, unspoken hope of long ago had come back to live anew in his heart. Every Christmas Day he watched for the coming of Alspid. "Ah! If you knew, Mr. Bartner, how I have endeavored to distract his mind from that thought. Weeks ago, I told to all the Negroes, big and little, if one of you dare to say the word, Christmas gift, in the hearing of Monsieur Jean Baptiste, you will have to answer it to me." Bartner could not recall when he had been so deeply interested in a narration. "So last night, Mr. Bartner, I said to Grandp, you know tomorrow will be the great feast of La Trinite, we will read our litany together in the morning and say a chapelle." He did not answer a word, illist Marlin, OUI. But this morning at daylight he was rapping his cane on the back gallery, calling together the Negroes. Did they not know it was Christmas Day, and a great dinner must be prepared for his son Alspid, whom he was expecting? "And so he has mistaken me for his son Alspid. It is very unfortunate," said Bartner, sympathetically. He was a good-looking, honest-faced young fellow. The girl arose, quivering with an inspiration. She approached Bartner, and in her eagerness laid her hand upon his arm. "Oh, Mr. Bartner, if you will do me a favor." "The greatest favor of my life." He expressed his absolute readiness. "Let him believe, just for this one Christmas Day, that you are his son. Let him have that Christmas dinner with Alspid, that he has been longing for so many years." Bartner's was not a puritanical conscience, but truthfulness was a habit as well as a principle with him, and he winced. "It seems to me it would be cruel to deceive him." "It would not be," he did not like to say right, but she guessed that he meant it. "Oh, for that," she laughed, "you may stay as white as snow, Mr. Bartner. I will take all the sin on my conscience. I assume all the responsibility on my shoulder. Esme, the old man was calling as he came trotting back. "Esme, my child," in his quavering French, "I have ordered the dinner. Go see to the arrangements of the table, and have everything faultless." The dining room was at the end of the house, with windows opening upon the side and back galleries. There was a high, simply carved wooden mantelpiece, bearing a wide, slanting, old-fashioned mirror that reflected the table and its occupants. The table was laden with an overabundance. Monsieur Jean Bie sat at one end, Esme at the other, and Bartner at the side. Two Griff boys, a big black woman and a little mulatto girl waited upon them. There was a reserve force outside within easy call, and the little black and yellow faces kept bobbing up constantly above the window sills. Windows and doors were open, and a fire of hickory branches blazed on the hearth. Monsieur Jean Bie ate little, but that little greedily and rapidly, then he stayed in rapt contemplation of his guest. "You will notice, Alspid, the flavor of the turkey," he said. "It is dressed with pecans, those big ones from the tree down on the bayou. I had them gathered expressly." The delicate and rich flavor of the nut was indeed very perceptible. Bartner had a stupid impression of acting on the stage, and had to pull himself together every now and then to throw off the stiffness of the amateur actor. But this discomposure amounted almost to paralysis when he found Mademoiselle Esme taking the situation as seriously as her grandfather. "Mon Dieu! Uncle Alspid, you are not eating. Mais where have you left your appetite? Corbeau, fill your young master's glass. Doralize, you are neglecting Monsieur Alspid, he is without bread." Monsieur Jean Bie's feeble intelligence reached out very dimly. It was like a dream which clothes the grotesque and unnatural with the semblance of reality. He shook his head up and down with pleased approbation of Esme's Uncle Alspid that tripped so glibly on her lips. When she arranged his after-dinner brulotte, a lump of sugar in a flaming teaspoonful of brandy, dropped into a tiny cup of black coffee, he reminded her, "Your Uncle Alspid takes 2 lumps, Esme. The scamp. He is fond of sweets. 2 or 3 lumps, Esme." Bartner would have relished his brulotte greatly, prepared so gracefully as it was by Esme's deft hands, had it not been for that superfluous lump. After dinner the girl arranged her grandfather comfortably in his big armchair on the gallery, where he loved to sit when the weather permitted. She fastened his shawl about him and laid a second one across his knees. She shook up the pillow for his head, patted his sunken cheek and kissed his forehead under the soft-brimmed hat. She left him there with the sun warming his feet and old shrunken knees. Esme and Bartner walked together under the magnolias. In walking they trod upon the violet borders that grew rank and sprawling, and the subtle perfume of the crushed flowers scented the air deliciously. They stooped and plucked handfuls of them. They gathered roses, too, that were blooming yet against the warm south end of the house, and they chattered and laughed like children. When they sat in the sunlight upon the low steps to arrange the flowers they had broken, Bartner's conscience began to prick him anew. "You know," he said, "I can't stay here always, as well as I should like to. I shall have to leave presently, then your grandfather will discover that we have been deceiving him, and you can see how cruel that will be." Mr. Bartner answered Esme, daintily holding a rosebud up to her pretty nose. "I awoke this morning and said my prayers. I prayed to the good God that he would give one happy Christmas day to my grandfather. He has answered my prayer, and he does not send his gifts incomplete. He will provide. Mr. Bartner, this morning I agreed to take all responsibility on my shoulder, you remember. Now, I place all that responsibility on the shoulder of the Blessed Virgin." Bartner was distracted with admiration, whether for this beautiful and consoling faith, or its charming votary, was not quite clear to him. Every now and then Monsieur Jean B.A. would call out, "Alspid, mon fils," and Bartner would hasten to his side. Sometimes the old man had forgotten what he wanted to say. Once it was to ask if the salad had been to his liking, or if he would, perhaps, not have preferred the turkey auxiliary truffs. "Alspid, mon fils." Again Bartner amiably answered the summons. Monsieur Jean B.A. took the young man's hand affectionately in his, but limply, as children hold hands. Bartner's closed firmly around it. "Alspid, I am going to take a little nap now. If Robert McFarlane comes while I am sleeping, with more talk of wanting to buy Neg Severin, tell him I will sell none of my slaves, not the least little Negrillon. Drive him from the place with the shotgun. Don't be afraid to use the shotgun, Alspid, when I am asleep, if he comes." Esme and Bartner forgot that there was such a thing as time, and that it was passing. There were no more calls of "Alspid, mon fils." As the sun dipped lower and lower in the west, its light was creeping up and illuming the still body of Monsieur Jean B.A. It lighted his waxen hands, folded so placidly in his lap, it touched his shrunken bosom. When it reached his face, another brightness had come there before it, the glory of a quiet and peaceful death. Bartner remained overnight, of course, to add what assistance he could to that which kindly neighbors offered. In the early morning, before taking his departure, he was permitted to see Esme. She was overcome with sorrow, which he could hardly hope to assuage, even with the keen sympathy which he felt. "And may I be permitted to ask, mademoiselle, what will be your plans for the future?" "Oh," she moaned, "I cannot any longer remain upon the Olay plantation, which would not be home without Grandp. I suppose I shall go to live in New Orleans with my Tante Clementine." The last was spoken in the depths of her handkerchief. Bartner's heart bounded at this intelligence in a manner which he could not but feel was one of unbecoming levity. He pressed her disengaged hand warmly, and went away. The sun was again shining brightly, but the morning was crisp and cool. A thin wafer of ice covered what had yesterday been pools or water in the road. Bartner buttoned his coat about him closely. The shrill whistles of steam cottongins sounded here and there. One or two shivering negroes were in the field gathering what shreds of cotton were left on the dry, naked stalks. The horses snorted with satisfaction, and their strong hoof-beats rang out against the hard ground. "Urge the horses," Bartner said. "They've had a good rest and we want to push on to Natchitoches." "You right, sir. We done lost a whole blessed day, a plum day." "Why, so we have," said Bartner. "I hadn't thought of it. A rude awakening. Take the do and go. You hear me? Take the do." Lollet's brown eyes flamed. Her small frame quivered. She stood with her back turned to a meager supper table, as if to guard it from the man who had just entered the cabin. She pointed toward the door, to order him from the house. "You mighty cross tonight, Lollet. You mews got up with the wrong foot to smoan in. Hein, vivest. Hein, Jax, at you say." The two small urchins who sat at table giggled in sympathy with their father's evident good humor. "I'm we out, me," the girl exclaimed, desperately, as she let her arms fall limp at her side. "Work, work. Foo at. Foo feed the laziest man in Natchitoches parish. Now, Lollet, you think at you say in comma," expostulated her father. "Sylvester Borden don't ax nobody to feed him. When you brought a pound of sugar in the house," his daughter retorted hotly, "or a pound of coffee. When did you brought a piece o' meat home, you? And none 'em all the time sick. Coen bread and poke, that's good foo vivest and me and Jax, but none 'em. No." She turned as if choking, and cut into the round, soggy pone of cornbread which was the main feature of the scanty supper. "Polila nonum, we mews find some in to break that fevat. You want to kill a chicken once a ilfu nonum, Lollet." He calmly seated himself at the table. "Did I done put the last rooster in the pot?" she cried with exasperation. "Now you come axin' me foo killed a hen. I goin' to find egg to trade wid, the hen be gone. Is I got one picayune in the house foo trade wid, me?" "Papa," piped the young Jax, at that I heard you drive in the yard, will go." "That's it. Lollet would been talkin' so fars, I could toll you 'bout that job I got foo tomorrow. That was Joe Duplan's team of mule and wagon, with teary bale of cotton, at you yad. I got to go soon in the mornin' with that load to the landin'. And a man mews at got to work, that's show." Lollet's bare brown feet made no sound upon the rough boards as she entered the room where Nonum lay sick and sleeping. She lifted the coarse mosquito net from about him, sat down in the clumsy chair by the bedside, and began gently to fan the slumbering child. Dusk was falling rapidly, as it does in the south. Lollet's eyes grew round and big, as she watched the moon creep up from branch to branch of the moss-draped live oak just outside her window. Presently the weary girl slept as profoundly as Nonum. A little dog sneaked into the room, and socially licked her bare feet. The touch, moist and warm, awakened Lollet. The cabin was dark and quiet. Nonum was crying softly, because the mosquitoes were biting him. In the room beyond, old Sylvester and the others slept. When Lollet had quieted the child, she went outside to get a pail of cool, fresh water at the cistern. Then she crept into bed beside Nonum, who slept again. Lollet's dreams that night pictured her father returning from work, and bringing luscious oranges home in his pocket for the sick child. When at the very break of day she heard him astir in his room, a certain comfort stole into her heart. She lay and listened to the faint noises of his preparations to go out. When he had quitted the house, she waited to hear him drive the wagon from the yard. She waited long, but heard no sound of horse's tread or wagon wheel. Anxious, she went to the cabin door and looked out. The big mules were still where they had been fastened the night before. The wagon was there, too. Her heart sank. She looked quickly along the low rafters supporting the roof of the narrow porch to where her father's fishing pole and pail always hung. Both were gone. "'Tain't no use, 'tain't no use," she said, as she turned into the house with a look of something like anguish in her eyes. When the spare breakfast was eaten and the dishes cleared away, Lollet turned with resolute mien to the two little brothers. "Vivest," she said to the older, "go see if dey got Cohen in that wagon fu feed Denny mule." "Yes, dey got Cohen. Papa done feed em, fur I seed a Cohen cob in de trough, me. Den you gon heap me hitch dem mule, to de wagon. Jax, go down de lane and ax Aunt Minty if she come set wid Nonum will I go drive dem mule to de landin'." Lollet had evidently determined to undertake her father's work. Nothing could dissuade her, neither the children's astonishment nor Aunt Minty's scathing disapproval. The fat black negress came laboring into the yard just as Lollet mounted upon the wagon. "Git down fom da, chilly. Is you plumb crazy?" she exclaimed. "No, I ain't crazy, I'm hungry, Aunt Minty. We all hungry. Somebody got fur work in dis family. That ain't no work fur a gal at ain't bar 17-year-ole, driving Mass Duplan's mules. At I gwine tell yo pa. Fumi, you kin tell him at you want. But you watch Nonum. I done cook his rice and set it side." "Don't you bother," replied Aunt Minty, "I got sompin he fur my boy. I gwine tend to him." Lollet had seen Aunt Minty put something out of sight when she came up, and made her produce it. It was a heavy fowl. "Since when you start raisin' Brahma chicken, you?" Lollet asked mistrustfully. "My, but you is a cuious somebody. Everything at got feathers on its legs is Brahma chicken wid you. Dis he ole hen, all the same, you don't got fur give that chicken to eat to Nonum. You don't got fur cook him in my house." Aunt Minty, unheeding, turned to the house with blustering inquiry for her boy, while Lollet drove away with great clatter. She knew, notwithstanding her injunction, that the chicken would be cooked and eaten. Maybe she herself would partake of it when she came back, if hunger drove her too sharply. "Next thing I'm goin' be one rogue," she muttered, and the tears gathered and fell one by one upon her cheeks. "It do look like one, Brahma," Aunt Mint remarked the small and weazened Jax, as he watched the woman picking the lusty fowl. "How ole is you?" was her quiet retort. "I don't know, me." "Den if you don't know that much, you better keep yo' mouth shet, boy." Then silence fell, but for a monotonous chant which the woman droned as she worked. Jax opened his lips once more. "It do look like one o' Mommy do plan, Brahma, Aunt Mint. Yonder, whar I come from, befoda wa, ole kind tuck, Aunt Mint. Ole kind tuck. That ain't one country like dis yere, Aunt Mint. You mighty right, Chile, that ain't no sec country as dis he. Yonder, in kind tuck, wen boys says de word Brahma chicken we takes and gags and ties our hands behinds and forces ter stan up watching folks settin' down eating chicken soup." Jax passed the back of his hand across his mouth, but lest the act should not place sufficient seal upon it, he prudently stole away to go and sit beside Nonam, and wait there as patiently as he could the coming feast. And what a treat it was! The luscious soup, a great pot of it, golden yellow, thickened with the flaky rice that Lollet had set carefully on the shelf. Each mouthful of it seemed to carry fresh blood into the veins and a new brightness into the eyes of the hungry children who ate of it. And that was not all. The day brought abundance with it. Their father came home with glistening perch and trout that Aunt Minty broiled deliciously over glowing embers, and basted with the rich chicken fat. "You see," explained old Sylvest, "wenigit up to s mornin' and see it was cloudy, I say to me, Sylvest, wen you go wid that cotton, remember you got no tarpaulin. Maybe it rain, and the cotton was spoil. Better you go yonder to La Firm Lake, where the trout was bitin' farzer and mosquito, and so you git a good mess fur de chillen. Lollet, at she gon' do yonder. You ought stop Lollet, Aunt Minty, wen you see at she was wont to do. Didn't I try to stop her? Didn't I ax her, at I gwine tell yo' pa? And Sheilo, tell him to go hang hisself, de trifling ole rapscallion. I's de one at's running dis he fambly. That don't sound like Lollet, Aunt Minty, you muse yada crooked, hein, nonum. The quizzical look in his good-natured features was irresistible. Nonam fairly shook with merriment. "My head feels so good," he declared. "I wish Lollet would come, so I could toll her." And he turned in his bed to look down the long, dusty lane, with the hope of seeing her appear as he had watched her go, sitting on one of the cotton bales and guiding the mules. But no one came all through the hot morning. Only at noon a broad-shouldered young Negro appeared in view riding through the dust. When he had dismounted at the cabin door, he stood leaning a shoulder lazily against the jamb. "Well, he you is," he grumbled, addressing Sylvest with no mark of respect. "He you is, settin' down like comp NY, and Mass Joe yonder sunt me see if you was dead. Joe do plan bound to have his joke, him said Sylvester, smiling uneasily. Maybe it look like a joke to you, but he ain't no joke to him, man, to have one o' his wagons smashed to kindlin', and his bis team tearin' tea rough the country. You don't want to let him lay bands on you, joke o' no joke. Malediction, howled Sylvester, as he staggered to his feet. He stood for one instant irresolute, then he lurched past the man and ran wildly down the lane. He might have taken the horse that was there, but he went tottering on afoot, a frightened look in his eyes, as if his soul gazed upon an inward picture that was horrible. The road to the landing was little used. As Sylvester went he could readily trace the marks of Lollet's wagon wheels. For some distance they went straight along the road. Then they made a track as if a madman had directed their course, over stump and hillock, tearing the bushes and barking the trees on either side. At each new turn Sylvester expected to find Lollet stretched senseless upon the ground, but there was never a sign of her. At last he reached the landing, which was a dreary spot, slanting down to the river and partly cleared to afford room for what desultory freight might be left there from time to time. There were the wagon tracks, clean down to the river's edge and partly in the water, where they made a sharp and senseless turn. But Sylvester found no trace of his girl. "Lollet!" the old man cried out into the stillness. "Lollet, Ma Phil, Lollet!" But no answer came, no sound but the echo of his own voice, and the soft splash of the red water that lapped his feet. He looked down at it, sick with anguish and apprehension. Lollet had disappeared as completely as if the earth had opened and swallowed her. After a few days it became the common belief that the girl had been drowned. It was thought that she must have been hurled from the wagon into the water during the sharp turn that the wheel tracks indicated, and carried away by the rapid current. During the days of search, old Sylvester's excitement kept him up. When it was over, an apathetic despair seemed to settle upon him. Madame Duplan, moved by sympathy, had taken the little 4-year-old Nonum to the plantation Les Cheniers, where the child was awed by the beauty and comfort of things that surrounded him there. He thought always that Lollet would come back, and watched for her every day, for they did not tell him the sad tidings of her loss. The other 2 boys were placed in the temporary care of Aunt Minty, and old Sylvester roamed like a persecuted being through the country. He who had been a type of indolent content and repose had changed to a restless spirit. When he thought to eat, it was in some humble Negro cabin that he stopped to ask for food, which was never denied him. His grief had clothed him with a dignity that imposed respect. One morning very early he appeared before the planter with a disheveled and hunted look. "Monsieur Duplan," he said, holding his hat in his hand and looking away into vacancy, "I been try everything. I been try settin' down still on de stoke all our why. I been walk, I been run, t ain't no use. Dey got allies some in W at push me. I go fishin', and it's some in W at push me worser'n ever. By gracious! Monsieur Duplan, gi me some work. The planter gave him at once a plough in hand, and no plough on the whole plantation dug so deep as that one, nor so fast. Sylvestre was the first in the field, as he was the last one there. From dawn to nightfall he worked, and after, till his limbs refused to do his bidding. People came to wonder, and the negroes began to whisper hints of demoniacal possession. When Mr. Duplan gave careful thought to the subject of Lollette's mysterious disappearance, an idea came to him. But so fearful was he to arouse false hopes in the breasts of those who grieved for the girl that to no one did he impart his suspicions save to his wife. It was on the eve of a business trip to New Orleans that he told her what he thought, or what he hoped rather. Upon his return, which happened not many days later, he went out to where old Sylvestre was toiling in the field with frenzied energy. Sylvestre, said the planter, quietly, when he had stood a moment watching the man at work, have you given up all hope of hearing from your daughter? I don't know, I don't know. Let me work, Monsieur Duplan. For my part, I believe the child is alive. You believe that, you? His rugged face was pitiful in its imploring lines. I know it, Mr. Duplan muttered, as calmly as he could. Hold up. Steady yourself, man. Come with me to the house. There is someone there who knows it, too, someone who has seen her. The room into which the planter led the old man was big, cool, beautiful, and sweet with the delicate odor of flowers. It was shady, too, for the shutters were half closed, but not so darkened but Sylvestre could at once see Lollette, seated in a big wicker chair. She was almost as white as the gown she wore. Her neatly shod feet rested upon a cushion, and her black hair, that had been closely cut, was beginning to make little rings about her temples. "Aye," he cried sharply, at sight of her, grasping his seamed throat as he did so. Then he laughed like a madman, and then he sobbed. He only sobbed, kneeling upon the floor beside her, kissing her knees and her hands, that sought his. Little Nonam was close to her, with a health flush creeping into his cheek. Vivast and Jax were there, and rather awed by the mystery and grandeur of everything. Whereabouts you find her, Monsieur Duplan? Sylvestre asked, when the first flush of his joy had spent itself, and he was wiping his eyes with his rough cotton shirt sleeve. Monsieur Duplan find me way yonder to de city, papa, in de hospital, spoke Lollette, before the planter could steady his voice to reply. I didn't know who everybody was, me. I didn't know me, Miss F, tell I to en round one day and see Monsieur Duplan, W at Stanny dear. You was bound to know Monsieur Duplan, Lollette laughed Sylvestre, like a child. Yes, and I know right way how dem mule was git frightened wen de boat whistle foo stop, and pitch me plumb on de ground. And I remember it was one mulatress w at call herself one cambaimed, all de time aside me. You must not talk too much, Lollette interposed Madame Duplan, coming to place her hand with gentle solicitude upon the girl's forehead, and to feel how her pulse beat. Then, to save the child further effort of speech, she herself related how the boat had stopped at this lonely landing to take on a load of cottonseed. Lollet had been found stretched insensible by the river, fallen apparently from the clouds, and had been taken on board. The boat had changed its course into other waters after that trip, and had not returned to Duplan's landing. Those who had tended Lollet and left her at the hospital supposed, no doubt, that she would make known her identity in time, and they had troubled themselves no further about her. "And are you is?" almost shouted Aunt Minty, whose black face gleamed in the doorway. "Dar you is, settin' down, looking just like W-ite folks." "Ain't I always was W-ite folks, Aunt Mint," smiled Lollet, feebly. "Geelong, chilly. You knows me. I don't mean no harm." "And now, Sylvester," said Mr. Duplan, as he rose and started to walk the floor, with hands in his pockets, "listen to me. It will be a long time before Lollet is strong again. Aunt Minty is going to look after things for you till the child is fully recovered. But what I want to say is this: I shall trust these children into your hands once more, and I want you never to forget again that you are their father. Do you hear, that you are a man?" Old Sylvester stood with his hand in Lollet's, who rubbed it lovingly against her cheek. "By gracious, Monsieur Duplan," he answered, "wen God want to help me, I'm gon' try my bis." The Benitez slave. Old Uncle Oswald believed he belonged to the Benitez, and there was no getting the notion out of his head. Monsieur tried every way, for there was no sense in it. Why, it must have been 50 years since the Benitez owned him. He had belonged to others since, and had later been freed. Beside, there was not a Benita left in the parish now, except one rather delicate woman, who lived with her little daughter in a corner of Natchitoches town, and constructed fashionable millinery. The family had dispersed, and almost vanished, and the plantation as well had lost its identity. But that made no difference to Uncle Oswald. He was always running away from Monsieur, who kept him out of pure kindness, and trying to get back to those Benitez. More than that, he was constantly getting injured in such attempts. Once he fell into the bayou and was nearly drowned. Again he barely escaped being run down by an engine. But another time, when he had been lost 2 days, and finally discovered in an unconscious and half-dead condition in the woods, Monsieur and Dr. Bonfils reluctantly decided that it was time to do something with the old man. So, one sunny spring morning, Monsieur took Uncle Oswald in the buggy, and drove over to Natchitoches with him, intending to take the evening train for the institution in which the poor creature was to be cared for. It was quite early in the afternoon when they reached town, and Monsieur found himself with several hours to dispose of before train time. He tied his horses in front of the hotel, the quaintest old stuccoed house, too absurdly unlike a hotel for anything, and entered. But he left Uncle Oswald seated upon a shaded bench just within the yard. There were people occasionally coming in and going out, but no one took the smallest notice of the old Negro drowsing over the cane that he held between his knees. The sight was common in Natchitoches. One who passed in was a little girl about 12, with dark, kind eyes, and daintily carrying a parcel. She was dressed in blue calico, and wore a stiff white sunbonnet, extinguisher fashion, over her brown curls. Just as she passed Uncle Oswald again, on her way out, the old man, half asleep, let fall his cane. She picked it up and handed it back to him, as any nice child would have done. "Oh, thanky, Missy," stammered Uncle Oswald, all confused at being waited upon by this little lady. "You is a putty leela gal. What's yo' name, honey?" "My name's Suzanne Benita," replied the girl. Instantly the old Negro stumbled to his feet. Without a moment's hesitancy he followed the little one out through the gate, down the street, and around the corner. It was an hour later that Monsieur, after a distracted search, found him standing upon the gallery of the tiny house in which Madame Benita kept fashionable millinery. Mother and daughter were sorely perplexed to comprehend the intentions of the venerable servitor, who stood, hat in hand, persistently awaiting their orders. Monsieur understood and appreciated the situation at once, and he has prevailed upon Madame Benita to accept the gratuitous services of Uncle Oswald for the sake of the old darkie's own safety and happiness. Uncle Oswald never tries to run away now. He chops wood and hauls water. He cheerfully and faithfully bears the parcels that Suzanne used to carry, and makes an excellent cup of black coffee. I met the old man the other day in Natchitoches, contentedly stumbling down St. Denis Street with a basket of figs that someone was sending to his mistress. I asked him his name. "My name's Oswald, madam, Oswald, that's my name. I belongs to de Benitas, and someone told me his story then. Desiree's baby." As the day was pleasant, Madame Vamandy drove over to Labri to see Desiree and the baby. It made her laugh to think of Desiree with a baby. Why, it seemed but yesterday that Desiree was little more than a baby herself, when Monsieur, in riding through the gateway of Vamandy, had found her lying asleep in the shadow of the big stone pillar. The little one awoke in his arms and began to cry for Dada. That was as much as she could do or say. Some people thought she might have strayed there of her own accord, for she was of the toddling age. The prevailing belief was that she had been purposely left by a party of Texans, whose canvas-covered wagon, late in the day, had crossed the ferry that Cotton Mather kept, just below the plantation. In time Madame Vamandy abandoned every speculation but the one that Desiree had been sent to her by a beneficent providence to be the child of her affection, seeing that she was without child of the flesh. For the girl grew to be beautiful and gentle, affectionate and sincere, the idol of Vamandy. It was no wonder, when she stood one day against the stone pillar in whose shadow she had lain asleep, 18 years before, that Armand Aubigny, riding by and seeing her there, had fallen in love with her. That was the way all the Aubignys fell in love, as if struck by a pistol shot. The wonder was that he had not loved her before, for he had known her since his father brought him home from Paris, a boy of 8, after his mother died there. The passion that awoke in him that day, when he saw her at the gate, swept along like an avalanche, or like a prairie fire, or like anything that drives headlong over all obstacles. Monsieur Vamandy grew practical and wanted things well considered, that is, the girl's obscure origin. Armand looked into her eyes and did not care. He was reminded that she was nameless. What did it matter about a name when he could give her one of the oldest and proudest in Louisiana? He ordered the corbeille from Paris, and contained himself with what patience he could until it arrived. Then they were married. Madame Vamandy had not seen Désiré and the baby for 4 weeks. When she reached Labri she shuddered at the first sight of it, as she always did. It was a sad-looking place, which for many years had not known the gentle presence of a mistress, old Monsieur Aubigny having married and buried his wife in France, and she having loved her own land too well ever to leave it. The roof came down steep and black like a cowl, reaching out beyond the wide galleries that encircled the yellow stuccoed house. Big, solemn oaks grew close to it, and their thick-leaved, far-reaching branches shadowed it like a pall. Young Aubigny's rule was a strict one, too, and under it his Negroes had forgotten how to be gay, as they had been during the old master's easygoing and indulgent lifetime. The young mother was recovering slowly, and lay full length, in her soft white muslins and laces, upon a couch. The baby was beside her, upon her arm, where he had fallen asleep, at her breast. The yellow nurse-woman sat beside a window fanning herself. Madame Vamandy bent her portly figure over Désiré and kissed her, holding her an instant tenderly in her arms. Then she turned to the child. "This is not the baby," she exclaimed, in startled tones. French was the language spoken at Vamandy in those days. "I knew you would be astonished," laughed Désiré, "at the way he has grown. The little coquin de lait. Look at his legs, Mama, and his hands and fingernails, real fingernails. Zandrine had to cut them this morning. Isn't it true, Zandrine?" The woman bowed her turbaned head majestically. "My sigh, madam." "And the way he cries," went on Désiré, "is deafening. Armand heard him the other day as far away as La Blanche's cabin." Madame Vamandy had never removed her eyes from the child. She lifted it and walked with it over to the window that was lightest. She scanned the baby narrowly, then looked as searchingly at Zandrine, whose face was burned to gaze across the fields. "Yes, the child has grown, has changed," said Madame Vamandy, slowly, as she replaced it beside its mother. "What does Armand say?" Désiré's face became suffused with a glow that was happiness itself. "Oh, Armand is the proudest father in the parish, I believe, chiefly because it is a boy, to bear his name, though he says not, that he would have loved a girl as well. But I know it isn't true. I know he says that to please me. And Mama," she added, drawing Madame Vamandi's head down to her, and speaking in a whisper, "He hasn't punished one of them, not one of them, since baby is born. Even Negrillen, who pretended to have burnt his leg that he might rest from work, he only laughed, and said Negrillen was a great scamp. Oh, Mama, I'm so happy, it frightens me." What Desiree said was true. Marriage, and later the birth of his son, had softened Armand Aubigny's imperious and exacting nature greatly. This was what made the gentle Desiree so happy, for she loved him desperately. When he frowned she trembled, but loved him. When he smiled, she asked no greater blessing of God. But Armand's dark, handsome face had not often been disfigured by frowns since the day he fell in love with her. When the baby was about 3 months old, Desiree awoke one day to the conviction that there was something in the air menacing her peace. It was at first too subtle to grasp. It had only been a disquieting suggestion, an air of mystery among the blacks, unexpected visits from far-off neighbors who could hardly account for their coming. Then a strange, an awful change in her husband's manner, which she dared not ask him to explain. When he spoke to her, it was with averted eyes, from which the old love light seemed to have gone out. He absented himself from home, and when there, avoided her presence and that of her child, without excuse. And the very spirit of Satan seemed suddenly to take hold of him in his dealings with the slaves. Desiree was miserable enough to die. She sat in her room, one hot afternoon, in her peignoir, listlessly drawing through her fingers the strands of her long, silky brown hair that hung about her shoulders. The baby, half naked, lay asleep upon her own great mahogany bed, that was like a sumptuous throne, with its satin-lined half-canopy. One of La Blanche's little quadroon boys, half naked too, stood fanning the child slowly with a fan of peacock feathers. Desiree's eyes had been fixed absently and sadly upon the baby, while she was striving to penetrate the threatening mist that she felt closing about her. She looked from her child to the boy who stood beside him, and back again, over and over. Ah! It was a cry that she could not help, which she was not conscious of having uttered. The blood turned like ice in her veins, and a clammy moisture gathered upon her face. She tried to speak to the little quadroon boy, but no sound would come, at first. When he heard his name uttered, he looked up, and his mistress was pointing to the door. He laid aside the great, soft fan, and obediently stole away, over the polished floor, on his bare tiptoes. She stayed motionless, with gaze riveted upon her child, and her face the picture of fright. Presently her husband entered the room, and without noticing her, went to a table and began to search among some papers which covered it. Armand, she called to him, in a voice which must have stabbed him, if he was human. But he did not notice. Armand, she said again. Then she rose and tottered towards him. Armand, she panted once more, clutching his arm, look at our child. What does it mean? Tell me. He coldly but gently loosened her fingers from about his arm and thrust the hand away from him. "Tell me what it means," she cried despairingly. "It means," he answered lightly, "that the child is not white. It means that you are not white." A quick conception of all that this accusation meant for her nerved her with unwonted courage to deny it. "It is a lie, it is not true, I am white. Look at my hair, it is brown, and my eyes are grey, Armand, you know they are grey. And my skin is fair," seizing his wrist. "Look at my hand, whiter than yours, Armand," she laughed hysterically. "As white as La Blanche's," he returned cruelly, and went away leaving her alone with their child. When she could hold a pen in her hand, she sent a despairing letter to Madame Vamandy. "My mother, they tell me I am not white. Armand has told me I am not white. For God's sake tell them it is not true. You must know it is not true. I shall die. I must die. I cannot be so unhappy, and live." The answer that came was as brief: "My own Désirée, come home to Vamandy, back to your mother who loves you. Come with your child." When the letter reached Désirée, she went with it to her husband's study, and laid it open upon the desk before which he sat. She was like a stone image, silent, white, motionless after she placed it there. In silence he ran his cold eyes over the written words. He said nothing. "Shall I go, Armand?" she asked in tones sharp with agonized suspense. "Yes, go." "Do you want me to go?" "Yes, I want you to go." He thought Almighty God had dealt cruelly and unjustly with him, and felt, somehow, that he was paying him back in kind when he stabbed thus into his wife's soul. Moreover, he no longer loved her, because of the unconscious injury she had brought upon his home and his name. She turned away like one stunned by a blow, and walked slowly towards the door, hoping he would call her back. "Goodbye, Armand," she moaned. He did not answer her. That was his last blow at fate. Désirée went in search of her child. Zandrine was pacing the sombre gallery with it. She took the little one from the nurse's arms with no word of explanation, and descending the steps, walked away, under the live oak branches. It was an October afternoon, the sun was just sinking. Out in the still fields the Negroes were picking cotton. Désirée had not changed the thin white garment nor the slippers which she wore. Her hair was uncovered and the sun's rays brought a golden gleam from its brown meshes. She did not take the broad, beaten road which led to the far-off plantation of Vamandy. She walked across a deserted field, where the stubble bruised her tender feet, so delicately shod, and tore her thin gown to shreds. She disappeared among the reeds and willows that grew thick along the banks of the deep, sluggish bayou, and she did not come back again. Some weeks later there was a curious scene enacted at Labri. In the center of the smoothly swept backyard was a great bonfire. Armand Aubigny sat in the wide hallway that commanded a view of the spectacle, and it was he who dealt out to a half-dozen Negroes the material which kept this fire ablaze. A graceful cradle of willow, with all its dainty furbishings, was laid upon the pyre, which had already been fed with the richness of a priceless lait. Then there were silk gowns, and velvet and satin ones added to these, laces, too, and embroideries, bonnets and gloves, for the corbeille had been of rare quality. The last thing to go was a tiny bundle of letters, innocent little scribblings that Désirée had sent to him during the days of their espousal. There was the remnant of one back in the drawer from which he took them. But it was not Désirée's, it was part of an old letter from his mother to his father. He read it. She was thanking God for the blessing of her husband's love, but, above all she wrote, night and day, I thank the good God for having so arranged our lives that our dear Armand will never know that his mother, who adores him, belongs to the race that is cursed with the brand of slavery. A turkey hunt. 3 of Madame's finest bronze turkeys were missing from the brood. It was nearing Christmas, and that was the reason, perhaps, that even Monsieur grew agitated when the discovery was made. The news was brought to the house by Séverine's boy, who had seen the troop at noon a half-mile up the Bayou 3 short. Others reported the deficiency as even greater. So, at about 2 in the afternoon, though a cold drizzle had begun to fall, popular feeling in the matter was so strong that all the household forces turned out to search for the missing gobblers. Alice, the housemaid, went down the river, and Polisson the yard boy went up the bayou. Others crossed the fields, and Artemise was rather vaguely instructed to go look too. Artemise is in some respects an extraordinary person. In age she's anywhere between 10 and 15, with a head not unlike in shape and appearance to a dark chocolate-colored Easter egg. She talks most wholly in monosyllables, and has big round glassy eyes, which she fixes upon one with the placid gaze of an Egyptian sphinx. The morning after my arrival at the plantation, I was awakened by the rattling of cups at my bedside. It was Artemise with the early coffee. "Is it cold out?" I asked by way of conversation, as I sipped the tiny cup of ink-black coffee. "Ja, Where do you sleep, Artemise?" I further inquired, with the same intention as before. "In a hole" was precisely what she said, with a pump-like motion of the arm that she habitually uses to indicate a locality. What she meant was that she slept in the hall. Again, another time, she came with an armful of wood, and having deposited it upon the hearth, turned to stare fixedly at me, with folded hands. "Did Madame send you to build a fire, Artemise?" I hastened to ask, feeling uncomfortable under the look. "Ja, Very well, make it." "Matches," was all she said. There happened to be no matches in my room, and she evidently considered that all personal responsibility ceased in face of this first and not very serious obstacle. Pages might be told of her unfathomable ways, but to the turkey hunt. All afternoon the searching party kept returning, singly and in couples, and in a more or less bedraggled condition. All brought unfavorable reports. Nothing could be seen of the missing fowls. Artemis had been absent probably an hour when she glided into the hall where the family was assembled, and stood with crossed hands and contemplative air beside the fire. We could see by the benign expression of her countenance that she possibly had information to give, if any inducement were offered her in the shape of a question. "Have you found the turkeys, Artemis?" Madame hastened to ask. "Ja, You Artemis," shouted Aunt Florindy, the cook, who was passing through the hall with a batch of newly baked light bread. "She's a lying, Mistress, if dey ever was. You found dem turkeys, upon the child. Whar was you at, de whole blessed time? Warn't he you stannin' plank up agin de back o' de henhouse? Never budged a inch. Don't jaw me down, gal, don't jaw me." Artemis was only gazing at Aunt Florindy with unruffled calm. "I warn't he gwine tell on her, but arter that untruth, I bound to." "Let her alone, Aunt Florindy," Madam interfered. "Where are the turkeys, Artemis?" "Yon," she simply articulated, bringing the pump handle motion of her arm into play. "Where yonder?" Madam demanded, a little impatiently. "In a henhouse." Sure enough. The 3 missing turkeys had been accidentally locked up in the morning when the chickens were fed. Artemis, for some unknown reason, had hidden herself during the search behind the hen house, and had heard their muffled gobble. Madame Celestine's divorce. Madame Celestine always wore a neat and snugly fitting calico wrapper when she went out in the morning to sweep her small gallery. Lawyer Paxton thought she looked very pretty in the grey one that was made with a graceful Watteau fold at the back, and with which she invariably wore a bow of pink ribbon at the throat. She was always sweeping her gallery when Lawyer Paxton passed by in the morning on his way to his office in St. Denis Street. Sometimes he stopped and leaned over the fence to say good morning at his ease, to criticize or admire her rose bushes, or, when he had time enough, to hear what she had to say. Madame Celestine usually had a good deal to say. She would gather up the train of her calico wrapper in one hand, and balancing the broom gracefully in the other, would go tripping down to where the lawyer leaned, as comfortably as he could, over her picket fence. Of course she had talked to him of her troubles. Everyone knew Madame Celestine's troubles. "Really, Madame," he told her once, in his deliberate, calculating, lawyer tone, "it's more than human nature, woman's nature, should be called upon to endure. Here you are, working your fingers off." She glanced down at 2 rosy fingertips that showed through the rents in her baggy doeskin gloves, "taking in sewing, giving music lessons, doing God knows what in the way of manual labor to support yourself and those 2 little ones." Madame Celestine's pretty face beamed with satisfaction at this enumeration of her trials. "You right, Judge. Not a picayune, not one, have I lay my eyes on in the past for months that I can say Celestine give it to me or send it to me." "The scoundrel," muttered Lawyer Paxton in his beard. "Important," she resumed, "they say he's making money down round Alexandria when he wants to work. I dare say you haven't seen him for months, suggested the lawyer. It's good 6 months since I see a sight of Celestine, she admitted. That's it, that's what I say, he has practically deserted you, fails to support you. It wouldn't surprise me a bit to learn that he has ill-treated you. Well, you know, Judge, with an evasive cough, a man that drinks, what can you expect? And if you would know the promises he has made me. If I had as many dollars as I had promised from Celestine, I would have to work, vous guarantees. And in my opinion, madam, you would be a foolish woman to endure it longer, when the divorce court is there to offer you redress. You spoke about that before, Judge. I'm going think about that divorcee. I believe you right. Madame Celestine thought about the divorce and talked about it, too, and Lawyer Paxton grew deeply interested in the theme. You know, about that divorcee, Judge. Madame Celestine was waiting for him that morning. I been talking to my family and my friends, and it's me that tells you, they all plumb against that divorcee. Certainly, to be sure, that's to be expected, madam, in this community of Creoles. I warned you that you would meet with opposition, and would have to face it and brave it. Oh, don't fear, I'm going to face it. Maman says it's a disgrace like it's never been in the family. But it's good for Maman to talk, her. What trouble she ever had. She says I must go by all means consult with Perrier Ducheron, it's my confessor, you understand. Well, I'll go, Judge, to please Maman. But all the confessor in the world ain't going make me put up with that conduct of Celestine any longer. A day or two later, she was there waiting for him again. You know, Judge, about that divorcee. Yes, responded the lawyer, well pleased to trace a new determination in her brown eyes and in the curves of her pretty mouth. I suppose you saw Perrier Ducheron and had to brave it out with him, too. Oh, for that, a perfect sermon, I ask you. A talk of giving scandal and bad example that I thought would never end. He says, for him, he wash his hands, I must go see the bishop. You won't let the bishop dissuade you, I trust, stammered the lawyer more anxiously than he could well understand. You don't know me yet, Judge, laughed Madame Celestine with a turn of the head and a flirt of the broom which indicated that the interview was at an end. Well, Madame Celestine. And the bishop? Lawyer Paxton was standing there holding to a couple of the shaky pickets. She had not seen him. Oh, it's you, Judge, and she hastened towards him with an empressement that could not but have been flattering. Yes, I saw Monseigneur, she began. The lawyer had already gathered from her expressive countenance that she had not wavered in her determination. He's a eloquent man. It's not a mo eloquent man in Natchitoches parish. I was for CED to cry, the way he talked to me about my troubles, how he understands them, and feels for me. It would move even you, Judge, to hear how he talk about that step I want to take, its danger, its temptation. How it is the duty of a Catholic to stand everything till the last extreme. and that life of retirement and self-denial I would have to lead. He told me all that. But he hasn't turned you from your resolve, I see, laughed the lawyer complacently. For that, no, she returned emphatically. The bishop don't know what it is to be married to a man like Celestin, and have to undo that conduct like I have to undo it. The Pope himself can't make me stand that any longer, if you say I got the right in the law to send Celestin sailing. A noticeable change had come over Lawyer Paxton. He discarded his workday coat and began to wear his Sunday one to the office. He grew solicitous as to the shine of his boots, his collar, and the set of his tie. He brushed and trimmed his whiskers with a care that had not before been apparent. Then he fell into a stupid habit of dreaming as he walked the streets of the old town. It would be very good to take unto himself a wife, he dreamed. And he could dream of no other than pretty Madame Celestin filling that sweet and sacred office as she filled his thoughts, now. Old Natchitoches would not hold them comfortably, perhaps, but the world was surely wide enough to live in, outside of Natchitoches town. His heart beat in a strangely irregular manner as he neared Madame Celestin's house one morning, and discovered her behind the rose bushes, as usual plying her broom. She had finished the gallery and steps and was sweeping the little brick walk along the edge of the violet border. "Good morning, Madame Celestin." "Ah, it's you, Judge." "Good morning." He waited. She seemed to be doing the same. Then she ventured, with some hesitancy, "You know, Judge, about that divorcee. I been thinking, I reckon you better never mind about that divorcee." She was making deep rings in the palm of her gloved hand with the end of the broom handle, and looking at them critically. Her face seemed to the lawyer to be unusually rosy, but maybe it was only the reflection of the pink bow at the throat. "Yes, I reckon you need mine. You see, Judge, Celestin came home last night. And he's promised me on his word and honor he's going to turn over a new leaf. Love on the Bayou." Upon the pleasant veranda of Père Antoine's cottage, that adjoined the church, a young girl had long been seated, awaiting his return. It was the eve of Easter Sunday, and since early afternoon the priest had been engaged in hearing the confessions of those who wished to make their Easters the following day. The girl did not seem impatient at his delay, on the contrary, it was very restful to her to lie back in the big chair she had found there, and peep through the thick curtain of vines at the people who occasionally passed along the village street. She was slender, with a frailness that indicated lack of wholesome and plentiful nourishment. A pathetic, uneasy look was in her grey eyes, and even faintly stamped her features, which were fine and delicate. In lieu of a hat, a beige veil covered her light brown and abundant hair. She wore a coarse white cotton josie and a blue calico skirt that only half concealed her tattered shoes. As she sat there, she held carefully in her lap a parcel of eggs securely fastened in a red bandana handkerchief. Twice already a handsome, stalwart young man in quest of the priest had entered the yard, and penetrated to where she sat. At first they had exchanged the uncompromising howdy of strangers, and nothing more. The second time, finding the priest still absent, he hesitated to go at once. Instead, he stood upon the step, and narrowing his brown eyes, gazed beyond the river, off towards the west, where a murky streak of mist was spreading across the sun. It looked like mo rain, he remarked, slowly and carelessly. We done had 'bout 'nough, she replied, in much the same tone. It's no chance to thin out the cotton, he went on. And the Bayou, she resumed, it's only today you can cross him on foot. You live yonder on the Bayou, donc? He asked, looking at her for the first time since he had spoken. Yas, by nid die hibout, monsieur. Instinctive courtesy held him from questioning her further. But he seated himself on the step, evidently determined to wait there for the priest. He said no more, but sat scanning critically the steps, the porch, and pillar beside him, from which he occasionally tore away little pieces of detached wood, where it was beginning to rot at its base. A click at the side gate that communicated with the churchyard soon announced Père Antoine's return. He came hurriedly across the garden path, between the tall, lusty rose bushes that lined either side of it, which were now fragrant with blossoms. His long, flapping cassock added something of height to his undersized, middle-aged figure, as did the skull cap which rested securely back on his head. He saw only the young man at first, who rose at his approach. Well, Azanor, he called cheerily in French, extending his hand. How is this? I expected you all the week. Yes, monsieur, but I knew well what you wanted with me, and I was finishing the doors for Gros Leon's new house, saying which, he drew back, and indicated by a motion and look that someone was present who had a prior claim upon Père Antoine's attention. Ah, Lolly, the priest exclaimed, when he had mounted to the porch, and saw her there behind the vines. Have you been waiting here since you confessed? Surely an hour ago. Yes, monsieur. You should rather have made some visits in the village, child. I am not acquainted with anyone in the village, she returned. The priest, as he spoke, had drawn a chair, and seated himself beside her, with his hands comfortably clasping his knees. He wanted to know how things were out on the bayou. And how is the grandmother? He asked. As cross and crabbed as ever. And with that, he added reflectively, good for 10 years yet. I said only yesterday to Bertrand, you know Bertrand, he works on Le Blot's Bayou place, and that Madame Zidore, how is it with her, Bertrand? I believe God has forgotten her here on earth. It isn't that, your reverence, said Bertrand, but it's neither God nor the devil that wants her. And Père Antoine laughed with a jovial frankness that took all sting of ill nature from his very pointed remarks. Lolly did not reply when he spoke of her grandmother, she only pressed her lips firmly together, and picked nervously at the red bandana. I have come to ask, Monsieur Antoine, she began, lower than she needed to speak, for Azanor had withdrawn at once to the far end of the porch, to ask if you will give me a little scrap of paper, a piece of writing for Monsieur Chartrand at the store over there. I want new shoes and stockings for Easter, and I have brought eggs to trade for them. He says he is willing, yes, if he was sure I would bring more every week till the shoes are paid for. With good-natured indifference, Père Antoine wrote the order that the girl desired. He was too familiar with distress to feel keenly for a girl who was able to buy Easter shoes and pay for them with eggs. She went immediately away then, after shaking hands with the priest, and sending a quick glance of her pathetic eyes towards Agenor, who had turned when he heard her rise, and nodded when he caught the look. Through the vines he watched her cross the village street. "How is it that you do not know Lali, Agenor? You surely must have seen her pass your house often. It lies on her way to the Bayou." "No, I don't know her, I have never seen her," the young man replied, as he seated himself, after the priest, and kept his eyes absently fixed on the store across the road, where he had seen her enter. "She is the granddaughter of that Madame Isidore, what? Madame Isidore whom they drove off the island last winter." "Yes, yes. Well, you know, they say the old woman stole wood and things, I don't know how true it is, and destroyed people's property out of pure malice. And she lives now on the Bayou." "Yes, on Le Blot's place, in a perfect wreck of a cabin. You see, she gets it for nothing, not a Negro on the place but has refused to live in it. Surely, it can't be that old abandoned hovel near the swamp, that Michon occupied ages ago." "That is the one, the very one. And the girl lives there with that old wretch," the young man marveled. "Old wretch to be sure, Agenor. But what can you expect from a woman who never crosses the threshold of God's house, who even tried to hinder the child doing so as well? But I went to her. I said, 'See here, Madame Isidore, you know it's my way to handle such people without gloves. You may damn your soul if you choose,' I told her. 'That is a privilege which we all have, but none of us has a right to imperil the salvation of another. I want to see Lali at Mass hereafter on Sundays, or you will hear from me,' and I shook my stick under her nose. Since then the child has never missed a Sunday. But she is half-starved, you can see that. You saw how shabby she is, how broken her shoes are. She is at Chartrand's now, trading for new ones with those eggs she brought, poor thing. There is no doubt of her being ill-treated. Bertrand says he thinks Madame Isidore even beats the child. I don't know how true it is, for no power can make her utter a word against her grandmother." Agenor, whose face was a kind and sensitive one, had paled with distress as the priest spoke, and now at these final words he quivered as though he felt the sting of a cruel blow upon his own flesh. But no more was said of Lali, for Père Antoine drew the young man's attention to the carpenter work which he wished to entrust to him. When they had talked the matter over in all its lengthy details, Agenor mounted his horse and rode away. A moment's gallop carried him outside the village. Then came a half-mile strip along the river to cover. Then the lane to enter, in which stood his dwelling midway, upon a low, pleasant knoll. As Agenor turned into the lane, he saw the figure of Lali far ahead of him. Somehow he had expected to find her there, and he watched her again, as he had done through Père Antoine's vines. When she passed his house, he wondered if she would turn to look at it. But she did not. How could she know it was his? Upon reaching it himself, he did not enter the yard, but stood there motionless, his eyes always fastened upon the girl's figure. He could not see, away off there, how coarse her garments were. She seemed, through the distance that divided them, as slim and delicate as a flower stalk. He stayed till she reached the turn of the lane and disappeared into the woods. Mass had not yet begun when Agenor tiptoed into church on Easter morning. He did not take his place with the congregation, but stood close to the holy water font, and watched the people who entered. Almost every girl who passed him wore a white mull, a dotted Swiss, or a fresh starched muslin at least. They were bright with ribbons that hung from their persons, and flowers that bedecked their hats. Some carried fans and cambric handkerchiefs. Most of them wore gloves, and were odorant of powderies and nice toilet waters, while all carried gay little baskets filled with Easter eggs. But there was one who came empty-handed, save for the worn prayer book which she bore. It was Lali, the veil upon her head, and wearing the blue print and cotton bodice which she had worn the day before. He dipped his hand into the holy water when she came, and held it out to her, though he had not thought of doing this for the others. She touched his fingers with the tips of her own, making a slight inclination as she did so, and after a deep genuflection before the blessed sacrament, passed on to the side. He was not sure if she had known him. He knew she had not looked into his eyes, for he would have felt it. He was angered against other young women who passed him, because of their flowers and ribbons, when she wore none. He himself did not care, but he feared she might, and watched her narrowly to see if she did. But it was plain that Lali did not care. Her face, as she seated herself, settled into the same restful lines it had worn yesterday, when she sat in Père Antoine's big chair. It seemed good to her to be there. Sometimes she looked up at the little colored panes through which the Easter sun was streaming, then at the flaming candles, like stars, or at the embroidered figures of Joseph and Mary, flanking the central tabernacle which shrouded the risen Christ. Yet she liked just as well to watch the young girls in their spring freshness, or to sensuously inhale the mingled odor of flowers and incense that filled the temple. Lali was among the last to quit the church. When she walked down the clean pathway that led from it to the road, she looked with pleased curiosity towards the groups of men and maidens who were gaily matching their Easter eggs under the shade of the china berry trees. Agenor was among them, and when he saw her coming solitary down the path, he approached her and, with a smile, extended his hat, whose crown was quite lined with the pretty colored eggs. "You muse have forgot to bring eggs," he said. "Take some o' mine." "Non, merci," she replied, flushing and drawing back. But he urged them anew upon her. Much pleased, then, she bent her pretty head over the hat, and was evidently puzzled to make a selection among so many that were beautiful. He picked out one for her, a pink one, dotted with white clover leaves. "Yeah," he said, handing it to her, "I think this is the prettiest, and it looks strong too. I'm sure it will break all of the rest." And he playfully held out another, half hidden in his fist, for her to try its strength upon. But she refused to. She would not risk the ruin of her pretty egg. Then she walked away, without once having noticed that the girls, whom Azenor had left, were looking curiously at her. When he rejoined them, he was hardly prepared for their greeting. It startled him. "How come you talk to that girl?" "She's Real Canel, her," was what one of them said to him. "Who say so?" "Who say she's Canel?" "If it's a man, I'll smash his head," he exclaimed, livid. They all laughed merrily at this. "And if it's a lady, Azenor?" "What you going to do 'bout it?" asked another, quizzingly. "Ain't no lady." "No lady would say that 'bout a po girl, what she don't even know." He turned away, and emptying all his eggs into the hat of a little urchin who stood near, walked out of the churchyard. He did not stop to exchange another word with anyone, neither with the men who stood all ender matches before the stores, nor the women who were mounting upon horses and into vehicles, or walking in groups to their homes. He took a short cut across the cotton field that extended back of the town, and walking rapidly, soon reached his home. It was a pleasant house of few rooms and many windows, with fresh air blowing through from every side. His workshop was beside it. A broad strip of greensward, studded here and there with trees, sloped down to the road. Azenor entered the kitchen, where an amiable old black woman was chopping onion and sage at a table. "Tranquillin," he said abruptly, "they's a young girl going to pass here after a ill. She's got a blue dress and white josie on, and a veil on her head. When you see her, I want you to go to the road and make her rest there on the bench, and ask her if she don't want a cup o' coffee. I saw her go to communion, so she didn't eat any breakfast. Everybody else from out o' town, that went to communion, got invited somewhere or another. It's enough to make a person sick to see such meanness. And you want me to go down to the gate, she's so, and ax her pin blank if she wants some coffee?" asked the bewildered Tranquillin. "I don't care if you ask her point blank or not, but you do like I say." Tranquillin was leaning over the gate when Lolly came along. "Howdy," offered the woman. "Howdy," the girl returned. "Did you see a yellow calf wid black spots at arm down the lane, missy?" "Non, not yellow, and not with black spot. My's I see one lila white calf tie by a rope, yonder round the bend. That warn't he hit. Dis he one was yellow. I hope he done flung his down the bank and broke his neck. Sarve him right. But how you come from, Chili? You look plumb woe out. Set down dar on that bench, and let me fetch you a cup o' coffee." Azenor had already in his eagerness arranged a tray, upon which was a smoking cup of café au lait. He had buttered and jellied generous slices of bread, and was searching wildly for something when Tranquillin reentered. "W at become o' that half of chicken pie, Tranquillin, that was yer in the guard manger yesterday." "W at chicken pie. W at guard manger," blustered the woman. "Like we got mo en one guard manger in the house, Tranquillin. You jes like ole my ame Azenor used to be, you is. You spec chicken pie gwine las eternal. Wen somepin done spilt, I flings it way." "That's me, that's Tranquillin." So Azenor resigned himself, what else could he do, and sent the tray, incomplete, as he fancied it, out to Lali. He trembled at thought of what he did, he, whose nerves were usually as steady as some piece of steel mechanism. Would it anger her if she suspected? Would it please her if she knew? Would she say this or that to Tranquillin? And would Tranquillin tell him truly what she said, how she looked? As it was Sunday, Azenor did not work that afternoon. Instead, he took a book out under the trees, as he often did, and sat reading it, from the first sound of the vesper bell, that came faintly across the fields, till the Angelus. All that time he turned many a page, yet in the end did not know what he had read. With his pencil he had traced Lali upon every margin, and was saying it softly to himself. Another Sunday Azenor saw Lali at Mass, and again. Once he walked with her and showed her the short cut across the cotton field. She was very glad that day, and told him she was going to work. Her grandmother said she might. She was going to hoe, up in the fields with Monsieur Leblot's hands. He entreated her not to, and when she asked his reason, he could not tell her, but turned and tore shyly and savagely at the elder blossoms that grew along the fence. Then they stopped where she was going to cross the fence from the field into the lane. He wanted to tell her that was his house which they could see not far away, but he did not dare to, since he had fed her there on the morning she was hungry. "And you say yo grandma's going to let you work? She keeps you fom working, donk." He wanted to question her about her grandmother, and could think of no other way to begin. "Po ole grandmere," she answered. "I don't believe she know most time what she's doing. Sometime she say I ain't no better'n one nigger, and she foresee me to work. Then she say she know I'm going be one canel like my man, and she make me set down still, like she would want to kill me if I would move. She only want to be out in the wood, day and night, day and night. She ain't got her right head, po grandmere. I know she ain't." Lali had spoken low and in jerks, as if every word gave her pain. Azenor could feel her distress as plainly as he saw it. He wanted to say something to her, to do something for her. But her mere presence paralyzed him into inactivity, except his pulses, that beat like hammers when he was with her. Such a poor, shabby little thing as she was, too. "I'm going to wait here next Sunday for you, Lolly," he said, when the fence was between them. And he thought he had said something very daring. But the next Sunday she did not come. She was neither at the appointed place of meeting in the lane, nor was she at Mass. Her absence, so unexpected, affected Azenor like a calamity. Late in the afternoon, when he could stand the trouble and bewilderment of it no longer, he went and leaned over Père Antoine's fence. The priest was picking the slugs from his roses on the other side. "That young girl from the Bayou," said Azenor, "she was not at Mass today. I suppose her grandmother has forgotten your warning." "No," answered the priest. "The child is ill, I hear. Bertrand tells me she has been ill for several days from overwork in the fields. I shall go out tomorrow to see about her. I would go today, if I could." "The child is ill," was all Azenor heard or understood of Père Antoine's words. He turned and walked resolutely away, like one who determines suddenly upon action after meaningless hesitation. He walked towards his home and past it, as if it were a spot that did not concern him. He went on down the lane and into the wood where he had seen Lolly disappear that day. Here all was shadow, for the sun had dipped too low in the west to send a single ray through the dense foliage of the forest. Now that he found himself on the way to Lolly's home, he strove to understand why he had not gone there before. He often visited other girls in the village and neighborhood, why not have gone to her, as well? The answer lay too deep in his heart for him to be more than half conscious of it. Fear had kept him, dread to see her desolate life face to face. He did not know how he could bear it. But now he was going to her at last. She was ill. He would stand upon that dismantled porch that he could just remember. Doubtless Madame Isidore would come out to know his will, and he would tell her that Père Antoine had sent to inquire how Mademoiselle Lolly was. No. Why drag in Père Antoine? He would simply stand boldly and say, "Madame Isidore, I learn that Lolly is ill. I have come to know if it is true, and to see her, if I may." When Azenor reached the cabin where Lolly dwelt, all sign of day had vanished. Dusk had fallen swiftly after the sunset. The moss that hung heavy from great live oak branches was making fantastic silhouettes against the eastern sky that the big, round moon was beginning to light. Off in the swamp beyond the bayou, hundreds of dismal voices were droning a lullaby. Upon the hovel itself, a stillness like death rested. Oftener than once Azenor tapped upon the door, which was closed as well as it could be, without obtaining a reply. He finally approached one of the small unglazed windows, in which coarse mosquito netting had been fastened, and looked into the room. By the moonlight slanting in he could see Lolly stretched upon a bed, but of Madame Isidore there was no sign. "Lolly," he called softly. "Lolly." The girl slightly moved her head upon the pillow. Then he boldly opened the door and entered. Upon a wretched bed, over which was spread a cover of patched calico, Lolly lay, her frail body only half concealed by the single garment that was upon it. One hand was plunged beneath her pillow, the other, which was free, he touched. It was as hot as flame, so was her head. He knelt sobbing upon the floor beside her, and called her his love and his soul. He begged her to speak a word to him, to look at him. But she only muttered disjointedly that the cotton was all turning to ashes in the fields, and the blades of the corn were in flames. If he was choked with love and grief to see her so, he was moved by anger as well, rage against himself, against Père Antoine, against the people upon the plantation and in the village, who had so abandoned a helpless creature to misery and maybe death. Because she had been silent, had not lifted her voice in complaint, they believed she suffered no more than she could bear. But surely the people could not be utterly without heart. There must be one somewhere with the Spirit of Christ. Père Antoine would tell him of such a one, and he would carry Lali to her, out of this atmosphere of death. He was in haste to be gone with her. He fancied every moment of delay was a fresh danger threatening her life. He folded the rude bed cover over Lali's naked limbs, and lifted her in his arms. She made no resistance. She seemed only loath to withdraw her hand from beneath the pillow. When she did, he saw that she held lightly but firmly clasped in her encircling fingers the pretty Easter egg he had given her. He uttered a low cry of exultation as the full significance of this came over him. If she had hung for hours upon his neck telling him that she loved him, he could not have known it more surely than by this sign. Agenor felt as if some mysterious bond had all at once drawn them heart to heart and made them one. No need now to go from door to door begging admittance for her. She was his. She belonged to him. He knew now where her place was, whose roof must shelter her, and whose arms protect her. So Agenor, with his loved one in his arms, walked through the forest, sure-footed as a panther. Once, as he walked, he could hear in the distance the weird chant which Mme Isidore was crooning, to the moon, maybe, as she gathered her wood. Once, where the water was trickling cool through rocks, he stopped to lave Lali's hot cheeks and hands and forehead. He had not once touched his lips to her. But now, when a sudden great fear came upon him because she did not know him, instinctively he pressed his lips upon hers that were parched and burning. He held them there till hers were soft and pliant from the healthy moisture of his own. Then she knew him. She did not tell him so, but her stiffened fingers relaxed their tense hold upon the Easter bauble. It fell to the ground as she twined her arm around his neck, and he understood. "Stay close by her, Tranquillin," said Agenor, when he had laid Lali upon his own couch at home. "I'm going for the doctor en for Père Antoine. Not because she is going to die," he added hastily, seeing the awe that crept into the woman's face at mention of the priest. "She is going to live. Do you think I would let my wife die, Tranquillin? Loca." She was a half-breed Indian girl, with hardly a rag to her back. To the ladies of the Band of United Endeavor who questioned her, she said her name was Loka, and she did not know where she belonged, unless it was on Bayou Choctaw. She had appeared one day at the side door of Frobby Saint's Oyster Saloon in Natchitoches, asking for food. Frobby Saint, a practical philanthropist, engaged her on the spot as tumbler washer. She was not successful at that, she broke too many tumblers. But, as Frobby Saint charged her with the broken glasses, he did not mind, until she began to break them over the heads of his customers. Then he seized her by the wrist and dragged her before the Band of United Endeavor, then in session around the corner. This was considerate on Frobby Saint's part, for he could have dragged her just as well to the police station. Loka was not beautiful, as she stood in her red calico rags before the scrutinizing band. Her coarse, black, unkempt hair framed a broad, swarthy face without a redeeming feature, except eyes that were not bad, slow in their movements, but frank eyes enough. She was big, boned and clumsy. She did not know how old she was. The minister's wife reckoned she might be 16. The judge's wife thought that it made no difference. The doctor's wife suggested that the girl have a bath and change before she be handled, even in discussion. The motion was not seconded. Loka's ultimate disposal was an urgent and difficult consideration. Someone mentioned a reformatory. Everyone else objected. Madame Labelliere, the planter's wife, knew a respectable family of Cadians living some miles below, who, she thought, would give the girl a home, with benefit to all concerned. The Cadian woman was a deserving one, with a large family of small children, who had all her own work to do. The husband cropped in a modest way. Loka would not only be taught to work at the padways, but would receive a good moral training beside. That settled it. Everyone agreed with the planter's wife that it was a chance in 1,000, and Loka was sent to sit on the steps outside, while the band proceeded to the business next in order. Loka was afraid of treading upon the little padways when she first got amongst them. There were so many of them, and her feet were like leaden weights, encased in the strong brogans with which the band had equipped her. Madame Padway, a small, black-eyed, aggressive woman, questioned her in a sharp, direct fashion peculiar to herself. "How come you don't talk French, you?" Loka shrugged her shoulders. "I can talk English good as anybody, and lit bit Choctaw, too," she offered, apologetically. "Ma foi, you can forgit yo Choctaw. Sooner the better for me. Now if you will lin, and ain't too lazy and sassy, we llgit long somehow." "Vrysovich ca," she muttered under her breath, as she turned to initiate Loka into some of her new duties. She herself was a worker. A good deal more fussy one than her easygoing husband and children thought necessary or agreeable. Loka's slow ways and heavy motions aggravated her. It was in vain Monsieur Padway expostulated, "She's only a chili, remember, tontine. She's Vrysovich, that's W at." "It's got to be work out of her," was Tontine's only reply to such remonstrance. The girl was indeed so deliberate about her tasks that she had to be urged constantly to accomplish the amount of labor that Tontine required of her. Moreover, she carried to her work a stolid indifference that was exasperating. Whether at the wash-tub, scrubbing the floors, weeding the garden, or learning her lessons and catechism with the children on Sundays, it was the same. It was only when entrusted with the care of little Baybine, the baby, that Loka crept somewhat out of her apathy. She grew very fond of him. No wonder, such a baby as he was. So good, so fat, and complacent. He had such a way of clasping Loka's broad face between his pudgy fists and savagely biting her chin with his hard, toothless gums. Such a way of bouncing in her arms as if he were mounted upon springs. At his antics the girl would laugh, a wholesome, ringing laugh that was good to hear. She was left alone to watch and nurse him one day. An accommodating neighbor who had become the possessor of a fine new spring wagon passed by just after the noon-hour meal, and offered to take the whole family on a jaunt to town. The offer was all the more tempting as Tontine had some long-delayed shopping to do, and the opportunity to equip the children with shoes and summer hats could not be slighted. So away they all went. All but Baybine, who was left swinging in his brannel with only Loka for company. This brannel consisted of a strong circular piece of cotton cloth, securely but slackly fastened to a large, stout hoop suspended by 3 light cords to a hook in a rafter of the gallery. The baby who has not swung in a brannel does not know the quintessence of baby luxury. In each of the 4 rooms of the house was a hook from which to hang this swing. Often it was taken out under the trees. But today it swung in the shade of the open gallery, and Loka sat beside it, giving it now and then a slight impetus that sent it circling in slow, sleep-inspiring undulations. Baybine kicked and cooed as long as he was able. But Loka was humming a monotonous lullaby, the brannel was swaying to and fro, the warm air fanning him deliciously, and Baybine was soon fast asleep. Seeing this, Loka quietly let down the mosquito net, to protect the child's slumber from the intrusion of the many insects that were swarming in the summer air. Singularly enough, there was no work for her to do, and Tontine, in her hurried departure, had failed to provide for the emergency. The washing and ironing were over, the floors had been scrubbed, and the rooms righted, the yard swept, the chickens fed, vegetables picked and washed. There was absolutely nothing to do, and Loka gave herself up to the dreams of idleness. As she sat comfortably back in the roomy rocker, she let her eyes sweep lazily across the country. Away off to the right peeped up, from amid densely clustered trees, the pointed roofs and long pipe of the steam-engine of Labellieres. No other habitation was visible except a few low, flat dwellings far over the river, that could hardly be seen. The immense plantation took up all the land in sight. The few acres that Baptiste Padway cultivated were his own, that Labelliere, out of friendly consideration, had sold to him. Baptiste's fine crop of cotton and corn was laid by just now, waiting for rain, and Baptiste had gone with the rest of the family to town. Beyond the river and the field and everywhere about were dense woods. Loca's gaze, that had been slowly traveling along the edge of the horizon, finally fastened upon the woods, and stayed there. Into her eyes came the absent look of one whose thought is projected into the future or the past, leaving the present blank. She was seeing a vision. It had come with a whiff that the strong south breeze had blown to her from the woods. She was seeing old Marrow, the squaw who drank whiskey and plaited baskets and beat her. There was something, after all, in being beaten, if only to scream out and fight back, as at that time in Natchitoches, when she broke a glass on the head of a man who laughed at her and pulled her hair, and called her fool names. Old Marrow wanted her to steal and cheat, to beg and lie, when they went out with the baskets to sell. Loca did not want to. She did not like to. That was why she had run away, and because she was beaten. But the scent of the sassafras leaves hanging to dry in the shade. The pungent chamomile. The sound of the bayou tumbling over that old slimy log. Only to lie there for hours and watch the glistening lizards glide in and out was worth a beating. She knew the birds must be singing in chorus out there in the woods where the grey moss was hanging, and the trumpet vine trailing from the trees, spangled with blossoms. In spirit she heard the songsters. She wondered if Choctaw Joe and Sambite played dice every night by the campfire as they used to do, and if they still fought and slashed each other when wild with drink. How good it felt to walk with moccasined feet over the springy turf, under the trees. What fun to trap the squirrels, to skin the otter, to take those swift flights on the pony that Choctaw Joe had stolen from the Texans. Loca sat motionless, only her breast heaved tumultuously. Her heart was aching with savage homesickness. She could not feel just then that the sin and pain of that life were anything beside the joy of its freedom. Loca was sick for the woods. She felt she must die if she could not get back to them, and to her vagabond life. Was there anything to hinder her? She stooped and unlaced the brogans that were chafing her feet, removed them and her stockings, and threw the things away from her. She stood up all a-quiver, panting, ready for flight. But there was a sound that stopped her. It was little Bybine, cooing, sputtering, battling hands and feet with the mosquito net that he had dragged over his face. The girl uttered a sob as she reached down for the baby she had grown to love so, and clasped him in her arms. She could not go and leave Bybine behind. Tontine began to grumble at once when she discovered that Loca was not at hand to receive them on their return. "Bon," she exclaimed. "Now where is that Loca? Ah, that girl, she aggravates me too much. First thing she knows I'm going send her straight back to the ban of Lady where she come from. Loca," she called, in short, sharp tones, as she traversed the house and peered into each room. "Lo-ka." She cried loudly enough to be heard half a mile away when she got out upon the back gallery. Again and again she called. Baptiste was exchanging the discomfort of his Sunday coat for the accustomed ease of shirt sleeves. "Miss, don't get so excite, Tontine," he implored. "I'm sure she's yonder to the crib shellin' Cohen, or somewhere like that. Run, Francois, you, and see to the crib," the mother commanded. "Bye-bye muse be starve. Run to the hen house and look, Juliet. Maybe she's fall asleep in some corner. That'll learn me not a time to go through sun peril sauvage with my baby, vo." When it was discovered that Loka was nowhere in the immediate vicinity, Tontine was furious. "Pas possible she's walked to La Bellière, with Bybine," she exclaimed. "I'll saddle the horse and go see," Tontine interposed Baptiste, who was beginning to share his wife's uneasiness. Go, Baptiste," she urged. "And you, boys, run yonder down the road to ole Aunt Judy's cabin and see." It was found that Loka had not been seen at La Bellaire's, nor at Aunt Judy's cabin, that she had not taken the boat, that was still fastened to its moorings down the bank. Then Tontine's excitement left her. She turned pale and sat quietly down in her room, with an unnatural calm that frightened the children. Some of them began to cry. Baptiste walked restlessly about, anxiously scanning the country in all directions. A wretched hour dragged by. The sun had set, leaving hardly an afterglow, and in a little while the twilight that falls so swiftly would be there. Baptiste was preparing to mount his horse, to start out again on the round he had already been over. Tontine sat in the same state of intense abstraction when Francois, who had perched himself among the lofty branches of a chinaberry tree, called out, "And that Loka way yonne, jes come out de wood. Climbin' de fence down by de melon patch." It was difficult to distinguish in the gathering dusk if the figure were that of man or beast. But the family was not left long in suspense. Baptiste sped his horse away in the direction indicated by Francis, and in a little while he was galloping back with Bybine in his arms, as fretful, sleepy and hungry a baby as ever was. Loka came trudging on behind Baptiste. He did not wait for explanations, he was too eager to place the child in the arms of its mother. The suspense over, Tontine began to cry. That followed naturally, of course. Through her tears she managed to address Loka, who stood all tattered and dishevelled in the doorway. "Where you been? Tell me that." "Bybine and me," answered Loka, slowly and awkwardly. "We was lonesome, we been take lit broad in de wood." "You didn't know no better and to take way Bybine like that. At my me La Bellière mean, anyhow, to send me such a object like you, I want to know." "You go and send me way?" asked Loka, passing her hand in a hopeless fashion over her frowsy hair. "Par example. Straight you march back to that band where you come from? To give me such a fright like that? Pas possible." "Go slow, Tontine, go slow," interposed Baptiste. "Don't send me way from Bybine," entreated the girl, with a note in her voice like a lament. "Today," she went on, in her dragging manner, I want to run way bad, and take to the wood, and go yonder back to Bayou Choctaw to steal and lie again. It's only by buying W at hole me back. I could en left him. I could en do that. And we just go take lit broad in the wood, das all, him and me. Don't send me way like that. Baptiste led the girl gently away to the far end of the gallery, and spoke soothingly to her. He told her to be good and brave, and he would right the trouble for her. He left her standing there and went back to his wife. Tontine, he began, with unusual energy, you got to listen to the truth, once for all. He had evidently determined to profit by his wife's lachrymose and wilted condition to assert his authority. I want to say who's master in this house, it's me, he went on. Tontine did not protest, only clasped the baby a little closer, which encouraged him to proceed. You been grind that girl too much. She ain't a bad girl, I been watch her close, count of the children, she ain't bad. All she want, it's Leela mo rope. You can't drive a ox with the same gearin you drive a mule. You got to learn that, Tontine. He approached his wife's chair and stood beside her. That girl, she done told us how she was temp today to turn canal, like we all temp sometime. W at was it save her. That Leela chilly W at you hole in yo arm. And now you want to take her Guajan angel way fom her. Non, ma femme, he said, resting his hand gently upon his wife's head. We got to remember she ain't like you and me, po thing, she's one in Jun, her. Bolot and Bolot. When Bolot and Bolot, the little Pinewood twins, had reached the dignified age of 12, it was decided in family council that the time had come for them to put their little naked feet into shoes. They were two brown-skinned, black-eyed Cadian roly-polies, who lived with father and mother and a troop of brothers and sisters halfway up the hill, in a neat log cabin that had a substantial mud chimney at one end. They could well afford shoes now, for they had saved many a picayune through their industry of selling wild grapes, blackberries, and socos to ladies in the village who put up such things. Bolot and Bolot were to buy the shoes themselves, and they selected a Saturday afternoon for the important transaction, for that is the great shopping time in Natchitoches parish. So upon a bright Saturday afternoon Bolot and Bolot, hand in hand, with their quarters, their dimes, and their picayunes tied carefully in a Sunday handkerchief, descended the hill, and disappeared from the gaze of the eager group that had assembled to see them go. Long before it was time for their return, this same small band, with 10-year-old Seraphine at their head, holding a tiny Seraphine in her arms, had stationed themselves in a row before the cabin at a convenient point from which to make quick and careful observation. Even before the two could be caught sight of, their chattering voices were heard down by the spring, where they had doubtless stopped to drink. The voices grew more and more audible. Then, through the branches of the young pines, Bolot's blue sunbonnet appeared, and Bolot's straw hat. Finally the twins, hand in hand, stepped into the clearing in full view. Consternation seized the band. "You boff crazy donk, Bolot," screamed Seraphine. "You go buy shoes, and come home bare feet like you was go." Bolot flushed crimson. He silently hung his head, and looked sheepishly down at his bare feet, then at the fine stout brogans that he carried in his hand. He had not thought of it. Bolot also carried shoes, but of the glossiest, with the highest of heels and brightest of buttons. But she was not one to be disconcerted or to look sheepish, far from it. "You spec Bolot and me we got money fur was us," she retorted, with withering condescension. "You think we go buy shoes fur ruin it in de doos?" Comment. And they all walked into the house crestfallen, all but Bolot, who was mistress of the situation, and Seraphine, who did not care one way or the other. "For Mas Chowton now, young man, what you want to remember is this, and take it for yo motto, no monkey shines with Uncle Sam. You understand? You aware now o' the penalties attached to monkey shinin' with Uncle Sam? I reckon that's 'bout all I got to say, so you be on hand prompt tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, to take charge o' the United States mailbag." This formed the close of a very pompous address delivered by the postmaster of Cloutierville to young Armand Verchette, who had been appointed to carry the mails from the village to the railway station 3 miles away. Armand, or Chout, as everyone chose to call him, following the habit of the Creoles in giving nicknames, had heard the man a little impatiently. Not so the Negro boy who accompanied him. The child had listened with the deepest respect and awe to every word of the rambling admonition. "How much you gwine git, Mas Chout?" he asked, as they walked down the village street together, the black boy a little behind. He was very black, and slightly deformed, a small boy, scarcely reaching to the shoulder of his companion, whose cast-off garments he wore. But Chout was tall for his 16 years, and carried himself well. "I'm going to git $30 a month, wash, what you say to that? Better'n hoeing cotton, ain't it?" He laughed with a triumphant ring in his voice. But Wash did not laugh. He was too much impressed by the importance of this new function, too much bewildered by the vision of sudden wealth which $30 a month meant to his understanding. He felt, too, deeply conscious of the great weight of responsibility which this new office brought with it. The imposing salary had confirmed the impression left by the postmaster's words. "You gwine git all that money? Sakes! What you reckon my me Verchette say? I know she gwine mos take a fit when she he that." But Chout's mother did not mos take a fit when she heard of her son's good fortune. The white and wasted hand which she rested upon the boy's black curls trembled a little, it is true, and tears of emotion came into her tired eyes. This step seemed to her the beginning of better things for her fatherless boy. They lived quite at the end of this little French village, which was simply 2 long rows of very old frame houses, facing each other closely across a dusty roadway. Their home was a cottage, so small and so humble that it just escaped the reproach of being a cabin. Everyone was kind to Madame Verchette. Neighbors ran in of mornings to help her with her work, she could do so little for herself. And often the good priest, Père Antoine, came to sit with her and talk innocent gossip. To say that Wash was fond of Madame Verchette and her son is to be poor in language to express devotion. He worshipped her as if she were already an angel in paradise. Chow Chout was a delightful young fellow, no one could help loving him. His heart was as warm and cheery as his own southern sunbeams. If he was born with an unlucky trick of forgetfulness, or better, thoughtlessness, no one ever felt much like blaming him for it, so much did it seem a part of his happy, careless nature. And why was that faithful watchdog, Wash, always at Mas Chow Chout's heels, if it were not to be hands and ears and eyes to him, more than half the time? One beautiful spring night, Chow Chout, on his way to the station, was riding along the road that skirted the river. The clumsy mailbag that lay before him across the pony was almost empty, for the Cloutierville mail was a meager and unimportant one at best. But he did not know this. He was not thinking of the mail, in fact, he was only feeling that life was very agreeable this delicious spring night. There were cabins at intervals upon the road, most of them darkened, for the hour was late. As he approached one of these, which was more pretentious than the others, he heard the sound of a fiddle, and saw lights through the openings of the house. It was so far from the road that when he stopped his horse and peered through the darkness he could not recognize the dancers who passed before the open doors and windows. But he knew this was Gros Leon's ball, which he had heard the boys talking about all the week. Why should he not go and stand in the doorway an instant and exchange a word with the dancers? Chow Chout dismounted, fastened his horse to the fence post, and proceeded towards the house. The room, crowded with people young and old, was long and low, with rough beams across the ceiling, blackened by smoke and time. Upon the high mantelpiece a single coal oil lamp burned, and none too brightly. In a far corner, upon a platform of boards laid across two flour barrels, sat Uncle Ben, playing upon a squeaky fiddle, and shouting the figures. "Ah! Vila Chow Chout," someone called. "Eh? Chow Chout." "Just in time, Chow Chout, yes Miss Leontine waiting for a partner. Salute yo partners." Uncle Ben was thundering forth, and Chow Chout, with one hand gracefully behind him, made a profound bow to Miss Leontine, as he offered her the other. Now Chow Chout was noted far and wide for his skill as a dancer. The moment he stood upon the floor, a fresh spirit seemed to enter into all present. It was with renewed vigor that Uncle Ben intoned his balancy all. Foos for Farad back. The spectators drew close about the couples to watch Chow Chout's wonderful performance, his pointing of toes, his pigeon wings in which his feet seemed hardly to touch the floor. "It take Chow Chout to show em de step, vo," proclaimed Gros Leon, with a fat satisfaction, to the audience at large. Look him yonder. Ole Ben got to work hard on that, if he want to keep up with Chow Chow, I tell you. So it was, encouragement and adulation on all sides, till, from the praise that was showered on him, Chow Chow's head was soon as light as his feet. At the windows appeared the dusky faces of Negroes, their bright eyes gleaming as they viewed the scene within and mingled their loud guffaws with the medley of sound that was already deafening. The time was speeding. The air was heavy in the room, but no one seemed to mind this. Uncle Ben was calling the figures now with a rhythmic sing-song, right and left all round. Swing corners. Chow Chow turned with a smile to Miss Felicie on his left, his hand extended, when what should break upon his ear but the long, harrowing wail of a locomotive. Before the sound ceased he had vanished from the room. Miss Felicie stood as he left her, with hand uplifted, rooted to the spot with astonishment. It was the train whistling for his station, and he a mile and more away. He knew he was too late, and that he could not make the distance, but the sound had been a rude reminder that he was not at his post of duty. However, he would do what he could now. He ran swiftly to the outer road, and to the spot where he had left his pony. The horse was gone, and with it the United States mail bag. For an instant Chow Chow stood half-stunned with terror. Then, in one quick flash, came to his mind a vision of possibilities that sickened him. Disgrace overtaking him in this position of trust, poverty his portion again, and his dear mother forced to share both with him. He turned desperately to some Negroes who had followed him, seeing his wild rush from the house, who saw my house. At you all did with my house, say. Who you reckon take yo house, boy, grumbled Gustav, a sullen-looking mulatto. You didn't have no call to left him in the road, foo's place. 'Pear to me like he had a house a-lopin' down the road just now, didn't you, Uncle Jake, ventured a second. Never he had nothin' t all, 'cept that big mouth ben yon the markin' mo fussin' at he understo 'em. Boys, cried Chow Chow, excitedly, bring me a hose, quick, one of you. I'm bound to have one. I'm bound to. I'll give $2 to the first man brings me a hose. Near at hand, in the lot that adjoined Uncle Jake's cabin, was his little Creole pony, nibbling the cool, wet grass that he found, along the edges and in the corners of the fence. The Negro led the pony forth. With no further word, and with one bound, Chow Chow was upon the animal's back. He wanted neither saddle nor bridle, for there were few horses in the neighborhood that had not been trained to be guided by the simple motions of a rider's body. Once mounted, he threw himself forward with a certain violent impulse, leaning till his cheek touched the animal's mane. He uttered a sharp "here," and at once, as if possessed by sudden frenzy, the horse dashed forward, leaving the bewildered black men in a cloud of dust. What a mad ride it was! On one side was the river bank, steep in places and crumbling away, on the other, an unbroken line of fencing, now in straight lines of neat planking, now treacherous barbed wire, sometimes the zigzag rail. The night was black, with only such faint light as the stars were shedding. No sound was to be heard save the quick thud of the horses' hoofs upon the hard dirt road, the animals' heavy breathing, and the boy's feverish hear, when he fancied the speed slackened. Occasionally a marauding dog started from the obscurity to bark and give useless chase. To the road, bonnet ren, panted Chow Chow, for the horse in his wild race had approached so closely to the river's edge that the bank crumbled beneath his flying feet. It was only by a desperate lunge and bound that he saved himself and rider from plunging into the water below. Chow Chow hardly knew what he was pursuing so madly. It was rather something that drove him, fear, hope, desperation. He was rushing to the station, because it seemed to him, naturally, the first thing to do. There was the faint hope that his own horse had broken rein and gone there of his own accord, but such hope was almost lost in a wretched conviction that had seized him the instant he saw Gustave the thief among the men gathered at Gros Lyons. Here, bonnet ren. The lights of the railway station were gleaming ahead, and Chow Chow's hot ride was almost at an end. With sudden and strange perversity of purpose, Chow Chow, as he drew closer upon the station, slackened his horse's speed. A low fence was in his way. Not long before, he would have cleared it at a bound, for bonnet ren could do such things. Now he cantered easily to the end of it, to go through the gate which was there. His courage was growing faint, and his heart sinking within him as he drew nearer and nearer. He dismounted, and holding the pony by the mane, approached with some trepidation the young station master, who was taking note of some freight that had been deposited near the tracks. "Mr. Hudson," faltered Chow Chow, "did you see my pony round here anywhere?" And the mail sack." "Your pony's safe in the woods, Chote." "The mail bag's on its way to New Orleans, thank God," breathed the boy. "But that poor little fool darky of yours has about done it for himself, I guess." "Wash." "Oh, Mr. Hudson." W.A.T.S happened to wash. "He's inside there, on my mattress. He's hurt, and he's hurt bad, that's what's the matter. You see the 10:45 had come in, and she didn't make much of a stop, she was just pushing out, when bless me if that little chap of yours didn't come tearing along on Spunky as if old Harry was behind him. You know how number 22 can pull at the start, and there was that little imp keeping abreast of her most under the thing's wheels. I shouted at him. I couldn't make out what he was up to, when blamed if he didn't pitch the mail bag clean into the car. Buffalo Bill couldn't have done it neater. Then Spunky, she shied, and Wash he bounced against the side of that car and back, like a rubber ball, and laid in the ditch till we carried him inside. I've wired down the road for Dr. Campbell to come up on 14 and do what he can for him." Hudson had related these events to the distracted boy while they made their way toward the house. Inside, upon a low pallet, lay the little Negro, breathing heavily, his black face pinched and ashen with approaching death. He had wanted no one to touch him further than to lay him upon the bed. The few men and colored women gathered in the room were looking upon him with pity mingled with curiosity. When he saw Chow Chow, he closed his eyes, and a shiver passed through his small frame. Those about him thought he was dead. Chow Chow knelt, choking, at his side and held his hand. "Oh wash, wash. What you did that for? What made you wash?" "Ma's Chow Chow," the boy whispered, so low that no one could hear him but his friend. "I was gwine long da big road, pa's Mas Gross Leons, and I seed Spunky tied da wid da mail. Dar warn't a minute, I clo, Mas Chow Chow, dar warn't a minute, to fotch you. What makes my head to en round that away. Never mind, wash, keep still, don't you try to talk," entreated Chow Chow. "You ain't mad, Mas Chow Chow." The lad could only answer with a hand pressure. "Dar warn't a minute, so I gits top o' Spunky, I never seed nothin' de other road like that. I come 'longside, de train, and fling de sack. I seed him cotch it, and I don know nothin' mo 'cep Miss why, tell I see you, a coming frafter do. Mebbe my man know sompin," he murmured faintly. At gwine make my head quit tunin' round that away. I bound to git well, see ace who, gwine, watch Mas Chow Chow." A visit to Avoyelles. Everyone who came up from Avoyelles had the same story to tell of Mentine. Cher maître. But she was changed. And there were babies, more than she could well manage, as good as 4 already. Jules was not kind except to himself. They seldom went to church, and never anywhere upon a visit. They lived as poorly as Pinewoods people. Dowdus had heard the story often, the last time no later than that morning. "Hoey!" he shouted to his mule plumb in the middle of the cotton row. He had staggered along behind the plough since early morning, and of a sudden he felt he had had enough of it. He mounted the mule and rode away to the stable, leaving the plough with its polished blade thrust deep in the red cane river soil. His head felt like a windmill with the recollections and sudden intentions that had crowded it and were whirling through his brain since he had heard the last story about Mentine. He knew well enough Mentine would have married him 7 years ago had not Jules Tredon come up from Avoyelles and captivated her with his handsome eyes and pleasant speech. Dowdus was resigned then, for he held Mentine's happiness above his own. But now she was suffering in a hopeless, common, exasperating way for the small comforts of life. People had told him so. And somehow, today, he could not stand the knowledge passively. He felt he must see those things they spoke of with his own eyes. He must strive to help her and her children if it were possible. Dowdus could not sleep that night. He lay with wakeful eyes watching the moonlight creep across the bare floor of his room, listening to sounds that seemed unfamiliar and weird down among the rushes along the bayou. But towards morning he saw Mentine as he had seen her last in her white wedding gown and veil. She looked at him with appealing eyes and held out her arms for protection, for rescue, it seemed to him. That dream determined him. The following day Dowdus started for Avoyelles. Jules Tredon's home lay a mile or two from Marksville. It consisted of 3 rooms strung in a row and opening upon a narrow gallery. The whole wore an aspect of poverty and dilapidation that summer day, towards noon, when Dowdus approached it. His presence outside the gate aroused the frantic barking of dogs that dashed down the steps as if to attack him. 2 little brown barefooted children, a boy and girl, stood upon the gallery staring stupidly at him. "Call off, you dogs," he requested, but they only continued to stare. "Down, Pluto! Down, Achille!" cried the shrill voice of a woman who emerged from the house, holding upon her arm a delicate baby of a year or 2. There was only an instant of unrecognition. "Miss Dowdus, that ain't you," comment. "Well, if anyone would told me this morning." "Git a chair, tit Jules. That's Mr. Dowdus, FOM way yonder Natchitoches where yo my man used to live. Miss, you ain't change, you looking well, Dowdus." He shook hands in a slow, undemonstrative way, and seated himself clumsily upon the high-bottomed chair, laying his broad-rimmed felt hat upon the floor beside him. He was very uncomfortable in the cloth Sunday coat which he wore. "I had business that call me to Marksville," he began, "and I say to Miss F.'s, you can't pass by without tell 'em all howdy. Par example." Jules would said to that. "Miss, you looking well, you ain't change, Dowdus. And you looking well, Mentine, 'tis the same Mentine." He regretted that he lacked talent to make the lie bolder. She moved a little uneasily, and felt upon her shoulder for a pin with which to fasten the front of her old gown where it lacked a button. She had kept the baby in her lap. Dowdus was wondering miserably if he would have known her outside her home. He would have known her sweet, cheerful brown eyes, that were not changed, but her figure, that had looked so trim in the wedding gown, was sadly misshapen. She was brown, with skin like parchment, and piteously thin. There were lines, some deep as if old age had cut them, about the eyes and mouth. "And how you left 'em all, yonder?" she asked, in a high voice that had grown shrill from screaming at children and dogs. "They all well. It's mighty leela sickness in the country this year. But they been looking for you up yonder, straight along, Mentine." "Don't talk, Dowdus, it's no chance, with that powy out piece o' land Jules got. He say, another year like that, he's going sell out, him." The children were clutching her on either side, their persistent gaze always fastened upon Dowdus. He tried without avail to make friends with them. Then Jules came home from the field, riding the mule with which he had worked, and which he fastened outside the gate. "Yes, Dowdus FOM Natchitoches," Jules called out Mentine. "He stopped to tell us howdy, en passant." The husband mounted to the gallery and the 2 men shook hands, Dowdus listlessly, as he had done with Mentine, Jules with some bluster and show of cordiality. "Well, you a lucky man, you," he exclaimed with his swagger air, "able to brood like that, encore. You couldn't do that if you had half a dozen mouth to feed, Alice." "Non, je te garantis," agreed Mentine, with a loud laugh. Dowdus winced, as he had done the instant before at Jules's heartless implication. This husband of Mentine surely had not changed during the 7 years, except to grow broader, stronger, handsomer. But Dowdus did not tell him so. After the midday dinner of boiled salt pork, cornbread and molasses, there was nothing for Dowdus but to take his leave when Jules did. At the gate, the little boy was discovered in dangerous proximity to the mule's heels, and was properly screamed at and rebuked. "I reckon he likes horses," Dowdus remarked. "He take after you, Mentine." "I got a leela pony yonder home," he said, addressing the child, "W at ent any use to me. I'm going send him down to you. He's a good, tough leela mustang. You just can let him eat grass and feed him a banful o' coen, once a W ill. And he's gentle, yes. You and yo ma can ride him to church, Sundays. Hein. You want W at you say, Jules?" demanded the father. "W at you say," echoed Mentine, who was balancing the baby across the gate. "Tit Sauvage, vo." Dowdus shook hands all around, even with the baby, and walked off in the opposite direction to Jules, who had mounted the mule. He was bewildered. He stumbled over the rough ground because of tears that were blinding him, and that he had held in check for the past hour. He had loved Mentine long ago, when she was young and attractive, and he found that he loved her still. He had tried to put all disturbing thought of her away, on that wedding day, and he supposed he had succeeded. But he loved her now as he never had. Because she was no longer beautiful, he loved her. Because the delicate bloom of her existence had been rudely brushed away, because she was in a manner fallen, because she was Mentine, he loved her, fiercely, as a mother loves an afflicted child. He would have liked to thrust that man aside, and gather up her and her children, and hold them and keep them as long as life lasted. After a moment or two Dowdus looked back at Mentine, standing at the gate with her baby. But her face was turned away from him. She was gazing after her husband, who went in the direction of the field. A wizard from Gettysburg. It was one afternoon in April, not long ago, only the other day, and the shadows had already begun to lengthen. Bertrand Delmondy, a fine, bright-looking boy of 14 years, 15, perhaps, was mounted, and riding along a pleasant country road, upon a little Creole pony, such as boys in Louisiana usually ride when they have nothing better at hand. He had hunted, and carried his gun before him. It is unpleasant to state that Bertrand was not so depressed as he should have been, in view of recent events that had come about. Within the past week he had been recalled from the College of Grand Coteau to his home, the Bonacue plantation. He had found his father and his grandmother depressed over money matters, awaiting certain legal developments that might result in his permanent withdrawal from school. That very day, directly after the early dinner, the two had driven to town, on this very business, to be absent till the late afternoon. Bertrand, then, had saddled Picayune and gone for a long jaunt, such as his heart delighted in. He was returning now, and had approached the beginning of the great tangled Cherokee hedge that marked the boundary line of Bonacule, and that twinkled with multiple white roses. The pony started suddenly and violently at something there in the turn of the road, and just under the hedge. It looked like a bundle of rags at first. But it was a tramp, seated upon a broad, flat stone. Bertrand had no maudlin consideration for tramps as a species. He had only that morning driven from the place one who was making himself unpleasant at the kitchen window. But this tramp was old and feeble. His beard was long, and as white as new-ginned cotton, and when Bertrand saw him he was engaged in stanching a wound in his bare heel with a fistful of matted grass. "What's wrong, old man?" asked the boy, kindly. The tramp looked up at him with a bewildered glance, but did not answer. "Well," thought Bertrand, "since it's decided that I'm to be a physician some day, I can't begin to practice too early." He dismounted, and examined the injured foot. It had an ugly gash. Bertrand acted mostly from impulse. Fortunately his impulses were not bad ones. So, nimbly, and as quickly as he could manage it, he had the old man astride Picayune, whilst he himself was leading the pony down the narrow lane. The dark green hedge towered like a high and solid wall on one side. On the other was a broad, open field, where here and there appeared the flash and gleam of uplifted, polished hose, that negroes were plying between the even rows of cotton and tender corn. "This is the state of Louisiana," uttered the tramp, quaveringly. "Yes, this is Louisiana," returned Bertrand cheerily. "Yes, I know it is. I've been in all of them since Gettysburg. Sometimes it was too hot, and sometimes it was too cold, and with that bullet in my head, you don't remember." "No, you don't remember Gettysburg?" "Well, no, not vividly," laughed Bertrand. "Is it a hospital?" "It isn't a factory, is it?" the man questioned. "Where we going?" "Why, no, it's the Delmondy plantation, Bonacule. Here we are." "Wait, I'll open the gate." This singular group entered the yard from the rear, and not far from the house. A big black woman, who sat just without a cabin door, picking a pile of rusty-looking moss, called out at sight of them, "What's that you's bringing in dis yard, boy? Top that hose." She received no reply. Bertrand, indeed, took no notice of her inquiry. "Fu a boy what goes to school like you does, whar's yo sense?" she went on, with a fine show of indignation. Then, muttering to herself, "My me Bertrand and Ma Saint Angie ain't gwine stand that, I knows dey ain't. Da. Ef he ain't done sot him on de gola why, plumb down in his PA's rocking chair." Which the boy had done, seated the tramp in a pleasant corner of the veranda, while he went in search of bandages for his wound. The servants showed high disapproval, the housemaid following Bertrand into his grandmother's room, whither he had carried his investigations. At you tear in your grandma's closet to pieces that away, boy, she complained in her high soprano. I'm looking for bandages. Den why you don't ax fu bandages, and left yo grandma's closet lone. You want to listen to me, you gwine git shadow that tramp set in darnax to de dining room. De silver be missing, tine you at gwine git blame, it's me. The silver. Nonsense, Cindy, the man's wounded, and can't you see he's out of his head? No mo out en his head and I is. T'ain me at want tutors, trust, im wid de storeroom key, if he is out en his head, she concluded with a disdainful shrug. But Bertrand's protege proved so unapproachable in his long-worn rags, that the boy concluded to leave him unmolested till his father's return, and then ask permission to turn the forlorn creature into the bath-house, and array him afterward in clean, fresh garments. So there the old tramp sat in the veranda corner, stolidly content, when Saint Ange Delmondy and his mother returned from town. Saint Ange was a dark, slender man of middle age, with a sensitive face, and a plentiful sprinkle of grey in his thick black hair. His mother, a portly woman, and an active one for her 65 years. They were evidently in a despondent mood. Perhaps it was for the cheer of her sweet presence that they had brought with them from town a little girl, the child of Madame Delmondy's only daughter, who was married, and lived there. Madame Delmondy and her son were astonished to find so uninviting an intruder in possession. But a few earnest words from Bertrand reassured them, and partly reconciled them to the man's presence, and it was with wholly indifferent though not unkindly glances that they passed him by when they entered. On any large plantation there are always nooks and corners where, for a night or more, even such a man as this tramp may be tolerated and given shelter. When Bertrand went to bed that night, he lay long awake thinking of the man, and of what he had heard from his lips in the hushed starlight. The boy had heard of the awfulness of Gettysburg, till it was like something he could feel and quiver at. On that field of battle this man had received a new and tragic birth. For all his existence that went before was a blank to him. There, in the black desolation of war, he was born again, without friends or kindred, without even a name he could know was his own. Then he had gone forth a wanderer, living more than half the time in hospitals, toiling when he could, starving when he had to. Strangely enough, he had addressed Bertrand as Saint Ange not once, but every time he had spoken to him. The boy wondered at this. Was it because he had heard Madame Delmondy address her son by that name, and fancied it? So this nameless wanderer had drifted far down to the plantation of Bonnecuale, and at last had found a human hand stretched out to him in kindness. When the family assembled at breakfast on the following morning, the tramp was already settled in the chair, and in the corner which Bertrand's indulgence had made familiar to him. If he had turned partly around, he would have faced the flower garden, with its gravelled walks and trim parterres, where a tangle of colour and perfume were holding high revelry this April morning. But he liked better to gaze into the backyard, where there was always movement, men and women coming and going, bearing implements of work, little Negroes in scanty garments, darting here and there, and kicking up the dust in their exuberance. Madame Delmonde could just catch a glimpse of him through the long window that opened to the floor, and near which he sat. Mr. Delmonde had spoken to the man pleasantly, but he and his mother were wholly absorbed by their trouble, and talked constantly of that, while Bertrand went back and forth ministering to the old man's wants. The boy knew that the servants would have done the office with ill grace, and he chose to be cup-bearer himself to the unfortunate creature for whose presence he alone was responsible. Once, when Bertrand went out to him with a second cup of coffee, steaming and fragrant, the old man whispered, "What are they saying in there?" pointing over his shoulder to the dining room. "Oh, money troubles that will force us to economies for a while," answered the boy. "What father and Mimir feel worst about is that I shall have to leave college now. No, no. Saint Angie must go to school. The war's over, the war's over. Saint Angie and Florentine must go to school." "But if there's no money," the boy insisted, smiling like one who humors the vagaries of a child. "Money. Money," murmured the tramp. "The war's over, money. Money." His sleepy gaze had swept across the yard into the thick of the orchard beyond, and rested there. Suddenly he pushed aside the light table that had been set before him, and rose, clutching Bertrand's arm. "Saint Angie, you must go to school," he whispered. "The war's over," looking furtively around. "Come. Don't let them hear you. Don't let the Negroes see us. Get a spade," the little spade that Buck Williams was digging his cistern with. Still clutching the boy, he dragged him down the steps as he said this, and traversed the yard with long, limping strides, himself leading the way. From under a shed where such things were to be found, Bertrand selected a spade, since the tramp's whim demanded that he should, and together they entered the orchard. The grass was thick and tufted here, and wet with the morning dew. In long lines, forming pleasant avenues between, were peach trees growing, and pear and apple and plum. Close against the fence was the pomegranate hedge, with its waxen blossoms, brick red. Far down in the center of the orchard stood a huge pecan tree, twice the size of any other that was there, seeming to rule like an old-time king. Here Bertrand and his guide stopped. The tramp had not once hesitated in his movements since grasping the arm of his young companion on the veranda. Now he went and leaned his back against the pecan tree, where there was a deep knot, and looking steadily before him he took 10 paces forward. Turning sharply to the right, he made 5 additional paces. Then pointing his finger downward, and looking at Bertrand, he commanded, "There, dig. I would do it myself, but for my wounded foot. For I've turned many a spade of earth since Gettysburg. Dig, Saint Angie, dig. The war's over, you must go to school. Is there a boy of 15 under the sun who would not have dug, even knowing he was following the insane dictates of a demented man? Bertrand entered with all the zest of his years and his spirit into the curious adventure, and he dug and dug, throwing great spadefuls of the rich, fragrant earth from side to side. The tramp, with body bent, and fingers like claws clasping his bony knees, stood watching with eager eyes that never unfastened their steady gaze from the boy's rhythmic motions. "That's it," he muttered at intervals. "Dig, dig. The war's over. You must go to school, Saint Angie." Deep down in the earth, too deep for any ordinary turning of the soil with spade or plough to have reached it, was a box. It was of tin, apparently, something larger than a cigar box, and bound round and round with twine, rotted now and eaten away in places. The tramp showed no surprise at seeing it there. He simply knelt upon the ground and lifted it from its long resting place. Bertrand had let the spade fall from his hands, and was quivering with the awe of the thing he saw. Who could this wizard be that had come to him in the guise of a tramp, that walked in cabalistic paces upon his own father's ground, and pointed his finger like a divining rod to the spot where boxes, maybe treasures, lay? It was like a page from a wonder book. And walking behind this white-haired old man, who was again leading the way, something of childish superstition crept back into Bertrand's heart. It was the same feeling with which he had often sat, long ago, in the weird firelight of some Negro's cabin, listening to tales of witches who came in the night to work uncanny spells at their will. Madame Delmondy had never abandoned the custom of washing her own silver and dainty china. She sat, when the breakfast was over, with a pail of warm suds before her that Cindy had brought to her, with an abundance of soft linen cloths. Her little granddaughter stood beside her playing, as babies will, with the bright spoons and forks, and ranging them in rows on the polished mahogany. Saint Angie was at the window making entries in a notebook, and frowning gloomily as he did so. The group in the dining room were so employed when the old tramp came staggering in, Bertrand close behind him. He went and stood at the foot of the table, opposite to where Madame Delmondy sat, and let fall the box upon it. The thing in falling shattered, and from its bursting sides gold came, clicking, spinning, gliding, some of it like oil, rolling along the table and off it to the floor, but heaped up, the bulk of it, before the tramp. "Here's money," he called out, plunging his old hand in the thick of it. "Who says Saint Angie shall not go to school? The war's over, here's money. Saint Angie, my boy," turning to Bertrand and speaking with quick authority, "tell Buck Williams to hitch Black Bess to the buggy, and go bring Judge Parkerson here." Judge Parkerson, indeed, who had been dead for 20 years and more. "Tell him that," and the hand that was not in the gold went up to the withered forehead, "that Bertrand Delmondy needs him." Madame Delmondy, at sight of the man with his box and his gold, had given a sharp cry, such as might follow the plunge of a knife. She lay now in her son's arms, panting hoarsely. Your father, Saint Angie, come back from the dead, your father. Be calm, mother, the man implored. You had such sure proof of his death in that terrible battle, this may not be he. I know him. I know your father, my son, and disengaging herself from the arms that held her, she dragged herself as a wounded serpent might to where the old man stood. His hand was still in the gold, and on his face was yet the flush which had come there when he shouted out the name Bertrand Delmondy. Husband, she gasped, do you know me, your wife? The little girl was playing gleefully with the yellow coin. Bertrand stood, pulseless almost, like a young Actaeon cut in marble. When the old man had looked long into the woman's imploring face, he made a courtly bow. Madam, he said, an old soldier, wounded on the field of Gettysburg, craves for himself and his 2 little children your kind hospitality. My me Pelagi. When the war began, there stood on Côte Joyeuse an imposing mansion of red brick, shaped like the Pantheon. A grove of majestic live oaks surrounded it. 30 years later, only the thick walls were standing, with the dull red brick showing here and there through a matted growth of clinging vines. The huge round pillars were intact, so to some extent was the stone flagging of hall and portico. There had been no home so stately along the whole stretch of Côte Joyeuse. Everyone knew that, as they knew it had cost Philippe Valmont $60,000 to build, away back in 1840. No one was in danger of forgetting that fact, so long as his daughter Pelagi survived. She was a queenly, white-haired woman of 50. Me Pelagi they called her, though she was unmarried, as was her sister Pauline, a child in me Pelagi's eyes, a child of 35. The two lived alone in a 3-roomed cabin, almost within the shadow of the ruin. They lived for a dream, for me Pelagi's dream, which was to rebuild the old home. It would be pitiful to tell how their days were spent to accomplish this end, how the dollars had been saved for 30 years and the picayunes hoarded, and yet, not half enough gathered. But me Pelagi felt sure of 20 years of life before her, and counted upon as many more for her sister. And what could not come to pass in 20, in 40 years? Often, of pleasant afternoons, the two would drink their black coffee, seated upon the stone-flagged portico whose canopy was the blue sky of Louisiana. They loved to sit there in the silence, with only each other and the sheeny, prying lizards for company, talking of the old times and planning for the new, while light breezes stirred the tattered vines high up among the columns, where owls nested. We can never hope to have all just as it was, Pauline me Pelagi would say. Perhaps the marble pillars of the salon will have to be replaced by wooden ones, and the crystal candelabra left out. Should you be willing, Pauline? Oh, yes, Césaire, I shall be willing. It was always, yes, Césaire or no, Césaire just as you please, Césaire with poor little Mamselle Pauline. For what did she remember of that old life and that old splendor? Only a faint gleam here and there, the half-consciousness of a young, uneventful existence, and then a great crash. That meant the nearness of war, the revolt of slaves, confusion ending in fire and flame, through which she was borne safely in the strong arms of Pelagi, and carried to the log cabin which was still their home. Their brother, Lendra, had known more of it all than Pauline, and not so much as Pelagi. He had left the management of the big plantation with all its memories and traditions to his older sister, and had gone away to dwell in cities. That was many years ago. Now, Lendra's business called him frequently and upon long journeys from home, and his motherless daughter was coming to stay with her aunts at Côte Joyeuse. They talked about it, sipping their coffee on the ruined portico. Mamselle Pauline was terribly excited. The flush that throbbed into her pale, nervous face showed it, and she locked her thin fingers in and out incessantly. "But what shall we do with La Petite, César? Where shall we put her? How shall we amuse her?" "Ah, Seigneur! She will sleep upon a cot in the room next to ours," responded my amie Pelagi, "and live as we do. She knows how we live, and why we live, her father has told her. She knows we have money and could squander it if we chose. Do not fret, Pauline, let us hope La Petite is a true Valmont." Then my amie Pelagi rose with stately deliberation and went to saddle her horse, for she had yet to make her last daily round through the fields, and Mamselle Pauline threaded her way slowly among the tangled grasses toward the cabin. The coming of La Petite, bringing with her as she did the pungent atmosphere of an outside and dimly known world, was a shock to these two, lining their dream life. The girl was quite as tall as her Aunt Pelagi, with dark eyes that reflected joy as a still pool reflects the light of stars, and her rounded cheek was tinged like the pink crepe myrtle. Mamselle Pauline kissed her and trembled. My amie Pelagi looked into her eyes with a searching gaze, which seemed to seek a likeness of the past in the living present. And they made room between them for this young life. Too La Petite had determined upon trying to fit herself to the strange, narrow existence which she knew awaited her at Côte Joyeuse. It went well enough at first. Sometimes she followed my amie Pelagi into the fields to note how the cotton was opening, ripe and white, or to count the ears of corn upon the hardy stalks. But often as she was with her Aunt Pauline, assisting in household offices, chattering of her brief past, or walking with the older woman arm in arm under the trailing moss of the giant oaks, Mamselle Pauline's steps grew very buoyant that summer, and her eyes were sometimes as bright as a bird's, unless La Petite were away from her side, when they would lose all other light but one of uneasy expectancy. The girl seemed to love her well in return, and called her endearingly Tantanti. But as the time went by, La Petite became very quiet, not listless, but thoughtful, and slow in her movements. Then her cheeks began to pale, till they were tinged like the creamy plumes of the white crepe myrtle that grew in the ruin. One day when she sat within its shadow, between her aunts, holding a hand of each, she said, "Tanti Pelagi, I must tell you something, you and Tantanti." She spoke low, but clearly and firmly. I love you both. Please remember that I love you both. But I must go away from you. I can't live any longer here at Côte Joyeuse. A spasm passed through Mamselle Pauline's delicate frame. La Petite could feel the twitch of it in the wiry fingers that were intertwined with her own. Marie-Pelagie remained unchanged and motionless. No human eye could penetrate so deep as to see the satisfaction which her soul felt. She said, "What do you mean, Petite? Your father has sent you to us, and I am sure it is his wish that you remain." "My father loves me, Tante Pelagie, and such will not be his wish when he knows." "Oh," she continued with a restless movement, "it is as though a weight were pressing me backward here. I must live another life, the life I lived before. I want to know things that are happening from day to day over the world, and hear them talked about. I want my music, my books, my companions. If I had known no other life but this one of privation, I suppose it would be different. If I had to live this life, I should make the best of it. But I do not have to. And you know, Tante Pelagie, you do not need to. It seems to me," she added in a whisper, "that it is a sin against myself." "Ah, Tante, what is the matter with Tante?" "It was nothing, only a slight feeling of faintness, that would soon pass." She entreated them to take no notice, but they brought her some water and fanned her with a palmetto leaf. But that night, in the stillness of the room, Mamselle Pauline sobbed and would not be comforted. Marie-Pelagie took her in her arms. "Pauline, my little sister Pauline," she entreated, "I never have seen you like this before. Do you no longer love me? Have we not been happy together, you and I?" "Oh, yes, César. Is it because La Petite is going away?" "Yes, César. Then she is dearer to you than I," spoke Marie-Pelagie with sharp resentment. "Than I, who held you and warmed you in my arms the day you were born, than I, your mother, father, sister, everything that could cherish you." "Pauline, don't tell me that." Mamselle Pauline tried to talk through her sobs. "I can't explain it to you, César. I don't understand it myself. I love you as I have always loved you, next to God. But if La Petite goes away I shall die. I can't understand, help me, César. She seems like a savior, like one who had come and taken me by the hand and was leading me somewhere I want to go." Marie-Pelagie had been sitting beside the bed in her peignoir and slippers. She held the hand of her sister who lay there, and smoothed down the woman's soft brown hair. She said not a word, and the silence was broken only by Mamselle Pauline's continued sobs. Once Marie-Pelagie arose to drink of orange flower water, which she gave to her sister, as she would have offered it to a nervous, fretful child. Almost an hour passed before Marie-Pelagie spoke again. Then she said, "Pauline, you must cease that sobbing, now, and sleep. You will make yourself ill. La Petite will not go away. Do you hear me? Do you understand? She will stay, I promise you. Mamselle Pauline could not clearly comprehend, but she had great faith in the word of her sister, and soothed by the promise and the touch of Mamie Pelagie's strong, gentle hand, she fell asleep. 3. Mamie Pelagie, when she saw that her sister slept, arose noiselessly and stepped outside upon the low-roofed narrow gallery. She did not linger there, but with a step that was hurried and agitated, she crossed the distance that divided her cabin from the ruin. The night was not a dark one, for the sky was clear and the moon resplendent. But light or dark would have made no difference to Mamie Pelagie. It was not the first time she had stolen away to the ruin at night time, when the whole plantation slept, but she never before had been there with a heart so nearly broken. She was going there for the last time to dream her dreams, to see the visions that hitherto had crowded her days and nights, and to bid them farewell. There was the first of them, awaiting her upon the very portal, a robust old white-haired man, chiding her for returning home so late. There are guests to be entertained. Does she not know it? Guests from the city and from the near plantations. Yes, she knows it is late. She had been abroad with Felix, and they did not notice how the time was speeding. Felix is there, he will explain it all. He is there beside her, but she does not want to hear what he will tell her father. Mamie Pelagie had sunk upon the bench where she and her sister so often came to sit. Turning, she gazed in through the gaping chasm of the window at her side. The interior of the ruin is ablaze. Not with the moonlight, for that is faint beside the other one, the sparkle from the crystal candelabra, which negroes, moving noiselessly and respectfully about, are lighting, one after the other. How the gleam of them reflects and glances from the polished marble pillars. The room holds a number of guests. There is old Monsieur Lucien Santillon, leaning against one of the pillars, and laughing at something which Monsieur Lafirme is telling him, till his fat shoulders shake. His son Jules is with him, Jules, who wants to marry her. She laughs. She wonders if Felix has told her father yet. There is young Jerome Lafirme playing at checkers upon the sofa with Lendra. Little Pauline stands annoying them and disturbing the game. Lendra reproves her. She begins to cry, and old Black Clementine, her nurse, who is not far off, limps across the room to pick her up and carry her away. How sensitive the little one is! But she trots about and takes care of herself better than she did a year or two ago, when she fell upon the stone hall floor and raised a great bobo on her forehead. Pelagie was hurt and angry enough about it, and she ordered rugs and buffalo robes to be brought and laid thick upon the tiles, till the little one's steps were surer. Il n'y faut pas faire mal à Pauline. She was saying it aloud, faire mal à Pauline. But she gazes beyond the salon, back into the big dining hall, where the white crepe myrtle grows. Ha! How low that bat has circled! It has struck Mamie Pelagie full on the breast. She does not know it. She is beyond there in the dining hall, where her father sits with a group of friends over their wine. As usual, they are talking politics. How tiresome! She has heard them say la guerre oftener than once. La guerre. Bah! She and Felix have something pleasanter to talk about, out under the oaks, or back in the shadow of the oleanders. But they were right. The sound of a cannon, shot at Sumter, has rolled across the southern states, and its echo is heard along the whole stretch of Côte Joyeuse. Yet Pelagie does not believe it. Not till La Recaneuse stands before her with bare, black arms akimbo, uttering a volley of vile abuse and of brazen impudence. Pelagie wants to kill her. But yet she will not believe. Not till Felix comes to her in the chamber above the dining hall, there where that trumpet vine hangs, comes to say goodbye to her. The hurt which the big brass buttons of his new grey uniform pressed into the tender flesh of her bosom has never left it. She sits upon the sofa, and he beside her, both speechless with pain. That room would not have been altered. Even the sofa would have been there in the same spot, and Marie Pelagie had meant all along, for 30 years, all along, to lie there upon it some day when the time came to die. But there is no time to weep, with the enemy at the door. The door has been no barrier. They are clattering through the halls now, drinking the wines, shattering the crystal and glass, slashing the portraits. One of them stands before her and tells her to leave the house. She slaps his face. How the stigma stands out red as blood upon his blanched cheek. Now there is a roar of fire and the flames are bearing down upon her motionless figure. She wants to show them how a daughter of Louisiana can perish before her conquerors. But little Pauline clings to her knees in an agony of terror. Little Pauline must be saved. Il n'y faut pas faire mal à Pauline. Again she is saying it aloud, faire mal à Pauline. The night was nearly spent. Marie Pelagie had glided from the bench upon which she had rested, and for hours lay prone upon the stone flagging, motionless. When she dragged herself to her feet it was to walk like one in a dream. About the great, solemn pillars, one after the other, she reached her arms, and pressed her cheek and her lips upon the senseless brick. Adieu, adieu, whispered Marie Pelagie. There was no longer the moon to guide her steps across the familiar pathway to the cabin. The brightest light in the sky was Venus, that swung low in the east. The bats had ceased to beat their wings about the ruin. Even the mockingbird that had warbled for hours in the old mulberry tree had sung himself asleep. That darkest hour before the day was mantling the earth. Marie Pelagie hurried through the wet, clinging grass, beating aside the heavy moss that swept across her face, walking on toward the cabin, toward Pauline. Not once did she look back upon the ruin that brooded like a huge monster, a black spot in the darkness that enveloped it. For little more than a year later the transformation which the old Valmont place had undergone was the talk and wonder of Côte Joyeuse. One would have looked in vain for the ruin, it was no longer there, neither was the log cabin. But out in the open, where the sun shone upon it, and the breezes blew about it, was a shapely structure fashioned from woods that the forests of the state had furnished. It rested upon a solid foundation of brick. Upon a corner of the pleasant gallery sat Lendra smoking his afternoon cigar, and chatting with neighbors who had called. This was to be his pied terre now, the home where his sisters and his daughter dwelt. The laughter of young people was heard out under the trees, and within the house where La Petite was playing upon the piano. With the enthusiasm of a young artist, she drew from the keys strains that seemed marvelously beautiful to Mamselle Pauline, who stood enraptured near her. Mamselle Pauline had been touched by the recreation of Valmont. Her cheek was as full and almost as flushed as La Petite's. The years were falling away from her. Marie Pelagie had been conversing with her brother and his friends. Then she turned and walked away, stopping to listen a while to the music which La Petite was making. But it was only for a moment. She went on around the curve of the veranda, where she found herself alone. She stayed there, erect, holding to the banister rail and looking out calmly in the distance across the fields. She was dressed in black, with the white kerchief she always wore folded across her bosom. Her thick, glossy hair rose like a silver diadem from her brow. In her deep, dark eyes smoldered the light of fires that would never flame. She had grown very old. Years instead of months seemed to have passed over her since the night she bade farewell to her visions. Poor Marie Pelagie! How could it be different? While the outward pressure of a young and joyous existence had forced her footsteps into the light, her soul had stayed in the shadow of the ruin. At the Cadian ball, Bobinot, that big, brown, good-natured Bobinot, had no intention of going to the ball, even though he knew Calixte would be there. For what came of those balls but heartache, and a sickening disinclination for work the whole week through, till Saturday night came again and his tortures began afresh. Why could he not love Ozina, who would marry him tomorrow, or Froni, or any one of a dozen others, rather than that little Spanish vixen? Calixte's slender foot had never touched Cuban soil, but her mother's had, and the Spanish was in her blood all the same. For that reason the prairie people forgave her much that they would not have overlooked in their own daughters or sisters. Her eyes, Bobinot thought of her eyes, and weakened, the bluest, the drowsiest, most tantalizing that ever looked into a man's. He thought of her flaxen hair that kinked worse than a mulatto's close to her head, that broad, smiling mouth and tip-tilted nose, that full figure, that voice like a rich contralto song, with cadences in it that must have been taught by Satan, for there was no one else to teach her tricks on that Cadian prairie. Bobinot thought of them all as he plowed his rows of cane. There had even been a breath of scandal whispered about her a year ago, when she went to Assumption, but why talk of it? No one did now. "C'est Espagnol," most of them said with lenient shoulder shrugs. "Bon chien tient de race," the old men mumbled over their pipes, stirred by recollections. Nothing was made of it, except that Phryne threw it up to Calixte when the two quarreled and fought on the church steps after Mass one Sunday, about a lover. Calixte swore roundly in fine Cadian French and with true Spanish spirit, and slapped Phryne's face. Phryne had slapped her back, tiens, bocot, vo. Ispis de Lyonese, prens ca, id ca, till the cure himself was obliged to hasten and make peace between them. Bobinot thought of it all, and would not go to the ball. But in the afternoon, over at Friedimer's store, where he was buying a trace chain, he heard someone say that Alcée Labellière would be there. Then wild horses could not have kept him away. He knew how it would be, or rather he did not know how it would be, if the handsome young planter came over to the ball as he sometimes did. If Alcée happened to be in a serious mood, he might only go to the cardroom and play a round or two, or he might stand out on the galleries talking crops and politics with the old people. But there was po telling. A drink or two could put the devil in his head. That was what Bobinot said to himself, as he wiped the sweat from his brow with his red bandana, a gleam from Calixte's eyes, a flash of her ankle, a twirl of her skirts could do the same. Yes, Bobinot would go to the ball. That was the year Alcée Labellière put 900 acres in rice. It was putting a good deal of money into the ground, but the returns promised to be glorious. Old Madame Labellière, sailing about the spacious galleries in her white volant, figured it all out in her head. Clarisse, her goddaughter, helped her a little, and together they built more air castles than enough. Alcée worked like a mule that time, and if he did not kill himself, it was because his constitution was an iron one. It was an everyday affair for him to come in from the field well nigh exhausted, and wet to the waist. He did not mind if there were visitors, he left them to his mother and Clarisse. There were often guests, young men and women who came up from the city, which was but a few hours away, to visit his beautiful kinswoman. She was worth going a good deal farther than that to see. Dainty as a lily, hardy as a sunflower, slim, tall, graceful, like one of the reeds that grew in the marsh. Cold and kind and cruel by turn, and everything that was aggravating to Alcée. He would have liked to sweep the place of those visitors, often. Of the men, above all, with their ways and their manners, their swaying of fans like women, and dandling about hammocks. He could have pitched them over the levee into the river, if it hadn't meant murder. That was Alcée. But he must have been crazy the day he came in from the rice field, and, toil-stained as he was, clasped Clarisse by the arms and panted a volley of hot, blistering love words into her face. No man had ever spoken love to her like that. "Monsieur," she exclaimed, looking him full in the eyes, without a quiver. Alcée's hands dropped and his glance wavered before the chill of her calm, clear eyes. "Par exemple," she muttered disdainfully, as she turned from him, deftly adjusting the careful toilet that he had so brutally disarranged. That happened a day or two before the cyclone came that cut into the rice like fine steel. It was an awful thing, coming so swiftly, without a moment's warning in which to light a holy candle or set a piece of blessed palm burning. Old Madam wept openly and said her beads, just as her son Didier, the New Orleans one, would have done. If such a thing had happened to Alphonse, the Labelliere planting cotton up in Natchitoches, he would have raved and stormed like a second cyclone, and made his surroundings unbearable for a day or two. But Alcée took the misfortune differently. He looked ill and grey after it, and said nothing. His speechlessness was frightful. Clarisse's heart melted with tenderness, but when she offered her soft, purring words of condolence, he accepted them with mute indifference. Then she and her Nénine wept afresh in each other's arms. A night or two later, when Clarisse went to her window to kneel there in the moonlight and say her prayers before retiring, she saw that Bruce, Alcée's Negro servant, had led his master's saddle horse noiselessly along the edge of the sward that bordered the gravel path, and stood holding him nearby. Presently, she heard Alcée quit his room, which was beneath her own, and traverse the lower portico. As he emerged from the shadow and crossed the strip of moonlight, she perceived that he carried a pair of well-filled saddle-bags which he at once flung across the animal's back. He then lost no time in mounting, and after a brief exchange of words with Bruce, went cantering away, taking no precaution to avoid the noisy gravel as the Negro had done. Clarisse had never suspected that it might be Alcée's custom to sally forth from the plantation secretly, and at such an hour, for it was nearly midnight. And had it not been for the telltale saddle-bags, she would only have crept to bed, to wonder, to fret and dream unpleasant dreams. But her impatience and anxiety would not be held in check. Hastily unbolting the shutters of her door that opened upon the gallery, she stepped outside and called softly to the old Negro. "Gret Peter. Miss Clarisse. I was en show it was a gozo w at, stannin' up da, plum in the night, date away." He mounted halfway up the long, broad flight of stairs. She was standing at the top. "Bruce, where has Monsieur Alcée gone?" she asked. "Why, he gone 'bout he business, I reckon," replied Bruce, striving to be non-committal at the outset. "Where has Monsieur Alcée gone?" she reiterated, stamping her bare foot. "I won't stan' any nonsense or any lies, mine, Bruce. I don' lie as I ever tole you lie yit, Miss Clarisse. Mr. Alcée, he all broke up, sho. Where has he gone? Ah, Saint Voyage. Faut de la patience. Buta, v. Wen I was in he room, a breshin off he cloes today, the darky began, settling himself against the stair-rail. He looked that speechless and down. "I say, you pair to me like some puss in W at gwine have a spell o' sickness, Mr. Alcée." He say, "You reckon?" I that he git up, go look hisself stiddy in de glass. Den he go to de chimbley and jerk up de quinine bottle and pour a gret host dose onto be ban. An he swallow that mess in a wink, and wash hit down wid a big dram o' whiskey w at he keep in he room, Agents he come all soppin' wet out end a feel. He lows, no, I ain't gwine be sick, Bruce. Den he square off. He say, I kin mak out to stan up and gin take wid any man I knows, lesson hits John L. Sullivan. But wen God amighty and a omangins for sis agin me, that's one too many for me. I tell him, chis so whiles ise markin out to bresh a spot off W at ain da, on he coat color. I tell him, you wants Leela res, sir. He say, no, I wants Leela fling, that W at I wants, and I gwine git it. Pitch me a fees full o cloes in DEMR saddlebags. That W at he say. Don't you bother, missy. He jes gone a caperin yonder to de Cajun ball. De skeeters is fair a swarmin' like bees round yo foots. The mosquitoes were indeed attacking Clarisse's white feet savagely. She had unconsciously been alternately rubbing one foot over the other during the darky's recital. The Cadian ball, she repeated contemptuously. Humph. Par example. Nice conduct for a labelliere. And he needs a saddlebag, filled with clothes, to go to the Cadian ball. Oh, Miss Clarisse, you go on to bed, chilly, git yo sound sleep. He come back in couple weeks or so. I can be repeatin' lot o truck W at young mans say, out he face o a young gal. Clarisse said no more, but turned and abruptly reentered the house. You done talk too much wid yo mouth ready, you ole fool nigger, you muttered Bruce to himself as he walked away. Alcee reached the ball very late, of course, too late for the chicken gumbo which had been served at midnight. The big, low-ceiled room, they called it a hall, was packed with men and women dancing to the music of 3 fiddles. There were broad galleries all around it. There was a room at one side where sober-faced men were playing cards. Another, in which babies were sleeping, was called Le Parc Auxiliary Petits. Anyone who is white may go to a Cadian ball, but he must pay for his lemonade, his coffee and chicken gumbo. And he must behave himself like a Cadian. Grossberth was giving this ball. He had been giving them since he was a young man, and he was a middle-aged one, now. In that time he could recall but one disturbance, and that was caused by American railroaders, who were not in touch with their surroundings and had no business there. Sis Maudits gens du railroad Grossberth called them. Alcee Labelliere's presence at the ball caused a flutter even among the men, who could not but admire his nerve after such misfortune befalling him. To be sure, they knew the Labellieres were rich, that there were resources east, and more again in the city. But they felt it took a brave hom to stand a blow like that philosophically. One old gentleman, who was in the habit of reading a Paris newspaper and knew things, chuckled gleefully to everybody that Alcee's conduct was altogether chic, mais chic. That he had more panache than Boulanger. Well, perhaps he had. But what he did not show outwardly was that he was in a mood for ugly things tonight. Poor Bobinot alone felt it vaguely. He discerned a gleam of it in Elsie's handsome eyes, as the young planter stood in the doorway, looking with rather feverish glance upon the assembly, while he laughed and talked with a Cadian farmer who was beside him. Bobinot himself was dull-looking and clumsy. Most of the men were. But the young women were very beautiful. The eyes that glanced into Elsie's as they passed him were big, dark, soft as those of the young heifers standing out in the cool prairie grass. But the belle was Calixta. Her white dress was not nearly so handsome or well-made as Phronie's. She and Phronie had quite forgotten the battle on the church steps, and were friends again, nor were her slippers so stylish as those of Ozina, and she fanned herself with a handkerchief, since she had broken her red fan at the last ball, and her aunts and uncles were not willing to give her another. But all the men agreed she was at her best tonight. Such animation and abandon. Such flashes of wit. He, Bobinot. My's what's the matter? At you standing plant la like ole my Tina's cow in the bog, you. That was good. That was an excellent thrust at Bobinot, who had forgotten the figure of the dance with his mind bent on other things, and it started a clamor of laughter at his expense. He joined good-naturedly. It was better to receive even such notice as that from Calixta than none at all. But Madame Suzanne, sitting in a corner, whispered to her neighbor that if Ozina were to conduct herself in a like manner, she should immediately be taken out to the mule cart and driven home. The women did not always approve of Calixta. Now and then were short lulls in the dance, when couples flocked out upon the galleries for a brief respite and fresh air. The moon had gone down pale in the west, and in the east was yet no promise of day. After such an interval, when the dancers again assembled to resume the interrupted quadrille, Calixta was not among them. She was sitting upon a bench out in the shadow, with Elsie beside her. They were acting like fools. He had attempted to take a little gold ring from her finger, just for the fun of it, for there was nothing he could have done with the ring but replace it again. But she clinched her hand tight. He pretended that it was a very difficult matter to open it. Then he kept the hand in his. They seemed to forget about it. He played with her earring, a thin crescent of gold hanging from her small brown ear. He caught a wisp of the kinky hair that had escaped its fastening, and rubbed the ends of it against his shaven cheek. You know, last year in Assumption, Calixta. They belonged to the younger generation, so preferred to speak English. Don't come say Assumption to me, Monsieur Elsie. I done yerd Assumption till I'm plumb sick. Yes, I know. The idiots. Because you were in Assumption, and I happened to go to Assumption, they must have it that we went together. But it was nice, Hein, Calixta, in Assumption. They saw Bobinot emerge from the hall and stand a moment outside the lighted doorway, peering uneasily and searchingly into the darkness. He did not see them, and went slowly back. There is Bobinot looking for you. You are going to set poor Bobinot crazy. You'll marry him some day, Hein, Calixta. I don't say no, me, she replied, striving to withdraw her hand, which he held more firmly for the attempt. But come, Calixta, you know you said you would go back to Assumption, just to spite them. No, I never said that, me. You muse dreamt that. Oh, I thought you did. You know I'm going down to the city. Wen. Tonight. Better make hazy, then, it's Mo's day. Well, tomorrow I'll do. At you going do, yonder? I don't know. Drown myself in the lake, maybe, unless you go down there to visit your uncle. Calixta's senses were reeling, and they well nigh left her when she felt Alcée's lips brush her ear like the touch of a rose. Mr. Alcée? Is that Mr. Alcée? The thick voice of a Negro was asking. He stood on the ground, holding to the banister rails near which the couple sat. What do you want now? Cried Alcée impatiently. Can't I have a moment of peace? I been hunting you high and low, sir, answered the man. Day someone in the road, under the mulberry tree, want see you a minute. I would go out to the road to see the angel Gabriel. And if you come back here with any more talk, I'll have to break your neck. The Negro turned mumbling away. Alcée and Calixta laughed softly about it. Her boisterousness was all gone. They talked low, and laughed softly, as lovers do. Alcée Laboulière. It was not the Negro's voice this time, but one that went through Alcée's body like an electric shock, bringing him to his feet. Clarisse was standing there in her riding habit, where the Negro had stood. For an instant confusion reigned in Alcée's thoughts, as with one who awakes suddenly from a dream. But he felt that something of serious import had brought his cousin to the ball in the dead of night. What does this mean, Clarisse? He asked. It means something has happened at home. You muse come. Happened to Maman? He questioned, in alarm. No, Nenine is well, and asleep. It is something else. Not to frighten you. But you muse come. Come with me, Alcée. There was no need for the imploring note. He would have followed the voice anywhere. She had now recognized the girl sitting back on the bench. Ah, c'est vous, Calixta. Comment c'est-vous, mon enfant? Je veux bien, it vous, mademoiselle. Alcée swung himself over the low rail and started to follow Clarisse, without a word, without a glance back at the girl. He had forgotten he was leaving her there. But Clarisse whispered something to him, and he turned back to say good night, Calixta, and offer his hand to press through the railing. She pretended not to see it. How come that? You set in here by yourself, Calixta. It was Bobinot who had found her there alone. The dancers had not yet come out. She looked ghastly in the faint, grey light struggling out of the east. Yes, that's me. Go yonder in the park auxiliary Petties and ask Aunt Alice for my hat. She knows where it is. I want to go home, me. How you came? I come afoot, with the catos. But I'm going now. I ain't going wait for 'em. I'm plumb way out, me. Can I go with you, Calixta? I don't care. They went together across the open prairie and along the edge of the fields, stumbling in the uncertain light. He told her to lift her dress that was getting wet and bedraggled, for she was pulling at the weeds and grasses with her hands. I don't care, it's got to go in the tub, anyway. You been sayin' all along you want to marry me, Bobinot. Well, if you want, yet, I don't care, me. The glow of a sudden and overwhelming happiness shone out in the brown, rugged face of the young Acadian. He could not speak, for very joy. It choked him. Oh well, if you don't want, snapped Calixta, flippantly, pretending to be piqued at his silence. Bayou. You know that makes me crazy, at you saying. You mean that, Calixta? You ain't going turn round again. I never told you that much yet, Bobinot. I mean that. Tiens, and she held out her hand in the businesslike manner of a man who clinches a bargain with a hand clasp. Bobinot grew bold with happiness and asked Calixta to kiss him. She turned her face, that was almost ugly after the night's dissipation, and looked steadily into his. I don't want to kiss you, Bobinot, she said, turning away again, not today. Some other time. Bonty divine. Ain't you satisfied yet? Oh, I'm satisfied, Calixta, he said. Riding through a patch of wood, Clarice's saddle became ungirted, and she and Elsie dismounted to readjust it. For the 20th time he asked her what had happened at home. But, Clarice, what is it? Is it a misfortune? You sight? It's only something that happened to me. To you. I saw you go away last night, Elsie, with those saddlebags, she said, haltingly, striving to arrange something about the saddle, and I made Bruce tell me. He said you had gone to the ball, and wouldn't be home for weeks and weeks. I thought, Elsie, maybe you were going to Assumption. I got wild. And then I knew if you didn't come back, now, tonight, I couldn't stan it, again. She had her face hidden in her arm that she was resting against the saddle when she said that. He began to wonder if this meant love. But she had to tell him so, before he believed it. And when she told him, he thought the face of the universe was changed, just like Bobinot. Was it last week the cyclone had well nigh ruined him? The cyclone seemed a huge joke, now. It was he, then, who, an hour ago was kissing little Calixta's ear and whispering nonsense into it. Calixta was like a myth, now. The one, only, great reality in the world was Clarice standing before him, telling him that she loved him. In the distance they heard the rapid discharge of pistol shots, but it did not disturb them. They knew it was only the Negro musicians who had gone into the yard to fire their pistols into the air, as the custom is, and to announce Le bal est fini. Les belles oreilles. The summer night was hot and still, not a ripple of air swept over the marais. Yonder, across Bayou Street, John, lights twinkled here and there in the darkness, and in the dark sky above a few stars were blinking. A lugger that had come out of the lake was moving with slow, lazy motion down the bayou. A man in the boat was singing a song. The notes of the song came faintly to the ears of old Manilala, herself as black as the night, who had gone out upon the gallery to open the shutters wide. Something in the refrain reminded the woman of an old, half-forgotten Creole romance, and she began to sing it low to herself while she threw the shutters open. Lisette to quitte la plaine, mo perdi bonheur ému, zis ému semble fontaine, depuis mo palmire tu. And then this old song, a lover's lament for the loss of his mistress, floating into her memory, brought with it the story she would tell to Madame, who lay in her sumptuous mahogany bed, waiting to be fanned and put to sleep to the sound of one of Manilala's stories. The old negress had already bathed her mistress's pretty white feet and kissed them lovingly, one, then the other. She had brushed her mistress's beautiful hair, that was as soft and shining as satin, and was the color of Madame's wedding ring. Now, when she re-entered the room, she moved softly toward the bed, and seating herself there began gently to fan Madame de Lille. Manilala was not always ready with her story, for Madame would hear none but those which were true. But tonight the story was all there in Manilala's head, the story of La Belle's Oreille, and she told it to her mistress in the soft Creole patois, whose music and charm no English words can convey. La Belle's Oreille had eyes that were so dusky, so beautiful, that any man who gazed too long into their depths was sure to lose his head, and even his heart sometimes. Her soft, smooth skin was the color of café au lait. As for her elegant manners, her svelte and graceful figure, they were the envy of half the ladies who visited her mistress, Madame de la Rivière. No wonder Zoraide was as charming and as dainty as the finest lady of La Rue Royale. From a toddling thing she had been brought up at her mistress's side. Her fingers had never done rougher work than sewing a fine muslin seam, and she even had her own little black servant to wait upon her. Madame, who was her godmother as well as her mistress, would often say to her, "Remember, Zoraide, when you are ready to marry, it must be in a way to do honor to your bringing up. It will be at the cathedral. Your wedding gown, your corbeille, all will be of the best. I shall see to that myself. You know, Monsieur Ambrose is ready whenever you say the word, and his master is willing to do as much for him as I shall do for you. It is a union that will please me in every way." Monsieur Ambrose was then the body servant of Dr. Langle. La Belle Zoraide detested the little mulatto, with his shining whiskers like a white man's, and his small eyes, that were cruel and false as a snake's. She would cast down her own mischievous eyes, and say, "Ah, Nenine, I am so happy, so contented here at your side just as I am. I don't want to marry now, next year, perhaps, or the next." And Madame would smile indulgently and remind Zoraide that a woman's charms are not everlasting. But the truth of the matter was, Zoraide had seen Le Beau Meza dance the bamboula in Congo Square. That was a sight to hold one rooted to the ground. Meza was as straight as a cypress tree and as proud-looking as a king. His body, bare to the waist, was like a column of ebony and it glistened like oil. Poor Zoraide's heart grew sick in her bosom with love for Le Beau Meza from the moment she saw the fierce gleam of his eye, lighted by the inspiring strains of the bamboula, and beheld the stately movements of his splendid body swaying and quivering through the figures of the dance. But when she knew him later, and he came near her to speak with her, all the fierceness was gone out of his eyes, and she saw only kindness in them and heard only gentleness in his voice, for love had taken possession of him also, and Zoraide was more distracted than ever. When Meza was not dancing bamboula in Congo Square, he was hoeing sugar cane, barefooted and half naked, in his master's field outside of the city. Dr. Langle was his master as well as Monsieur Ambrose. One day, when Zoraide kneeled before her mistress, drawing on Madame's silken stockings, that were of the finest, she said, "Nénine, you have spoken to me often of marrying. Now, at last, I have chosen a husband, but it is not Monsieur Ambrose. It is Le Beau Meza that I want and no other." And Zoraide hid her face in her hands when she had said that, for she guessed, rightly enough, that her mistress would be very angry. And, indeed, Madame de la Rivière was at first speechless with rage. When she finally spoke it was only to gasp out, exasperated, "That Negro! That Negro! Bon Dieu Seigneur, but this is too much." "Am I white, Nénine?" pleaded Zoraide. "You white? Malheureux! You deserve to have the lash laid upon you like any other slave. You have proven yourself no better than the worst." "I am not white," persisted Zoraide, respectfully and gently. "Dr. Langle gives me his slave to marry, but he would not give me his son. Then, since I am not white, let me have from out of my own race the one whom my heart has chosen." However, you may well believe that Madame would not hear to that. Zoraide was forbidden to speak to Meza, and Meza was cautioned against seeing Zoraide again. "But you know how the Negroes are, Mademoiselle Tite," added Manilala, smiling a little sadly. "There is no mistress, no master, no king nor priest who can hinder them from loving when they will. And these two found ways and means." When months had passed by, Zoraide, who had grown unlike herself, sober and preoccupied, said again to her mistress, "Nénine, you would not let me have Meza for my husband, but I have disobeyed you, I have sinned. Kill me if you wish, Nénine, forgive me if you will, but when I heard Le Beau Meza say to me, 'Zoraide, Mo l'amtoi,' I could have died, but I could not have helped loving him." This time Madame de la Rivière was so actually pained, so wounded at hearing Zoraide's confession, that there was no place left in her heart for anger. She could utter only confused reproaches. But she was a woman of action rather than of words, and she acted promptly. Her first step was to induce Dr. Langle to sell Meza. Dr. Langle, who was a widower, had long wanted to marry Madame de la Rivière, and he would willingly have walked on all fours at noon through the Place d'Armes if she wanted him to. Naturally he lost no time in disposing of La Beaumaison, who was sold away into Georgia, or the Carolinas, or one of those distant countries far away, where he would no longer hear his Creole tongue spoken, nor dance calendar, nor hold La Belle Zoraide in his arms. The poor thing was heartbroken when Meza was sent away from her, but she took comfort and hope in the thought of her baby that she would soon be able to clasp to her breast. La Belle Zoraide's sorrows had now begun in earnest. Not only sorrows but sufferings, and with the anguish of maternity came the shadow of death. But there is no agony that a mother will not forget when she holds her firstborn to her heart, and presses her lips upon the baby flesh that is her own, yet far more precious than her own. So, instinctively, when Zoraide came out of the awful shadow she gazed questioningly about her and felt with her trembling hands upon either side of her. "Oh Yuli, mon petit one. Where is my little one?" she asked imploringly. Madame who was there and the nurse who was there both told her in turn, "To pity Atoi, Lee Morai, your little one is dead," which was a wicked falsehood that must have caused the angels in heaven to weep. For the baby was living and well and strong. It had at once been removed from its mother's side, to be sent away to Madame's plantation, far up the coast. Zoraide could only moan in reply, "Lee Morai, and she turned her face to the wall. Madame had hoped, in thus depriving Zoraide of her child, to have her young waiting maid again at her side free, happy, and beautiful as of old. But there was a more powerful will than Madame's at work, the will of the good God, who had already designed that Zoraide should grieve with a sorrow that was never more to be lifted in this world. La Belle Zoraide was no more. In her stead was a sad-eyed woman who mourned night and day for her baby. Lee Morai, she would sigh over and over again to those about her, and to herself when others grew weary of her complaint. Yet, in spite of all, Msire Ambroise was still in the notion to marry her. A sad wife or a merry one was all the same to him so long as that wife was Zoraide. And she seemed to consent, or rather submit, to the approaching marriage as though nothing mattered any longer in this world. One day, a black servant entered a little noisily the room in which Zoraide sat sewing. With a look of strange and vacuous happiness upon her face, Zoraide arose hastily. "Hush, hush," she whispered, lifting a warning finger, "my little one is asleep, you must not awaken her." Upon the bed was a senseless bundle of rags shaped like an infant in swaddling clothes. Over this dummy the woman had drawn the mosquito bar, and she was sitting contentedly beside it. In short, from that day Zoraide was demented. Night nor day did she lose sight of the doll that lay in her bed or in her arms. And now was Madame stung with sorrow and remorse at seeing this terrible affliction that had befallen her dear Zoraide. Consulting with Dr. Langle, they decided to bring back to the mother the real baby of flesh and blood that was now toddling about, and kicking its heels in the dust yonder upon the plantation. It was Madame herself who led the pretty, tiny little grief girl to her mother. Zoraide was sitting upon a stone bench in the courtyard, listening to the soft splashing of the fountain, and watching the fitful shadows of the palm leaves upon the broad, white flagging. "Here," said Madame, approaching, "here, my poor dear Zoraide, is your own little child. Keep her, she is yours. No one will ever take her from you again." Zoraide looked with sullen suspicion upon her mistress and the child before her. Reaching out a hand, she thrust the little one mistrustfully away from her. With the other hand she clasped the rag bundle fiercely to her breast, for she suspected a plot to deprive her of it. Nor could she ever be induced to let her own child approach her, and finally the little one was sent back to the plantation, where she was never to know the love of mother or father. And now this is the end of Zoraide's story. She was never known again as La Belle Zoraide, but ever after as Zoraide La Folle, whom no one ever wanted to marry, not even Monsieur Ambrose. She lived to be an old woman, whom some people pitied and others laughed at, always clasping her bundle of rags, her pity. "Are you asleep, Mademoiselle Tite?" "No, I am not asleep, I was thinking." "Ah, the poor little one, Manlala, the poor little one. Better had she died." But this is the way Madame de Lille and Manlala really talked to each other. "Vous prud'homme, Mademoiselle Tite." "Non, pas prud'homme, mon yapres ongles." "Ah, la pauvre pity, Manlala. La pauvre pity. Mieux les morai." A gentleman of Bayou. It was no wonder Mr. Sublet, who was staying at the Hawlett plantation, wanted to make a picture of Évariste. The Cadian was rather a picturesque subject in his way, and a tempting one to an artist looking for bits of local color along the Teche. Mr. Sublet had seen the man on the back gallery just as he came out of the swamp, trying to sell a wild turkey to the housekeeper. He spoke to him at once, and in the course of conversation engaged him to return to the house the following morning and have his picture drawn. He handed Évariste a couple of silver dollars to show that his intentions were fair, and that he expected the Cadian to keep faith with him. "He tell me he won't put my picture in one fine magazine," said Évariste to his daughter, Martinette, when the two were talking the matter over in the afternoon. "At for you reckon he won't do that?" They sat within the low, homely cabin of 2 rooms, that was not quite so comfortable as Mr. Hawlett's negro quarters. Martinette pursed her red lips that had little sensitive curves to them, and her black eyes took on a reflective expression. "Meb he heard 'bout that big fish you catch last winter in Carencro Lake. You know it was all wrote about in the Sugar Bowl." Her father set aside the suggestion with a deprecatory wave of the hand. "Well, anyway, you got to fix yo' SEF up," declared Martinette, dismissing further speculation. "Put on yo' hat pantaloon and yo' good coat, and you better ax Mr. Leonce to cut yo' hair, and yo' W'ska a leetle bit." "It's at I say," chimed in Évariste. "I tell that gentman I'm going make Miss F fine. He say, no, like he ain't please. He want me like I come out de swamp. So much better if my pantaloon and coat is tore, he say, and color like de mud." They could not understand these eccentric wishes on the part of the strange gentleman, and made no effort to do so. An hour later Martinet, who was quite puffed up over the affair, trotted across to Aunt Dicey's cabin to communicate the news to her. The negress was ironing. Her irons stood in a long row before the fire of logs that burned on the hearth. Martinet seated herself in the chimney corner and held her feet up to the blaze. It was damp and a little chilly out of doors. The girl's shoes were considerably worn and her garments were a little too thin and scant for the winter season. Her father had given her the $2 he had received from the artist, and Martinet was on her way to the store to invest them as judiciously as she knew how. "You know, Aunt Dicey," she began a little complacently after listening a while to Aunt Dicey's unqualified abuse of her own son, Wilkins, who was dining room boy at Mr. Hawlett's. "You know that stranger gentleman up to Mr. Hawlett's. He want to make my papa's picture, and he say he going put it in one fine magazine yonder." Aunt Dicey spat upon her iron to test its heat. Then she began to snicker. She kept on laughing inwardly, making her whole fat body shake, and saying nothing. "What you laughing 'bout, Aunt Dice?" inquired Martinet mistrustfully. "I's en laughing, chilly." "Yas, you laughing." "Oh, don't pay no 'tention to me. I jes studyin' how simple you and yo' pa is. You is bof de simplest somebody I ever come crossed." "You got to say plumb out what you mean," Aunt Dice insisted the girl doggedly, suspicious and alert now. "Well, that why I say you is simple," proclaimed the woman, slamming down her iron on an inverted, battered pie pan. "'Tis like you says, dey gwine put yo' pa's picture yonder in de picture paper. An' you know what reading dey gwine sot down on neath that picture." Martinet was intensely attentive. "Dey gwine sot down on neath, dis he is one dem low down Cajuns obey tesh." The blood flowed from Martinet's face, leaving it deathly pale. In another instant it came beating back in a quick flood, and her eyes smarted with pain as if the tears that filled them had been fiery hot. "I knows dem kino folks," continued Aunt Dicey, resuming her interrupted ironing. "That stranger he got a leela boy what ain't none too big to spank. That leela imp he come a hoppin' in he yesterday wid a kino box on neath his arm. He say good mornin', madam. Will you be so kind and stand jes like you is dar at yo' ironin', and lef me take yo' picture? I load I gwine make a picture outen him wid dis he flat iron, ef he don his quick." And he say he beg my pardon for his intrudement. All that kino talk to a ole nigger o' man. That plainly show he don't know his place. What you want him to say, Aunt Dice?" asked Martinet, with an effort to conceal her distress. "I wants him to come in here and say, 'Howdy, Aunt Dicey. Will you be so kind and go put on yo' new corker dress and yo' bonnet what you w's to meeting, and stand side fom that ironin' board else I gwine take yo' photograph.'" That the way for a boy to talk what had good reason. Martinet had arisen, and began to take slow leave of the woman. She turned at the cabin door to observe tentatively, "I reckon it's Wilkins tells you how the folks they talk, yonder up to Mr. Hawlett's." She did not go to the store as she had intended, but walked with a dragging step back to her home. The silver dollars clicked in her pocket as she walked. She felt like flinging them across the field. They seemed to her somehow the price of shame. The sun had sunk, and twilight was settling like a silver beam upon the bayou and enveloping the fields in a grey mist. Evariste, slim and slouchy, was waiting for his daughter in the cabin door. He had lighted a fire of sticks and branches, and placed the kettle before it to boil. He met the girl with his slow, serious, questioning eyes, astonished to see her empty-handed. "How come you didn't bring nothin' from the sto', Martinet?" She entered and flung her gingham sunbonnet upon a chair. "No, I didn't go yonder," and with sudden exasperation, "You got to go take back that money, you muse ngit no picture took." "But, Martinet," her father mildly interposed, "I promise him, and he's going give me some mo money when he finish." "If he give you a balo money, you muse ngit no picture took. You know at he want to put you neath that picture, for everybody to read." She could not tell him the whole hideous truth as she had heard it distorted from Aunt Dicey's lips. She would not hurt him that much. "He's going to write, 'This is one Cajun o' the Bayou Teche.'" Evariste winced. "How you know?" he asked. "I heard so. I know it's true." The water in the kettle was boiling. He went and poured a small quantity upon the coffee which he had set there to drip. Then he said to her, "I reckon you just as well go care that $2 back, Tomo monin, me, I'll go yonder catch a mess o' fish in Carencro Lake." Mr. Hawlett and a few masculine companions were assembled at a rather late breakfast the following morning. The dining room was a big, bare one, enlivened by a cheerful fire of logs that blazed in the wide chimney on massive andirons. There were guns, fishing tackle, and other implements of sport lying about. A couple of fine dogs strayed unceremoniously in and out behind Wilkins, the Negro boy who waited upon the table. The chair beside Mr. Sublette, usually occupied by his little son, was vacant, as the child had gone for an early morning outing and had not yet returned. When breakfast was about half over, Mr. Hawlett noticed Martinet standing outside upon the gallery. The dining room door had stood open more than half the time. "Isn't that Martinet out there?" Wilkins inquired the jovial-faced young planter. "That's who, sir," returned Wilkins. "She been standing dar since Mo's sun up. Look like she studying to take route to de Gaulle. Why? What in the name of goodness does she want? Ask her what she wants. Tell her to come into the fire." Martinet walked into the room with much hesitancy. Her small, brown face could hardly be seen in the depths of the gingham sunbonnet. Her blue cottonade skirt scarcely reached the thin ankles that it should have covered. "Bonjour," she murmured, with a little comprehensive nod that took in the entire company. Her eyes searched the table for the stranger gentleman and she knew him at once, because his hair was parted in the middle and he wore a pointed beard. She went and laid the $2 beside his plate and motioned to retire without a word of explanation. "Hold on, Martinet," called out the planter, "what's all this pantomime business? Speak out, little one." "My papa don't want any picture took," she offered, a little timorously. On her way to the door she had looked back to say this. In that fleeting glance she detected a smile of intelligence pass from one to the other of the group. She turned quickly, facing them all, and spoke out, excitement making her voice bold and shrill. "My papa ain't one low-down Cajun. He ain't going to stand to have that kino writin' put down UN neath his picture." She almost ran from the room, half blinded by the emotion that had helped her to make so daring a speech. Descending the gallery steps she ran full against her father who was ascending, bearing in his arms the little boy, Archie Sublette. The child was most grotesquely attired in garments far too large for his diminutive person, the rough jeans clothing of some Negro boy. Évariste himself had evidently been taking a bath without the preliminary ceremony of removing his clothes, that were now half dried upon his person by the wind and sun. "Yeah, you leela boy," he announced, stumbling into the room. "You ought not left that leela chili go by his f comme ca in de pirogue." Mr. Sublette darted from his chair, the others following suit almost as hastily. In an instant, quivering with apprehension, he had his little son in his arms. The child was quite unharmed, only somewhat pale and nervous, as the consequence of a recent very serious ducking. Évariste related in his uncertain, broken English how he had been fishing for an hour or more in Carencro Lake, when he noticed the boy paddling over the deep, black water in a shell-like pirogue. Nearing a clump of cypress trees that rose from the lake, the pirogue became entangled in the heavy moss that hung from the tree limbs and trailed upon the water. The next thing he knew, the boat had overturned, he heard the child scream, and saw him disappear beneath the still, black surface of the lake. "When I done swim to de show wid him," continued Évariste, "I hurry yonder to Jake Baptiste's cabin, and we rub him and warm him up, and dress him up dry like you see. He all right now, Monsieur, but you muse en lef him go no mo by hisef in one pirogue." Martinet had followed into the room behind her father. She was feeling and tapping his wet garments solicitously, and begging him in French to come home. Mr. Hawlett at once ordered hot coffee and a warm breakfast for the two, and they sat down at the corner of the table, making no manner of objection in their perfect simplicity. It was with visible reluctance and ill-disguised contempt that Wilkins served them. When Mr. Sublette had arranged his son comfortably, with tender care, upon the sofa, and had satisfied himself that the child was quite uninjured, he attempted to find words with which to thank Évariste for this service which no treasure of words or gold could pay for. These warm and heartfelt expressions seemed to Évariste to exaggerate the importance of his action, and they intimidated him. He attempted shyly to hide his face as well as he could in the depths of his bowl of coffee. "You will let me make your picture now, I hope," Évariste begged Mr. Sublette, laying his hand upon the Cadian's shoulder. "I want to place it among things I hold most dear, and shall call it a hero of Bayou Teche." This assurance seemed to distress Évariste greatly. "No, no," he protested, "it's nothing hero to take a Leela boy out the water. I just as easy do that like I stoop down and pick up a Leela chili W at fall down in the road. I ain't going to low that, me. I don't git no picture took, vo." Mr. Hawlett, who now discerned his friend's eagerness in the matter, came to his aid. "I tell you, Évariste, let Mr. Sublette draw your picture, and you yourself may call it whatever you want. I'm sure he'll let you." Most willingly agreed the artist. Évariste glanced up at him with shy and childlike pleasure. "It's a bargain?" he asked. "A bargain," affirmed Mr. Sublette. "Papa," whispered Martinet, "you better come home and put on yo out pantaloon and yo good coat." "And now, what shall we call the much talked of picture?" cheerily inquired the planter, standing with his back to the blaze. Évariste in a businesslike manner began carefully to trace on the tablecloth imaginary characters with an imaginary pen. He could not have written the real characters with a real pen, he did not know how. "You will put on neat the picture," he said, deliberately. "This is one picture of Mr. Évariste Anatole Bonhomme, a gentleman of the Bayou Teche. A lady of Bayou St. John." The days and the nights were very lonely for Madame de Lille. Gustave, her husband, was away yonder in Virginia somewhere, with Beauregard, and she was here in the old house on Bayou Street. John, alone with her slaves. Madame was very beautiful. So beautiful that she found much diversion in sitting for hours before the mirror, contemplating her own loveliness, admiring the brilliancy of her golden hair, the sweet languor of her blue eyes, the graceful contours of her figure, and the peach-like bloom of her flesh. She was very young. So young that she romped with the dogs, teased the parrot, and could not fall asleep at night unless old Black Manilala sat beside her bed and told her stories. In short, she was a child, not able to realize the significance of the tragedy whose unfolding kept the civilized world in suspense. It was only the immediate effect of the awful drama that moved her, the gloom that, spreading on all sides, penetrated her own existence and deprived it of joyousness. Sapincourt found her looking very lonely and disconsolate one day when he stopped to talk with her. She was pale, and her blue eyes were dim with unwept tears. He was a Frenchman who lived nearby. He shrugged his shoulders over this strife between brothers, this quarrel which was none of his, and he resented it chiefly upon the ground that it made life uncomfortable, yet he was young enough to have had quicker and hotter blood in his veins. When he left Madame de Lille that day, her eyes were no longer dim, and a something of the dreariness that weighted her had been lifted away. That mysterious, that treacherous bond called sympathy, had revealed them to each other. He came to her very often that summer, clad always in cool, white duck, with a flower in his buttonhole. His pleasant brown eyes sought hers with warm, friendly glances that comforted her as a caress might comfort a disconsolate child. She took to watching for his slim figure, a little bent, walking lazily up the avenue between the double line of magnolias. They would sit sometimes during whole afternoons in the vine-sheltered corner of the gallery, sipping the black coffee that Manilala brought to them at intervals, and talking incessantly during the first days when they were unconsciously unfolding themselves to each other. Then a time came, it came very quickly, when they seemed to have nothing more to say to one another. He brought her news of the war, and they talked about it listlessly, between long intervals of silence, of which neither took account. An occasional letter came by roundabout ways from Gustav, guarded arid saddening in its tone. They would read it and sigh over it together. Once they stood before his portrait that hung in the drawing-room and that looked out at them with kind, indulgent eyes. Madame wiped the picture with her gossamer handkerchief and impulsively pressed a tender kiss upon the painted canvas. For months past the living image of her husband had been receding further and further into a mist which she could penetrate with no faculty or power that she possessed. One day at sunset, when she and Sapinkirt stood silently side by side, looking across the marais, aflame with the western light, he said to her, "Aimée, let us go away from this country that is so triste. Let us go to Paris, you and me." She thought that he was jesting, and she laughed nervously. Yes, Paris would surely be gayer than Bayou Street. "John," she answered. But he was not jesting. She saw it at once in the glance that penetrated her own, in the quiver of his sensitive lip and the quick beating of a swollen vein in his brown throat. "Paris, or anywhere, with you, bon Dieu," he whispered, seizing her hands. But she withdrew from him, frightened, and hurried away into the house, leaving him alone. That night, for the first time, Madame did not want to hear Manilala's stories, and she blew out the wax candle that till now had burned nightly, in her sleeping room, under its tall, crystal globe. She had suddenly become a woman capable of love or sacrifice. She would not hear Manilala's stories. She wanted to be alone, to tremble and to weep. In the morning her eyes were dry, but she would not see Sapinkirt when he came. Then he wrote her a letter. "I have offended you and I would rather die," it ran. "Do not banish me from your presence, that is life to me. Let me lie at your feet, if only for a moment, in which to hear you say that you forgive me." Men have written just such letters before, but Madame did not know it. To her it was a voice from the unknown, like music, awaking in her a delicious tumult that seized and held possession of her whole being. When they met, he had but to look into her face to know that he need not lie at her feet craving forgiveness. She was waiting for him beneath the spreading branches of a live oak that guarded the gate of her home like a sentinel. For a brief moment he held her hands, which trembled. Then he folded her in his arms and kissed her many times. "You will go with me, Aimée." I love you, oh, I love you. Will you not go with me, Amy? Anywhere, anywhere, she told him in a fainting voice that he could scarcely hear. But she did not go with him. Chance willed it otherwise. That night a courier brought her a message from Beauregard, telling her that Gustave, her husband, was dead. When the new year was still young, Sapincourt decided that, all things considered, he might, without any appearance of indecent haste, speak again of his love to Madame de Lisle. That love was quite as acute as ever, perhaps a little sharper, from the long period of silence and waiting to which he had subjected it. He found her, as he had expected, clad in deepest mourning. She greeted him precisely as she had welcomed the cure, when the kind old priest had brought to her the consolations of religion, clasping his two hands warmly, and calling him chère Amy. Her whole attitude and bearing brought to Sapincourt the poignant, the bewildering conviction that he held no place in her thoughts. They sat in the drawing-room before the portrait of Gustave, which was draped with his scarf. Above the picture hung his sword, and beneath it was an embankment of flowers. Sapincourt felt an almost irresistible impulse to bend his knee before this altar, upon which he saw foreshadowed the immolation of his hopes. There was a soft air blowing gently over the marais. It came to them through the open window, laden with 100 subtle sounds and scents of the springtime. It seemed to remind Madame of something far, far away, for she gazed dreamily out into the blue firmament. It fretted Sapincourt with impulses to speech and action which he found it impossible to control. "You must know what has brought me," he began impulsively, drawing his chair nearer to hers. "Through all these months I have never ceased to love you and to long for you. Night and day the sound of your dear voice has been with me, your eyes." She held out her hand deprecatingly. He took it and held it. She let it lie unresponsive in his. "You cannot have forgotten that you loved me not long ago," he went on eagerly, "that you were ready to follow me anywhere, anywhere, do you remember? I have come now to ask you to fulfill that promise, to ask you to be my wife, my companion, the dear treasure of my life." She heard his warm and pleading tones as though listening to a strange language, imperfectly understood. She withdrew her hand from his, and leaned her brow thoughtfully upon it. "Can you not feel, can you not understand, mon ami," she said calmly, "that now such a thing, such a thought, is impossible to me? Impossible. Yes, impossible. Can you not see that now my heart, my soul, my thought, my very life, must belong to another? It could not be different. Would you have me believe that you can wed your young existence to the dead?" he exclaimed with something like horror. Her glance was sunk deep in the embankment of flowers before her. "My husband has never been so living to me as he is now," she replied with a faint smile of commiseration for Sapincourt's fatuity. "Every object that surrounds me speaks to me of him. I look yonder across the marais, and I see him coming toward me, tired and toil-stained from the hunt. I see him again sitting in this chair or in that one. I hear his familiar voice, his footsteps upon the galleries. We walk once more together beneath the magnolias, and at night in dreams I feel that he is there, near me. How could it be different? Ah! I have memories to crowd and fill my life, if I live 100 years. Sapinkirt was wondering why she did not take the sword down from her altar and thrust it through his body here and there. The effect would have been infinitely more agreeable than her words, penetrating his soul like fire. He arose confused, enraged with pain. Then, madam, he stammered, there is nothing left for me but to take my leave. I bid you adieu. Do not be offended, mon ami, she said kindly, holding out her hand. You are going to Paris, I suppose. What does it matter, he exclaimed desperately, where I go? Oh, I only wanted to wish you bon voyage, she assured him amiably. Many days after that Sapinkirt spent in the fruitless mental effort of trying to comprehend that psychological enigma, a woman's heart. Madame still lives on Bayou Saint John. She is rather an old lady now, a very pretty old lady, against whose long years of widowhood there has never been a breath of reproach. The memory of Gustave still fills and satisfies her days. She has never failed, once a year, to have a solemn high mass said for the repose of his soul. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook Bayou folk asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General terms of use and redistributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, The full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages. except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and c. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.